have some duds, and that was an absolute dud.
Kind of made Montero eat it there for a while. Like, we're not emptying out the bullpen. We got big games coming this week, both this series with the Cardinals, but the Guardians at the end of the week. Like, hey, you're just going to eat this, Cater.
Yeah, sorry, but that's part of what you're. So
because he got hit up in the fifth, like singled to death, and then he came back out for the sixth. It was, hey, this is your mess.
And so we got Scoob today, and with Olsen on the IL, there's an opening tomorrow. And I'm curious, is maybe
chaos?
They let him out there because tomorrow's going to just be a bullpen day and it's going to be pitching chaos. Because it seems what it's setting up for.
Yeah, the Olsen thing kind of snuck up on people. They announced it before the game yesterday. His right finger inflammation, 15-day DL. Is Job the number 2 right now?
In terms of production, yeah.
Yeah, well, just look around. Like, Mize optimistic could be back this weekend, but not back yet. Olsen hurt. Flaherty has struggled.
Yeah.
Job's your number 2 right now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have seen that come. If you told me Job
8
was
starts, 8 wins.
If you would have said, hey, late in May, Job's the number 2, and this team is significantly above 500 and they're in first place, I go,
What? I kind of wake up. I don't know if it's necessarily hit me that this team is this good.
14 games over 500.
Yeah. And you know, again, the only team with above 30 wins, 30 or more wins in Major League Baseball. They have the best record, and it's on the heels, obviously, of a dud yesterday. But I think that's where you could give them the mulligan and say, okay, dud. They've had some duds.
You're gonna. I mean, what do we say? Like, the best baseball teams lose 70 games. I mean, 60 to 70 games. The best teams.
And so you go back to the Texas Rangers series, and that second game, what was 10-3, and it kind of felt like, I think the best way to put it is a dud like this one, where they just were never really in it, and then this one was bad from the beginning. Just kind of never felt like they were in rhythm.
The Cardinals are kind of an interesting story too, right? They've won 13 of 15 now.
Yeah, they're on a heater.
And this was not expected. So I was in St. Louis earlier this year for the Frozen Four. And we did a game at Busch Stadium because it's one of the cool stadiums and you should see it while you're there. And the vibe around it was fans aren't really excited. And they're considered the, quote, best fans in baseball, but they were unhappy with the direction of the front office. They didn't think there was a real investment in winning. This was seen as one of those throwaways.
Does that sound familiar?
Right. Seen as kind of a throwaway season. And the game I went through, they got killed by the Phillies, and it was like, all right, this is going to be a long season for these fans. Well, they're 27-21. They're red hot right now. Sonny Gray, 10 strikeouts yesterday, living low in the zone, the swing and miss stuff that the Tiger Bats had real trouble with him.
His ability to pinpoint spots in the zone, especially against certain hitters, it just was, I mean, he was as dialed in regards to location as you're going to see a pitcher, really.
Yeah. So, Scooble today, bounce back. That's kind of been the thing. This pitching staff doesn't go on prolonged losing stretches. And again, the report I saw from Chris McCoskey was Mize on track for Saturday against the Guardians. Get him back for this weekend series would be big.
All right.
This week, John, the NFL's going to vote on some rule proposals.
Yes, they are. And they've got the playoff proposal, and there's 2 of them out there, but it sounds now like it's leaked out that there's a modified proposal. Yeah. So the original proposal by the Lions was to change the seeding of the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, basically you get in if you win your division, but you're not guaranteed a home game.
Right, which I think is brilliant.
I like it.
It's the way it should be. It's you earn the right to be able to, if you're in a tough division, like the Vikings last year, right? You can say whatever you want about them, but they did what they had to do to get to 14 wins. And they should have been a higher seed.
They would have been a 3 if the Lions proposal it goes through.
And if there's a tiebreaker, it goes to the division winner.
Which makes sense.
The people that say, well, it takes away from winning your division, or it makes division winners meaningless.
No.
That's a terrible take, because if you win your division at 8 and 9, you still get a guaranteed spot.
You're getting rewarded
in the playoffs. You get rewarded for being the best of the worst division.
And we've seen it where you get a team like at 8 and 9, 9 and 8. Seattle Seahawks a few years had that situation happen. You're giving a playoff spot that your record says you don't deserve. So
Yes.
the division still carries some weight, but what we're not going to do is place you above teams that through the same schedule, or
did the
similar
work,
schedule, actually won more games. But that's not what they're going to vote on later this week. They've amended the Lions' proposal. And John, if you want to detail that for people.
Yeah, so the amended proposal is one where first round would be as is, not going to change from what it was last year to what it is now in the first round. The second round is where things would get reseeded, and that would be by record. So, for example, last year, I'm trying to pull it up so I make sure I don't make a mistake. The NFC playoff seeding would have looked like, obviously, Lions, Eagles, Bucks, Rams, Vikings, Commanders, Packers. And if you were to reseed it in the second round, the Lions would have ended up playing the Rams because they would have had of the four teams left, they would have had the worst record remaining, which means the Commanders and Eagles would have played.
How do you feel about the amended proposal?
I think it's a step in the right direction, and this might be the NFL's way of. It's like the college football playoffs, right? It's 4 teams, and it jumps to 12, and then it's going to go to 16. I think this is one where, because Goodell has said he likes the Lions' proposal. If Goodell likes it, he's eventually going to push it through. But this may be the way to ease into the ultimate goal of reseeding the first round. You reseed the second round, and it lasts for, 3-4 years until there is, I don't want to say a controversy, but there's a team that just has a great season, much like the Vikings did last year, and they lose out to the Lions. And now all of a sudden, everybody's going to say, well, this isn't right. And it's a way to ease into it. So I think this will end up passing this week. The tush push is also on the docket.
I was going to bring that up too, and we could spend a few minutes on it coming up next. But yeah, there's two rule proposals that the NFL is going to vote on. The owners will vote on later this week. The first is this seeding question in the playoffs, and the second, it's the tush push, John, and people were speaking out against that. We'll mix that in next. It's 97.1. Guys, if you're ready for a straighter smile without the metal braces, if you've been thinking about Invisalign, now's the perfect time to make your move with Brightside Dental. Invisible, comfortable, and now more affordable than ever. Free Invisalign consultation. There's no pressure, there's just answers. And if it's right for you, they've got flexible payment plans to make it easy to fit any budget. Start your Invisalign journey for as low as $59 a month. Straight teeth, straightforward pricing. That's something to smile about. Mention Jim Costa in the morning show. Lock in that price. Call 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. the genuine shock from Dickerson. Same with Benetti if you were watching that live. Tigers lost 11-4 to the Cardinals last night. Back at it tonight with Skubal on the mound. One good thing did come of the Tigers-Cardinals last night. We saw two of the most iconic logos in all of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have some fun with that a little later. 6:35, we're going to do a Major League Baseball logo draft. And John, you drew the number 1 pick.
Yes.
We'll get to that. You got...
time to get a lotto ticket today.
We got rule proposals in the NFL. You mentioned that the Lions proposal has been amended. The Packer proposal has been amended as well. We're talking about the tush push there, John. Do you think either of these pass at the end of the week? Or just refresh people what needs to happen.
So basically 3/4 of the owners, 24 to 32, have to vote yes for any rule changes such as this. And I do think that the playoff reseeding in the second round, the modified proposal, I think that's going to pass. The tush push,
I don't think it will.
I don't think it will either. And I think there are at least 9 teams, owners, that believe that this is just something that, even though it's one team that does this, they just do it better than anybody else. I don't know how you penalize a team for just being good at something. And I know there's injury concerns, but Jalen Hurts
but not really.
is not hurt.
I was going to say, I mean, there's no data that I've seen to support that this is a high injury play that needs to be banned.
And that's why when some of these coaches are talking about, oh, well, it's an injury concern and blah, 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 they just don't have a quarterback that they want to do it with can do it.
But how about this? Dan Campbell doesn't have a quarterback that can do it. And
right.
Campbell's philosophy is we're not banning this play. He is not in favor of banning the tush push. He's a competitor, says we got to put in stuff to stop it. And I think you can respect what a great offensive line and a tough football play that's been for Philly. If everybody could do it, they all would. They currently aren't all doing it, which to me speaks to a skill. It's a skill. You're not going to outlaw a skill because someone's really good at it. 6'5" receivers, you're not allowed to throw fade routes to them anymore. It's not fair to the smaller DBs.
Right.
Like it's a skill issue is what it is.
It is. And, I mean, the game changer would be if Jalen Hurts ever said the words, it hurts. Which, I mean, okay. I think we all look at it and go, something in that play's got to hurt. But you can look at you could look at every NFL play and go, something in that play has got to hurt.
Yeah, it's got to be significantly more of a risk. And so I don't believe the tush push will be banned. You don't believe it will be banned.
No. Nor do I think it should.
No, I don't think it should either. And we'll get potentially a shift in the playoff seeding. Would that go into effect this season if it passes?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, so it will be interesting as they ease their way into the ultimate destination of reseeding in the first round.
Like, who would be mad at the current proposal? Like, who would be against, like, not a team specifically, but what type of, like, why would you be against it? You still get your home playoff game as a division winner, but then in the second round of the playoffs, you are strictly going to be ranked on merit.
Right. Well, and so that's why I believe this modified proposal will pass. I think we'll eventually get to where, the division winner, you get into the playoffs, but it comes down to record as to where you're seated. It's going to be something that some of the owners need to warm up to. They need to see this more gentle version before they go all full scale in reseeding the entire NFL playoffs.
Tuesdays mean 2 Grand Slam. We're about an hour away, 7:25. Your chance to win $2,000 this morning. End of the hour. The Lions were represented in the best 25 under 25 in the NFL, but there was one name missing.
Mysteriously left off.
Get to that at 6:50. Logo drafts as well, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, Troy man was busted for drunk driving after his son called police to report him.
Oh.
So according to police, his son picked up the phone, gave him a call and said, "My dad just left the house intoxicated." So they were able to find the dad, pulled him over. He blew a .28, was arrested and charged with, obviously, operating a vehicle while intoxicated.
What an idiot. He's lucky he didn't kill somebody.
Well, his son probably said, you know what, I fear for my dad's life as long as anyone else's.
Yeah.
Exactly. The click it or ticket enforcement went into effect on Monday.
Ooh, point of emphasis.
Yeah, so that means police across the state are on the lookout for drivers and passengers who are not wearing their seatbelts. So the campaign is going to run through June 1st. And according to some data, there were 223 people killed while not wearing a seatbelt in 2023. So it's very, very important. They say this is really simple. It's about saving lives. That's what we're doing. We're not here to go and try to give everyone a ticket. We want to make sure everyone is being safe as possible. And police say wearing a seatbelt is the single most effective way to protect yourself on the road. And your seatbelt is not just the safe thing to do. It is the law.
So as I understand it, it is both front seats, no matter who's in the front seats, and then anyone under the age of 16, no matter where they are sitting.
Got it. That's correct.
So if I'm in the back seat, I can take my risk.
You can.
You as a large adult man can, yes.
Yes. Your children cannot.
Right.
If you're headed to the UP Memorial Day weekend, your trip could take a little bit longer. So be prepared. The Mackinac Bridge is being repaved, and rainy weather kind of put a damper on that. Things had to be pushed back a little bit. So the work has been delayed. According to a bridge authority, the work is about halfway done, which means there will be some lane closures in place over the holiday weekend. They do anticipate, though, that things are still going to flow smoothly. Last year, in 2024, there were some lane closures as well. And they said traffic still flowed well, but could just take a little bit longer. So be ready for that.
Yep.
Meijer just announced that they're lowering prices on dozens of grocery essentials for the summer. All the discounts are on Meijer branded products only, but things you would need for the summer. So already went into effect May 11th, will run through July 19th, but things like freezer pops, graham crackers, chocolate bars, marshmallows to make those s'mores, right? Hot dogs, hamburger buns.
There you go.
Yeah, you can take that camping with you.
There you go.
Yeah, bottled water, lemonade, and then canned baked beans, things like that.
Cool.
So, you could take a can of baked beans, put that on the open flame.
We're going to have a fire. I know I missed the whole conversation.
Yeah, you were
but
out Friday. Yes, they'll have like a fire for us. Yeah.
Yes, they will have a fire for him.
Us. So you don't have to build one?
We don't have to. You can. They'll provide firewood and fire starter if you want to do it yourself as well.
Yes.
But do you have a restroom?
Oh, yeah. It's kind of fancy. I was looking at more of the photos over the weekend.
It's a shared space.
Oh, the bathroom shared.
Communal, yeah.
Communal,
which
is common.
At a campground, yeah.
But this one's a little fancy. Yes. I did see photos of where you're headed. I mean, it looks very nice. It's definitely
there's a guy in there that says, "Would you like some hand sanitizer?"
Oh, there's a butler in the bathroom?
Hey, you would think if you saw the pictures.
There's not, but people text in, where's the pool?
Yes.
You know, it's
would you like any Grey Poupon?
Do you need a hand?
Your hot dog? Like, what is this?
When you go to the bathroom, too, it's got the upside-down pineapple. So.
I see. That's why. A California family is suing a funeral home after they say they put the wrong man in their uncle's casket.
Oh.
Yeah, so this family says that they were traumatized when they arrived to say goodbye to their uncle, Otis.
Uncle Otis?
Yes.
That's a great uncle
I know,
name.
It is.
But they were greeted with another man wearing his clothes. Ooh. And the family claims when they went to an employee to hey, this is not Otis.
This is not Big O.
The employee basically tried to convince them that they were the ones that were wrong. What? Like, no, this is Otis. Like, you must be mistaken. So they had to show photos of him when he was alive. Anyway, it did get sorted out. They said they had to wait 3 hours before they could then say their goodbyes. The funeral home now, even though it seems that they realized they made a mistake, is saying, no, we're denying the allegations. But the family says, no, we suffered, mental suffering, mental anguish, grief, anxiety, humiliation, and emotional distress. So.
I can't imagine the employee saying, no. I've never met your uncle before. I just met him.
This is him, guys.
Yeah, this is him. Yeah.
So we all know that sleep is very important, and most people need a good night's rest to be, fully functional the next day. But for a few rare individuals, 3 or 4 hours of sleep is just fine. John, maybe this is you. Researchers have
genetic superiority.
Yes, well, I don't know if I'd say that, but
or defect, whatever.
Yeah, researchers have found that a rare genetic condition, could be you, may allow some people to thrive on as little as 3 hours of sleep. So they say most people should get 7 to 9 hours of sleep to be like their best selves.
My goal is 6 hours a night, which rarely happens.
It does rarely happen.
I usually feel great coming off of 4 or 5. So
lucky you.
I don't know. Is there a way to test for the gene?
I'm sure there is because
they've provide your genetic information, John.
Not to you.
Okay.
They've been testing rats or mice to figure this out.
What are you saying?
I'm sure they could test it on you.
You're a big rat.
I'm sure that they could do it. Is all I'm saying. Is that I'm sure it's possible.
I guess I'd rather be a rat than a mouse. They're just bigger.
A little bit. They're both
John,
gross.
it's okay. I will back you up. I will say that the guy who played in the NFL was genetically superior to the other 4 people.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Physically, but mentally, probably have more defects than I'd like to actually know if this genetic test was done.
It's Heather with the news and John with some knowledge about himself.
Yes.
All right. End of the hour. Lions have a bunch of guys represented on the top 25, under 25, but there's one guy missing. We'll get to that. Coming up next, Major League Baseball logo draft. Tigers and Cardinals, 2 of the top. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and in honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase, $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
All right, Tigers lost last night to the Cardinals. In that game, were featured two of the best logos in all of Major League Baseball, and it got us thinking, what are those best logos? We're going to do it as we do with a draft. Order selected before the show. John Jansen with the number 1 pick. We'll go 4 rounds, snake style. And John, you're on the clock.
Yeah, this one's an easy pick for me. It's tough because I don't get to pick my second one, obviously, until it snakes all the way back. But then I get to go back to back. But right now, I am call me a homer, call it fake radio, whatever you want to call it.
You can't take the Michigan baseball logo.
The Old English D, to me, I don't know if it's just sentiment. I don't know what it is, but that Old English D is so iconic. And it just, everybody, when you see it, it's one of those where you see it and everyone knows it's Detroit. There are other teams that either their mascot starts with a D or their city starts with a D, and they try and copy it. But obviously with copyright laws, they can't get close and I just think that as soon as you see it, you know that's the Detroit Tigers. And I absolutely love it. And
there's only one D.
Yes, there is. You should only have one. Yeah, but there have been some different iterations of it.
Do you like the thicker or thinner one? Because they did like a more block bold D. And then they have the thin D.
I guess I would be more along the thin side.
Okay, John.
Of the D.
Quick note.
The one with the tiger in it, which we discussed this morning.
That was my growing up Tiger logo.
No, don't mess with the D.
So the rule for this draft is no one can take a different version of the Tiger logo. Yep. John has claimed the Tigers, and specifically, he wants the D. Greg, you are second.
Look, I'm okay that John took the Tigers logo. It's very typical of him, but He took a bland logo.
Bland?
Man, the better logo is the 84 coked out Tiger.
No,
with the blue ring around it.
No.
It says Detroit Tigers. All right. Either way, I will take the Baltimore Orioles, the current hat logo, cartoon birds, baby. Give me the O's.
Mm-hmm. It's a good, solid one. Yeah,
I like it. My pick now at 3. I'm going to go with the iconic Red Sox socks for the logo.
Okay.
Instantly know what it is. It's iconic. I don't want the B. Give me the socks.
No, that's a good pick, and that's what I would have went with the Red Sox, not the B or anything else. People forget about the two socks together. Very good pick. I love this. My number 1 pick is available. It's the Milwaukee Brewers.
Oh, you dog.
The ball and glove,
awesome.
M and B. It is a classic, especially the 78 to 93 version.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going with.
That's one where I didn't realize, as a kid growing up, right? You just see the baseball glove until somebody explained to me the M is the fingers, the B is, and then the ball in the middle. It is iconic. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it wasn't my 20s before I figured that out.
Yeah.
Things you're like ashamed to be late to the party on. Tom, you got back-to-back.
Wow, this I don't know what to do here. I'm fighting classic versus something cool and creative that I just absolutely love. So I got to think what's going to be available later. And I think the cooler creative ones will be available later. Wow. I could go with something here that I don't know if you guys will do it or not.
He's deliberating in the war room right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I am going to go with the Cardinals. I'm going to go with the classic here. The bird on the bat and the interlocking STL. Both are outstanding logos.
Which one are you taking? The interlocking letters or the bird?
I am going to go with the bird on the bat.
That's the right call.
It's like a 51-49 for me, though.
That was my number 1 on my board. It's gone. My number 2 left. The interlocking New York Yankee logo. Iconic, classic, ball caps everywhere. Give me the Yankee logo.
More birds! Blue Jays!
Yes.
Yeah.
Which one, though?
Oh, the one that they currently have.
Yes.
It's the similar one to...
With the Canadian flag.
With the maple leaf in it. The one that's similar to the early 90s. Not the roided out bird of the Roger Clemens era. Not the...
Some of those are scary.
Yeah, not the black and gray Jays logo. No, the classic Blue Jay facing right to left with the maple leaf right behind it.
Okay. So
John,
it's all the way back to me now. So I'm going to go north of the border. And no, it's not the...
you jerk.
I'm going the Montreal Expos.
That was my other pick.
Yes. I love the The old
you're going with the
Expos.
Nationals, technically.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's taking the
yes.
Expos
You got to pick a
logo.
current franchise, but because of their history, you get that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think we could probably squeeze in a technicality where you could take a Nationals because it's as much as it is the same franchise. It's a completely different logo. It's a different city.
Let's call it what it is. No one's taking the Walgreens logo, which is with the Nationals.
Right. Yeah. Well, the current one, yes.
Washington
So, yeah.
Walgreens.
So I went Montreal Expos, and I'm going to go for my second one. My third one, actually. My second pick right now is the alternate New York Mets.
Yes, very good.
95 to 98 with the big baseball head, it running
The bridge.
glove. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not the bridge. It's. I don't know if it'll actually show it, but it's their alternate one that they used from, was it 95 to 98? It just, to me, it's creative. It's cool. I think it's a lot of fun. So I'm going to go with the Mets.
Greg,
All right, so I am going to invoke.
another bird.
No, not another bird. Kind of running out. The coolest baseball player of my youth growing up was Ken Griffey Jr. So let's go with Young Jr.'s uniform with the Mariners. We're going to go with the Mariners, but it's the baseball that's simply the blue M's logo.
Yes, love it. That's a great one.
Yeah, it's another thing that I like, the birds, and I also like if your logo has baseball seams in it.
Yeah.
That's a good element of a great baseball logo.
Yep.
My next pick. All right, I'm going to go with the Phillies and the Liberty Bell. I like when it invokes something about the city. It's iconic. It works. Give me the Phillies with the Liberty Bell.
Okay.
I like that one. That was on my list. Greg took the first one that was not on my list. I made a list of 15 because I had the last pick, so I knew I only needed 13 or whatever. I love what's available here, and I get to be very creative now. And you think this might not be creative at first. I'm going with the Reds. And obviously they got the classic C, but that's not the logo I'm going with. I'm going with the C that says Cincinnati Reds around it with the baseball player running through it.
Yep. No, I know which one you're talking about. It's super cool.
And then finally, I'm torn here between.
You're not going to take the mustache baseball?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the Royals is a classic, and they got a couple classics.
Yeah.
But I'm not going classic here. I'm going to go with a great history of logos here. It's going to be great artwork when we put this up on Twitter. I'm going with the Indians, specifically
Chief Wahoo?
Chief Wahoo.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Tom's offensive. All right.
Racist
I'm
pick.
from Tecumseh.
He's canceled.
Yeah.
We're looking for a new producer in the next hour. All right. I got my last pick. I'm going to go with the Cubs with the bear in it. Cubs logo with the bear inside the C. That's my final pick. Greg?
Okay, so another thing that I like about logos, I love a good state outline logo. And so one we have here is, this is maybe even be a little bit but it's right around Nolan Ryan era Texas Rangers. It's the blue Texas state of outlined, red script Rangers through it with the baseball.
Okay.
Rangers.
Uh-huh. Rangers.
So I'm looking at their logos. This is the one where the state is blue and I don't think that's very good.
Yeah,
Greg.
the only time we'll see Texas be blue.
All right. Last pick then is John.
So I started with the classic script D. Now I'm going to go way, I'm going to pull a Stoney on this one. I'm going to go way, way back. Now this is well before my time, but I've always wanted a hat with the Brooklyn Dodgers. The B. And I just think it's simple. Trust me, I'm not a very complicated individual. And I just think it's classic. I've, again, always wanted one of those. Love the Dodger blue. They haven't changed much there. Yeah. Yeah. So it's Brooklyn Dodgers. And this is from 32 to 36.
So I think
good luck finding the artwork on that one.
Really making
Is it on the internet?
Got to get it faxed over. Bold that you went Dodgers, but not the LA.
Yes.
Because I think that would be what most people would think, is that LA
Right,
blue
yes.
and
Yeah.
white.
They're very classic too, but
I think there's
Best that weren't drafted. What do you got?
I think the White Sox one, either you choose the old blue one with the batter above it,
Yeah.
plus you get the shorts along with those, and then either that or just the classic white Sox, SOX on black. I mean,
I had that written down. I like the Royals with the crown.
Yep.
Rockies with the mountains, underrated. I wouldn't have picked it, but I think it should be in the conversation.
Two more, the Padres, the swinging friar. I would have drafted that if the draft fell a certain way. And then also the Twins, the 76-86, the state of Minnesota with the two guys shaking hands, and it says Win Twins above it. It is outstanding. It's so cheesy. It's so good.
I personally like the M underlined for the Twins.
Yes. So,
Kirby Puckett Hara Ats.
I think the one that I like the most that wasn't drafted, because I do like the San Francisco one. I was going to close that. This one could be a little controversial because you either love it or hate it. But the Houston Astros with the Astrodome and then the balls looking like they're kind of circling it. Yeah, balls. Yes.
By the way, Greg geeked out on this, which is why we had him in. But Heather, was there a logo that you like the most?
No, I actually created a list, and they all went. You guys picked most of that. You picked them all that I had on my top 10, so those are gone.
What's your favorite? What's number one?
Detroit.
Okay.
Then what's two?
I like the Birds, but I also like the Brewers. So when you picked that, I was really happy about that. But I like the Orioles and the Blue Jays, so I liked the Birds.
Greg's bird draft.
Cardinals are in there too. Yeah, I like those as well.
I went down a rabbit hole on this one. Houston, the Colt 45s.
Oh, I thought you were going to take that, actually.
The gun in it, of course.
Oh, yeah. That looks so cool.
Hey, real quick, Greg or Jim, were you going to take the Expos?
No.
Dang it. I would have had the Brewers and Expos. That would have been outstanding.
I know. I was mad when you took the Brewers.
We'll get a graphic up on social media this morning, but that is our logo draft. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. And we talk about relationships. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work right for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Greg, I know you got to collect those logos, but once it's up on social media, pass it along. We'll let people look at what we drafted, the best logos in Major League Baseball history. Yeah, some throwbacks in the mix. Yesterday, Pro Football Focus put out their top 25 players under 25. And as you'd expect, the Lions were well represented on the list, John.
20%.
Yeah, 5 guys, and it sets up for a bright future for this team. I mean, the future is now, but it feels like you got a few cracks at this with these guys all still entering their prime.
Window still open?
The number 1 guy on the list for the second year in a row, Penei Sewell.
Mm-hmm.
The next Lion was Brian Branch at number 8. Jahmyr Gibbs at number 10.
Oh, so 3 in the top 10.
3 of the top 10 players under 25. Sam Laporta checked in at 23 and Kirby Joseph at 25. Notice someone who wasn't there.
Jack Campbell.
Didn't qualify.
Right.
That's important to point
Aiden
out.
Hutchinson.
Also did
not
qualify. He'll
qualify,
turn
yep.
25 before the season starts. Their cutoff was week 1.
Just I say those just in case everybody's wondering. And,
where's Aiden?
Yeah.
He's 24, will be 25 in August.
J-Mo.
J-Mo is the name not on the list. He is under 25 when the season starts.
Mm-hmm.
So they put Laporta ahead of J-Mo. And I think that's where we have the conversation. Who's the better player? Who's more important? J-Mo's coming off the 1,000-yard season. Laporta had, because he had such a good rookie year and, quote, underwhelming sophomore season, it was still a productive sophomore season.
Yeah.
Would you put Laporta ahead of J-Mo?
I would, just because, and so here's the kind of the unique thing about both of these guys is in different ways, they help unlock more of the offense. And whether it's Laporta unlocking the middle of the offense and that mid-range passing, now we've seen him go deep, all those different things, the stumble, the play that they had, obviously he was, it was a deep throw, and there's other times he's gone deep, but he really unlocks the middle of that defense for this offense. J-Mo, whether it's a reverse or just chuck it deep, he as well opens up more of the field for guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta. So it's kind of hard to say having one without the other. And we saw with J-Mo getting more touches and more yards and more looks, it's kind of taken away a little bit from what Sam Laporta does. But without Sam Laporta, J-Mo's not as effective.
Yeah, I mean, there's an understanding here that the offense is diverse. It's dangerous. Yeah. It got better when J-Mo became a more established player. But I think at their bedrock foundation, Laporta is more valuable, more important. This team wants to convert 3rd and shorts, red zone. Laporta, some of it's just the position he plays, the better blocker, but also the sure-handed guy in the red zone. When you got to have it on a 3rd down, I'm looking Laporta's way if I'm Jared Goff more than I am, hey, can I throw it 45 yards on a rope? I think it's Laporta.
I think the bigger question is the other wide receivers that are on this list.
Do you have it in front of you? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because so Puka Nacua is number 2. He's right behind Penei Sewell.
I think there's a pretty big gap between 1 and 2.
Oh, there's a big gap between 1 and 2. I mean, that's not the discussion.
Yeah.
I think Puka Nacua is under the age of 25 is the best receiver.
Okay.
And so getting back to Penei Sewell, it just shows you now, second year in a row, one, how dominant he is, but also how young he was when he was drafted. But then you start going down the list, and we talked about Puka Nacua. The next wide receiver is Drake London for Atlanta.
And I think he's very good. I think he's a big year.
I think he's very good.
I think he's better than J-Mo.
Okay. How about Malik Neighbors?
Yeah, I think Malik Neighbors better than J-Mo. You pause. Are you not?
Well, no. I you could make that argument, and I'm not
with no QB seemingly in New York. Neighbors burst onto the scene in a big way last season as a rookie.
How about Ladd McConkey for the Chargers?
Yeah, I know you're talking. I'd pause there. Ladd was so productive as a rookie.
Brian Thomas Jr.
I think Brian Thomas Jr. is better than Ladd McConkey. Brian Thomas Jr. might be better than Malik Neighbors.
Okay, so
or even Drake London. I'm really high on Brian Thomas Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Big frame, fast, goes up and gets it.
And so I think the argument is not necessarily is J-Mo better or more productive or more important than Sam Laporta. The question more is, I think he's better than Ladd McConkey. I actually think he's better than Brian Thomas Jr.
Really?
Yeah. And the reason that he's not getting as much love is because he's not wide receiver one. And that's just simply and maybe because of the fact that Amon-Ra St. Brown was there first, established himself first.
So I get that argument that Ladd was a compiler, like someone had to catch passes for the Chargers last season. I could be sold.
Nobody else could catch for him.
I'd be sold that J-Mo is better than Ladd if you look at it that way. But I wouldn't put him. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr.
It's good.
That's the one I'd fight you on.
But so that's where I think J-Mo did deserve a spot on this list.
Okay.
And I'm curious as to, how he wasn't on the list.
You can't say he's only had one good year because they have guys who only have played one NFL season.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question, too. So it's part two of this. Your guys' reaction to it. 5 under 25 for the Lions. J-Mo not included on the list. Laporta was included. 248-539-9797. We'll continue the conversation. You got the $2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Rocket Classic did not have a top 15 golfer compete for the first time in its history last season. That's changing this year as the current number 4 PGA player Colin Morikawa committed yesterday. It was a rocky and rainy night in St. Louis for the Tigers. The Cardinals used a 16-hit attack to win 11-4. Didn't start great as Sean Gunther opened and was tagged for 3 hits and a run. He was lifted after just 8 pitches for bulkman Keter Montero. Montero didn't have his 80 stuff, though, as he allowed 5 earned runs in 5 2/3 innings. A rain delay was lurking, and A.J. Hinch decided to leave him in until after the tarp was pulled. The delay lasted 34 minutes. Before it happened, fans were evacuated in the upper deck with the threat of tornadoes in the area. Play resumed in the 7th, which was not kind to John Brebbia. He gave up 5 runs. They went position player next, and Tomas Nido, who actually threw well, not allowing a hit in an inning in 2/3. Sonny Gray was very difficult for the Tigers to figure out, though, offensively. He lasted 6 shutout innings. More unfortunate injury news for the team before the game. Reese Olson has a finger ailment, which will cause him to miss at least his next start. He was placed on the 15-day list. After locking up quarterback Brock Purdy last week, the Niners inked linebacker Fred Warner to a contract extension that makes him the highest paid at his position. 3 years, $63 million the terms. NHL referee Chris Rooney took a stick to the eye in Game 7 between the Panthers and Leafs the other day. According to ESPN, he suffered a black eye and no long-term damage. He hopes to return during this year's playoffs. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Chance to win some money this morning coming up at 7:25 with the $2 Grand Slam. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. And you got Jeremy Otto on the updates. Lions with 5 in the 25 under 25. Penei Sewell, number 1. Brian Branch, number 8. Jahmyr Gibbs, number 10. That's 3 in the top 10. Sam Laporta and Kirby Joseph at 23 and 25. No J-Mo. And, John, you listed some of the receivers that are in there. Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr., Drake London, etc., etc. J-Mo not included in the top 25 under 25. We'll get some phone calls and some ticket texts in the mix. I put Laporta ahead of J-Mo in the Lions hierarchy.
Yeah, if we're ranking those in the under 25, just on the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Ticket texter says J-Mo opens up the offense just by being on the field. Laporta doesn't scare defensive coordinators like J-Mo does. J-Mo keeps him honest.
I think there were more adjustments last year to the second year of Sam Laporta than most people realize.
Laporta had big catches in their playoff wins in his rookie season. I mean, Remember the one against the Rams in the end zone, the one-handed catch?
Yeah.
They want to be an elite finishing team, right? You want to go for these 4th downs and these red zones. And you're going to have bulky jumbo sets. Laporta's a really good blocker, and he's a really sure-handed option for Jared Goff on play action, on bootlegs, on red zones. That's more of what this offense is. J-Mo is a cherry on top the sundae.
Well, so here's J-Mo. Anytime J-Mo's on the field, whoever is defending him instantly has to be 3 or 4 yards deeper than they normally would be on almost any other receiver. And it does change how defenses will line up when Jameson Williams is on the field.
Oh, I love having a player like J-Mo because the adjustment most teams would make against Detroit would be I got to put an extra safety in the box to help against this Montgomery Gibbs machine. Well, if that safety creeps up a little too much, I get one-on-one on the outside with J-Mo, and if you take 2-3 shots a game, he's going to make somebody pay. I love having a player of that skill set on this offense. I just don't think it's as integral to what they do as what Sam Laporta does.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sam Laporta is useful. J-Mo can be useful in the run game as well, and we've seen him block.
He's not afraid to get out there and get dirty.
He understands the concept, no block, no rock. So he does a tremendous job there. But Sam Laporta, in his motions, when they put him in motion and he is then tasked with blocking at the line of scrimmage, I think he does a really nice job of footwork, getting in, hands on all the right places, not to nerd out too much. But I do think that is a huge component as to why he is ranked higher, at least in this, than J-Mo is.
Texter says, where's Aiden? Just to clarify for people just tuning in, he turns 25 before the season starts. Same with Jack Campbell. Ticket Texters on J-Mo says, well, we know he had the gambling suspension. Maybe they'll put him on the list in the future, Matt, in Madison Heights.
Well, how old is J-Mo?
This is the last year.
Yeah, this is last year of eligibility on this one. Same thing with Penny and a lot of these.
A lot of these dudes.
Well, one texter pointed out the fact that Penny's still available to be on this list, eligible because he's not 25, and that Campbell already isn't.
Was drafted 2 drafts later. Yeah. Well, some of it's just
well, that just goes to show you how young he was when he was drafted. I mean, it's you start looking at how dominant Penei Sewell has been in his time in the NFL. And how young he was in that first game against San Francisco. And we talk about him going up against Bosa. And I've talked to him about that in regards to, like, what was your mindset going into that game? What was that experience like? And he's talked about how much he's learned in just that one game of going against Bosa to start the season off as a rookie.
Guys, I don't think Williams was included because he's a one-trick pony. All he does is speed, and while that trick is really good, it's the only one he's got. He's not as well-rounded as the other players on this list.
I would disagree. I think, and this is why when we hear John Morton talk about, what was it? How did he phrase it for J-Mo, have a breakout season?
Yeah.
I really think that there is more that he offers this offense that just hasn't been unlocked yet. And whether it's some of those across the middle passes, which we've seen him do early on, it was, can he catch those passes? Because he had some drops. We know he can go deep. We know he can run reverses and can be just flat out speed. But I do think that there is more value in the routes that he runs and the availability of running more routes.
I just think he is going to be so interesting when the whole contract thing, you decide, what are you doing with him? What does he want? He is sacrificing a little bit. I think his camp can argue that in terms of what he can get. I kind of can't wait until I can see him play somewhere else. And to a degree, because I don't think they're going to keep him. I don't know how you pay all these guys eventually.
What can he do if he is wide receiver 1 on a team?
Yes, I'm very compelled to how dynamic of a player he is. And a little bit more, if he got linked up with an elite quarterback, I honestly think he would blossom. He has all the makings of a late bloomer. A guy that came in with an injury, a guy that had a couple off-the-field hiccups, but now seems to get it. He plays team football, he blocks.
Yeah, but it goes both ways. If he's the number 1, he's getting more complicated coverages. He's getting some double teams. He's getting safety help over the top. If the other team that he's on can't run the ball as effectively as Detroit, he's going to find himself in a lot more blanket coverages if he wasn't on a team with Amon-Ra St. Brown and the play action passing that the Lions have.
Yeah, he would have numbers more like we saw from Ladd McConkey or Brian Thomas Jr. because they're the number 1 weapon that they have in the passing game.
Texter says they say the Lions had 5. They didn't want to be greedy and give them 6. That's why J-Mo's not on the list. No, I think they're perfectly comfortable highlighting the Lions. Texter says that J-Mo's just a speed screen guy, lacks pure route running. We're getting plenty of that. And Laporta opens the run game more than people realize. Linebackers have to stay in or stay honest on him because of the play action threat that he is leaking out?
I think J-Mo is a victim of the offense. And I don't want to paint a 1,000-yard receiver as a victim or J-Mo at all, but because you have so many weapons and so many different mouths to feed, J-Mo, like you said, until he's on another team or he is the number one focus for an offense in the passing attack, I don't know that we'll ever really understand how good he is, because I disagree with the route running that people are texting in. When you have that speed, Amon-Ra St. Brown has to really master in and out of cuts. Mm-hmm. And he's got to master selling, I'm going deep, but no, I'm coming back, or I'm going out and I'm coming in, or vice versa, whatever. J-Mo, because they have to respect his speed, he may not have the same technique as an Amon-Ra St. Brown, but the threat is greater.
Oh, right, exactly. That's my thing is every time J-Mo, they try to go deep with J-Mo, because when you're watching on TV, you're not seeing what's happening downfield unless they throw him the ball. He's open. It's usually the pass that isn't that accurate. Now, the Chicago pass was on the money, and that's why he took it to the house. But you can go to other instances where he doesn't hit him, or he underthrows and he's got to come back and get it.
Or J-Mo doesn't make the right adjustment with the ball in the air.
That's part of it.
And then also on the end arounds, rarely does that get stuffed.
Correct. He's dangerous.
He's a dynamic playmaker, and I just sometimes feel like we don't get all that out of him because of the way we run our offense and how it's built around the quarterback.
Ticket Texter wants to know who throws the better spiral between Laporta and Jameson Williams. I roll from John. Hey, last thing on this. Did they rank them correctly? Is this the hierarchy that you would have for the Lions beyond the debate J-Mo and Laporta? I mean, Sewell would be the most valuable. Is Branch, Gibbs, Laporta, Joseph the right order?
I think Sewell clear number one. And it's not, I don't even know that there's a debate there. I could make an argument, and I actually would probably flip Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch.
Okay.
I would put Gibbs at 8, Branch at 10.
I'm cool with that.
And then go Laporta, Kirby Joseph.
Joseph, the last guy on this list, Joseph and Sewell, the only 2 of the 5 that have been paid, extended by the Lions. So you see where this is going. They've got a glut of great young talent. Branch, Gibbs, Laporta, Aiden, Campbell, J-Mo. I mean, all the guys we've been talking about have not been extended yet, and we know they're not going to be able to keep all of them, which is part of why we do these exercises too.
Just looking at this list and knowing that there are other guys that are just outside of it and ineligible. Because if Aiden was, a month younger?
Oh, yeah, he
would
2?
be. Yeah, you'd have 1 and 2 on this list.
It's incredible.
Does it give you, I don't know how best to word this. Do you get a little bit more excited about seeing Tyleik Williams on the field because of the talent evaluation that Brad Holmes has had since he's been drafting, especially in the first round?
Look, I like the pick, but for context, Terrion Arnold's not on this list, a late first round pick. I mean, it's not like they're all hits.
Okay, Terrion Arnold could be, and I think should be on this list next year.
Yeah. Look, we talked about it. He played a ton of snaps in man coverage last season. They threw him into the fire. This season's got to be a big year for Terrion Arnold. Your first round corner, they loved you. They traded up to get you. It has to show on the field this season. All right, coming up next, we'll get to Heather's News and the 2 Grand Slam. 7:35. Your perfect summer day from one of the notable sports personalities. Yeah. And I think he missed some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He definitely missed some stuff. We'll do that at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, we all know in sports we've been injured. I've been injured. When you're sidelined by an injury, it's very personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio needs to step in and does step in for you. Trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that someone is David Femininio. And he talks about get David, get paid all the time. It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, you can tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number one more time, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yeah, well, a former teacher at a school in Highland Park has been arrested and charged with sexual assault. 29-year-old Vincent Weaver was arrested at this off-site school event last Friday, and Highland Park say that he knew he wasn't supposed to be there, so when they found him, he was disguised as an elderly woman. He tried to hide himself so that he wouldn't be recognized by other school staff members. So he worked at George Washington Carver Academy. He started in August of 2023. He was a fine arts teacher. He also served as a coach for the school's dance team. He was fired last month, and according to police, he allegedly engaged in sexual misconduct with a 12-year-old student over a period of 4 months. And you guys, he had previously been disciplined by the school after a sex toy reportedly fell out of his work bag. And it was just several weeks after that incident that the family of this young child came forward with all these allegations. He's accused of grooming the student, and they say the sexual acts were performed while on school grounds.
Oh, so disgusting.
Yes. So police say they don't know if there are any other victims in this case, but they are encouraging anyone else to come forward. A former Henry Ford Hospital facility is set to become the new location of a Detroit high school. So Henry Ford Health has donated the former Henry Ford Health Kingswood Hospital to the Jalen Rose Leadership Academy.
Cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. So the hospital was built in 1966, became part of Henry Ford Health 20 years later. It closed earlier this year. The facility is over 70,000 square feet. It has 5 floors. Now, students who are at the current Jalen Rose Leadership Academy will begin to transition to this new school in 2027. They need to obviously do some reconfiguring of the building, which is really cool. And the current school will be turned into a middle school. So it will be the first time the Jalen Rose Leadership Academy will serve 6th through 8th grade students, which is pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah.
A 40-year-old woman was arrested over the weekend after police found a construction sign lodged into the passenger side of her vehicle. You need to see this picture because there's lots of damage to the vehicle. A caller actually notified police about this vehicle that was driving erratically. It hit multiple mailboxes. Police found this woman's vehicle had several flat tires, significant damage, including this orange construction sign that was just kind of embedded into her car. The woman says she couldn't remember any of the events leading up to the...
What?
Yeah.
She had no idea?
Well, police found a slew of drugs in her vehicle.
There you go.
Yep. All sorts of cocaine, pills, drug paraphernalia. So she was arrested.
Oh, I see the photo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Oh, yeah. I mean...
No idea how I got there,
I don't
officer.
know. I have no idea.
What?
I don't know. I have no idea. Texas man is suing Whataburger after he claims the restaurant failed to remove onions from his order, which he says led to a severe allergic reaction. So the man is seeking monetary relief between $250,000 and $1 million. He cites negligence and deceptive trade practices by the restaurant. Now, Whataburger has denied the allegations and is demanding strict proof of this guy's claim. Now, what's interesting is that this isn't the man's first legal battle over onions. He's done this before.
Multiple times.
He's previously sued Sonic over similar circumstances.
Onions are great, but if you're allergic, not great.
Yeah.
See, I hate onions. So there has been times I've said I don't want onions. I'm allergic. Like, do not put onions on my order.
You know what?
But you're not.
I'm not allergic, but when you say an allergy, it typically
it triggers.
Well,
They're not going to mess around. They don't want to
Right.
screw up. They don't want to get sued.
But I wonder, did this guy say, I am highly allergic to onions? Please do not put any on my burger. Or was it just
so
like,
how much do you not like onions? Because our boss,
I hate onions.
JP,
Yeah.
hates onions.
we have got that in common. I hate them.
It is Vidalia onion season, and there is nothing that is better than a sautéed Vidalia. I could eat a Vidalia onion like an apple.
Onions are
no.
You peel
awesome.
off the outside and
Oh, no.
they're so yummy.
So that's extreme. But I'll do raw onion in the chili, onion on a burger, onion rings.
No.
Onions are awesome.
We have a lot of people in my family who don't like onions. And a lot of holidays, there's like 2 dishes that are
So it's in your
labeled with
DNA.
onions, without.
Oh, wow.
Because a lot of people don't like them.
Tacos with the onion, red onion. Oh, it's great.
The older I get them, I can handle them if there's onions in the food, but I don't love them. Hey guys, this is your chance to call in to play the 2 Grand Slam. 248-539-9797. Give us a call now. Finally, there was a man in LA that came home last week. He was away for a couple days, and when he went to open the door, realized, something's a little off. Opened the door, house had been ransacked. Somebody had been in there.
Searching for something.
And as he looked closer, he ended up finding a naked man in his bed.
Oh.
Instantly called the police. They came, took the guy away. But as the homeowner continued to look through his home, he continued to find some strange things. This intruder apparently ate a whole box of ice cream sandwiches,
Well, I can understand that.
cooked some veggie burgers,
Can't understand that.
and apparently went through all of this guy's gum. Says this guy the intruder ate a full box of 60 pieces, then spit it all out in a big wad the size of a softball.
What?
Oh.
Do we have any explanation?
Also killed a possum
He
on the back
likes
patio.
Impossible Burgers. What more explanation do you want?
All right.
And he also found drugs throughout the house.
What do
Was
you
there
do?
any
You come
relation to
home
this
and
person?
there's a naked man in my bed.
It's just a random person. They had no idea who this person was. They had never met.
No idea.
Okay. On that note, cleanse your palate. Let's give away some money.
Well, this is it. Let's give away some money. You heard the rules. Super easy. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Our contestant this morning is Mike in Fenton. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. You feeling lucky today?
It's worth a shot, right?
Yeah.
He
There
sure
you go.
is.
All right, Mike, if you don't know one, pass. And if there's time, we're going to come back to it. Are you ready to play?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Who do the Lions play in their NFL regular season opener in 2025?
Green Bay.
Who do the Lions play on Thanksgiving in 2025?
Green Bay.
Who are the Oklahoma City Thunder playing in the 2025 Western Conference Finals?
Pass.
What is 77 divided by 11?
7.
What is the capital of New Jersey?
Pass.
Who are the Dallas Stars playing in the 2025 Western Conference Finals?
Edmonton.
Who played Rusty in the 2001 movie Ocean's 11?
Brad Pitt.
This team currently leads the American League West.
Seattle.
This team currently leads the National League Central.
Milwaukee.
Who won MVP in the NFL in 2024?
Josh Allen.
Did he get it in time?
Got it
we
in
got the
time.
thumbs
All
up.
right.
All right, we got
yes.
the buzzer. We give it to you. That's 7.
Nice
Yeah,
job, Mike.
Well done.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Uh-huh. Yeah, make sure you hang on the line.
Yeah, we'll get you
Contain
paid.
your excitement.
Quick math on that is?
$175. Math on the radio. Never usually goes well for me.
I had some good vibes. I really thought he had a shot at this one.
Yeah.
He did well.
I know.
He needed to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some times where he thought, which is fine, but if he was going to
Yeah.
get through them all,
And
He
if he was
only-
going to go back on any of the past ones, I
Right.
mean, he got through 10, but
Yeah. And he only got one wrong.
yes.
He passed the other 2 if he could have gotten back to him. Let's go through it for people. All right, 2 Grand Slam. First question was, who do the Lions play in the regular season opener?
Nailed it with the Packers.
And doubled it up because they play the Packers on Thanksgiving Day. 2 for 2. Hot start. Who are the Thunder playing in the Western Conference Finals?
Only 4 teams left. It's the Timberwolves.
Not great for our 8 o'clock topic later. 77 divided by 11.
7. And we had predetermined that if he didn't get that seemed like a free space. If he didn't get that one, we were contemplating hanging up.
Do you do the ejector seat and just kick him
Yes.
out and tag someone else in?
Yes. Go on.
Capital of New Jersey, John.
Trenton, come on. Got to know your Capitals. Let's go.
Evidently more of a hockey guy. He knew the Stars are playing the Oilers, and he got Brad Pitt.
Movie guy.
Yeah, movie guy. And he was rolling. Who leads the American League West? It sounded like a guess. Good guess. The Mariners. Yeah. He guessed the team leading the NL Central. It's not the Brewers.
Nope, it's the Cubbies.
Yep. And MVP?
Josh Allen. Got it at the buzzer.
At the buzzer.
So the 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays is brought to you by Femininity Law. We appreciate that.
Your next chance to win some money. Thursday, same time, 7:25. Coming up next, big name in sports media laid out the perfect summer day. Well,
I disagree.
His perfect summer day. We can improve it. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now, that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with a new smartphone line on unlimited, ultimate, or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees with 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months, 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Yeah, pouring it on. 11-4 final. As John would say, that's one of 162.
Yep.
That's a red-hot Redbirds team. And
13-15.
Not a good night for Cater Montero. And AJ just said, hey, you're going to eat this, buddy. We're not emptying out our bullpen.
How about Nito?
Pitching at the end?
Yeah. Inning in a 2/3?
Yeah, almost 2 innings.
Scoreless?
Right, as the game was over. But yes.
He's still a position player, and still major league hitters.
Fine. Yes, let's give him some love today.
Fine, yes. Okay.
You're Mr. Gold Star. Now, we're just going to give him credit for pitching?
It was entertaining.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he's not serving up meatballs. He's out there throwing.
Put him in the chaos moving forward. We'll make a note of it.
I'm not going to go that far.
Okay, then. That's my point. We got a lot to do today on a Tuesday. 8 o'clock hour. We are getting down to it. I would say they are winding down or ramping up the NHL and NBA playoffs. Is it doing it for you? Is there a storyline? Is there a draw? We'll do that a little later. Charles Barkley outlining his perfect summer day. I think some people will want to make amendments, but this is what he had to say. He was on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast. Golf, get drunk, smoke cigars, watch sports, repeat. Perfect summer day.
It's not a bad summer day.
No, not at all.
I would disagree that it's the perfect summer day.
Well, that's where we need everybody's participation as we craft the perfect summer day. John?
Well, I tell you what, I would like for somebody else to go first because mine is very detailed.
Oh, okay.
And mine is very specific. It's not going to be like I have an itinerary. Oh, yes. Yes, I actually do have times on here.
Okay, Heather, would you like to lead off?
Sure, I'll start. I did not plan mine by the minute or hour. I just wrote down my bullet points of things I would do on the perfect summer day. I wrote down boat. I want to be out on a boat. I want to be on the water. I want to have a drink in my hand. I don't care.
Okay.
Somewhere that
a lake?
A lake. Like, and I don't want it to be like it's got to have
a lake,
a pond.
Yeah,
like, yes,
it could be the
a
ocean.
swamp. Yeah, no, a lake.
Saltwater,
fresh water.
We
I'm
don't
not
have a lot of those oceans here.
It doesn't have to be here.
I'm home. I'm in Michigan.
Okay.
Right here. I'm on a lake. It can be Lake St. Clair. It can be Cass Lake. I don't care what lake it is, but I'm out on a boat. I've got a drink in my hand. We're after, spending some time out on the water. Have a family barbecue. I want family there. Good food, good music, followed up by a nice fire, some s'mores. Maybe after all the kids go to bed, having another drink. Even reading a book by the fire would be great for me before I go to bed.
Yeah,
ours is not that far apart. Mine's just a little bit more detailed.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing Barkley left out is water. Water.
I do have water.
We have great lakes.
Yes.
Here, yes, you should be sand and the lake and the boat. You should be outside doing stuff on a perfect summer day.
Yes. Well, he is out doing stuff. He had golf in there.
Yeah, he did have golf.
That's fair. I had grilling on there.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think you did too.
I had barbecue,
ours are very similar. Cold drinks on a hot day.
Yes.
And I do want to be watching some sports. So if you're at a baseball game, you could throw that smack dab in the middle there. You could do all kinds of stuff with a perfect summer day.
Okay. You guys ready?
Oh, boy.
I'm ready.
My perfect summer day. There is in Northwest Ontario. I've gone up there fishing many times, and it's been about a decade since I've been up there, and I think about it nearly every day, right before I sit down for my John Wayne movie. And there's two lakes. One is Stinger. You pull up, it's all logging roads. There's no paved roads up there. You pull up on Stinger at about 4 a.m, and you load up the boat with your gear, and I'll get to the gear in a minute. You go across Stinger to the other side, and you have to portage to get to Lake Esnagami. Lake Esnagami is the most beautiful place I have ever seen on God's green earth. It is absolutely perfect. And here's why it's perfect, because I'm not taking a phone. There will be no external noise. There will only be people with me, preferably maybe by myself, but if anyone else who wants to be there, that they shut the hell up.
Oh, silence is part of the perfect?
Oh,
John.
silence is part of this. Yes, there's so much noise in this world, in my life, that you get up there and it is silence. No phones ringing, no notifications, no interruptions, no stupid conversations. That's all part of the perfect summer day. You are then fishing on Lake Esnagami at 5 a.m. With you, you take a fillet knife, a hand axe, your cast iron, and then for the food, you have to take along an onion, a potato, and a couple of sticks of butter, and a water filter. You don't take any water with you. It's just useless weight because there's plenty of water around you, but you do need to filter it.
Okay.
And you are fishing by 5. You go to Betty Falls. You travel around this lake, and it is littered with walleye. You catch as much fish as you want that you're legally allowed to take. You can catch it, throw it back. And then at 5 o'clock, this is your first stop, 5 o'clock p.m. You sit down on a rock right next to the falls. You fillet your fish. You chop up your onion, your potato. You saute it in some butter. Oh, I also forgot. This is something you need to make sure you take with you.
I'm writing this down, yeah.
Some matches and a cigar. That's the one thing that I agree with for Charles Barkley. This is a cigar-laden trip. And you sit down, you fillet the fish, you cook it in your cast iron, you sit it on top of the fire, and you just enjoy being outside and the silence that day provides. You're allowed to think. You're allowed to let everything go. There's not a care, not a worry in the world. The world will be there when you return a day later. And that is the absolute. And then at about 9 to 10 o'clock, you start working your way back to Stinger. You work your way back to your truck. You load up, you go home, and you sleep like you have never slept before. It is the absolute perfect summer day.
You can miss me with the silence. That sounds a little dull, a little boring.
Oh,
But you paint a beautiful scene.
it is. I'm telling you, quartzite rocks, pine trees, the falls. It is absolutely. You're on the water. You're on a boat. You're fishing.
Yeah,
I
need friends and music and.
No.
Yeah.
No. You get that every other day of the year. 364 days. Yes.
I rarely get that. So when I do, I need it.
God bless John, and this is his perfect day, but did he say 4 a.m. at one point?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I think he did.
Oh, yes.
Greg, you're right about that.
You can't fish all day unless you start early.
Let us know. 248-539-9797. Barkley left a lot of meat on the bone. He kept it pretty simple. Golf, get drunk, smoke a cigar, and watch sports. Your perfect summer day. Ticket text 248-539-9797. We got open lines as well. Ticket texter says, early morning fishing, good lunch, go out golfing in the afternoon, barbecue dinner, sunset on the beach or in a boat, and then you got a bonfire and beers to wrap up the day.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
Yeah,
we put a couple
sounds
things
good.
together there.
Bacon, egg, hash browns on the grill. Says brisket in the smoker for early dinner. Watching sports on the outdoor patio, playing in the yard with the kids.
Sounds like a lot of noise. Sorry, kids. This is one day. Give it to me.
Cookies, I'm shocked Bronner's isn't on your perfect summer day. Christmas in July, anyone?
Uh-huh.
Text from Ortonville.
You gonna make that trip at some point?
I'll say
You have
yes
to.
eventually, but it's
Eventually.
not urgent.
It's not the bucket list.
It's not on the immediate list. Perfect summer day would be to get up early, have an early tea time with the boys, couple pops on the course, meet the old lady at the pool, have a nice barbecue night with a bonfire. Doesn't get much better. Dave in a work truck. We got more of yours coming in. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday, and today happens to be Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on a moonshot, you could take your winnings to an entirely new level. So whether it's a big blast or it's opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Charles Barkley was on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast and detailed his perfect summer day. He said, play some golf. I'm going to get good and drunk, smoke cigars, watch sports, repeat. Perfect summer day. We said, okay, Chuck, you're missing some things like the water. And we all started to detail perfect days for the summertime. Or as Heather would call it,
a bumping shindig, of course.
What is the requirement?
Yeah, we hear her say that all the time.
Yeah.
For your bump and shindig this summer. 248
For my vocab.
248-539-9797. Before we get these ticket texts, John, you detailed a very outdoorsy experience.
Yes.
And Martha in
How
Ann
you
Arbor.
should go camping.
Yes. Martha, good morning.
Hey, hello, John Jansen.
Good morning.
You might know me as Mrs. Farmer. Anyway,
Yes.
so I wanted to question some of your comments many times, but this one's really hitting a nerve. So I've been to northwestern Ontario quite a few times. My in-laws are from there. I don't know how you can dodge the mosquitoes. They are huge, and they laugh at the Michigan mosquitoes. They laugh at mosquito spray. I don't know what you're doing up there, but, that lake is beautiful, but wow. I don't know how you're dodging those bugs.
Well, you can't dodge them. They are unavoidable. But mosquitoes just don't bother me that much. You get out of the truck at Stinger, and you're literally breathing them in. I get it, but that's also what keeps most people away.
Yeah, no kidding. Keeps me away.
Heather, you notice how he left that part out of his perfect day when he was detailing it?
I was going to ask her how retirement is. That was,
Oh.
yeah, the band director at West Middle School. She is now retired for a couple of years, so I hope she's enjoying retirement.
What instruments did she teach you?
She didn't teach me anything. I didn't go to
okay.
West, but kids went to
the
West.
kids. Yeah.
Yes. So no, I was a Clausen graduate.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
But yes, great to hear from Mrs. Farmer. The mosquitoes can certainly be an issue, but again, I've just never had an issue with mosquitoes. And the beautiful part is when you're on the lake. First of all, that's part of the need for the cigars. But when you're on the lake, there's always a breeze, and they keep them away. That's why dinner is planned at 5:00 because up there, I've never been on that lake where there's not I don't want to say a stiff breeze, but there's a pretty good breeze at about that time.
Ticket texter says, I hope John's wife and kids are paying attention since they're nowhere to be found in his perfect day, Rob in Redford.
It's one day. It's one day.
Plenty of people saying, yes, John, that sounds awesome. That's my idea of the perfect day. This one says, I agree with the no phones in silence, fishing for walleye. Our group has been to that lake and caught 500 walleye with a group of 6.
Didn't I tell you, it is littered with walleye and monsters.
John in Port Huron, that was over a 5-day trip. No way am I waking up at 4 a.m. on my perfect day. And John, you forgot to mention beer, booze, something to drink. Matt and South Lion.
Nope.
I knew
that's
that wasn't going to be in your perfect day. I
not a
knew
big
it.
drinker anyway.
Really?
So, but yeah, it's
Just a
trust
couple
me.
pops.
No, and I told you I'm not carrying water. That's why I take the water filter. So I don't. It's just that's useless weight at that point.
John, have you ever been to Banff? Most unbelievable place in the world.
I have. It is on my bucket list. I think I've mentioned that before. I want to take the train that goes through Banff.
I'm going this summer.
Are you really?
Yeah. In July.
Camping?
No.
No, is there a 5-star hotel there you staying in?
But the photos, because this is what, I mean, if you've been, you know
photos
what I'm
are
talking about.
unbelievable,
But
yeah.
I've been told, like, it's better than the photos even suggest.
Yeah, that is
The lakes, the
certainly
mountains,
on
the
bucket
scenery.
list.
Yeah, I mean, that would be awesome. What else we got? John, how big is the lake? How many people are there?
There are 0 people. There is one lodge on the, I guess it would be the northwest side of it. But most people that are going there to that lodge, they would classify that as a fly-in. I prefer the manual labor of the portage and taking all your stuff with you.
Ticket text, golf in the morning, barbecue, tigers on the outside TV, and a nice bonfire going. Breakfast in town in Novi, driving my muscle car with Dan Dickerson on the radio, hit the pool, have a fire, people, good food, sounds like the perfect day, and says cap it off with some adult activities. Texters have pointed out that was not included in any of our perfect days. I think it's implied. What else you got here? A bumpin' shindig is any sort of party that Heather has complete control of. She can crush Colin's soul and make sure he has no fun at all. That's a bumpin' shindig.
Oh, like Christmas.
What? point.
Sorry, cheap shot. Unnecessary. Sorry. Yes. No, and in terms of my perfect day, I've already talked to Lisa about this. For my 50th, I'm going to go back next year, and hit Lake Esnagami and that whole Northwest Ontario, all the lakes up to Squaw Lake is one of them. It's an unbelievably beautiful area of this world.
Let us know. 248-539-9797. Barkley's perfect day, your perfect summer day. Mixing that in on a day where we got a lot to do in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to have some fun with the activities in the NBA and the NHL because they're finally up and running. What are you pointing at?
We didn't get these guys.
Oh, no. Yeah,
perfect
behind
summer
the glass.
day.
Did we miss anything? Anything you want to highlight? Highlights of a perfect summer day.
So I have mentioned this before, especially when it's my birthday. So it does not depend on a season, but there are 5 elements of a good day. And you're not going to get to all 5.
Okay.
Highly unlikely. If you hit to 3, that's a really good day. So number 1, work out. Number 2.
You're working out on your perfect day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some sort of physical,
Oh, okay. I get that. You're
exertion,
active. You're
fun,
doing stuff.
active,
Yeah.
Going to the rec center, lifting weights, something.
Okay.
A good nap. A good meal.
Okay.
Now, this one is a bit out of your control. Your team winning some kind of big game. So
Sure.
it's
Big
It's
rivalry
on
game
there.
in the fall, championship game, whatever it is.
it's on there, but it's out of your control.
Yeah.
And number 5 is you do that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yes, that. Yes.
The aforementioned activities.
Yeah, adult activities.
And you said getting 3 out of 5's hard?
Yeah, 3
Well,
out of 5 to really get a good 3 out of
5
5
should
is very
be.
difficult.
Thank you, John. But getting a workout and a good meal and getting a nap, I feel like I do that every day. I mean, that's not that hard to do.
Nap. I thought you said a good map.
No, nap.
Oh,
He
a
said
nap. I'm like,
nap?
well, the workout and the map can go together. It'd like to be a good hike.
You thought he said map?
Yeah, that's why I was kind of I put
Like
a
he
question mark next
scrolled
to it.
out who even has maps anymore?
Well, I do.
Like, yeah, well, maybe one like in the glove compartment of your car you never use, but like you use your phone.
No, that's why. So, like, this whole thing about going up to Northwest Ontario is phones don't work. And I know you can have satellite GPS, all this stuff, but you can also use a compass and a map.
You have to be on the short list
No
of people
electronics.
Okay. That's your perfect day has no
Yes.
electronics.
No, zero electronics.
I'm sorry I ruined the show.
No, you didn't ruin the show.
You didn't ruin the show.
Tom, is there any elements that we've missed?
No, I mean mine would be golf or fishing in the morning, one or the other. I
Mm-hmm.
think relax, get out there pretty early, almost after sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
The golf you can knock out super quick if you do that. Grill on the lunch, dogs and burgers, pretty simple. Boat with recreational activities with the kids and stuff. Some tubing,
yeah.
some relaxing time. You go anchor in the middle of the lake and jump in it, all that kind of stuff. Then you grill steak kebabs, yes, and then finally the fire, and then Pound Town.
Okay. I'm not a big fan of the steak kebabs.
Like as the food touches,
Yeah, I mean, there's rules. There's too many
there's
foods.
vegetables involved. Is these
Vegetables.
The
Yeah, I mean, if it's just a skewer with steak on it, then just grill the steak.
no, a kebab's gonna have peppers and
I
onions.
understand that.
and-
That's why I'm not a big fan of steak kebabs, because the juices from the green pepper and the onions, which are generally or red pepper,
They
whatever.
enhance the flavor.
Yes.
That's the point.
No, they soil the flavor. I don't like the mixed flavors.
I like some kielbasa on there too.
sure.
It's very good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Crispy from the grill.
Anytime there's a grill involved, that's generally a good day.
The only challenge with kebabs is you got to cook it evenly, properly. But if you can nail it, it's a great combination. Don't knock it, John. Anyway,
Don't touch.
Don't touch. That's
the
it.
food can't
my meat.
touch. Don't touch John's meat. All right, coming up next. NHL and NBA playoffs are really getting underway now. Conference finals beginning tonight. We want to know, what's the draw? Is there a draw? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers were left to a scramble before their series opener with the Cardinals yesterday. Reese Olson was placed on the 15-day injured list with a finger ailment. A.J. Hinch said before the game, quote, "I don't know when we're going to diagnose what it is or what it means, but we aren't going to run into 2 series with no pitching. Once we determined that Reese Olson wasn't going to start Thursday, it created a whole lot of decision points for us, and we're right up against the game tonight," end quote. It was just one of those days during the actual game yesterday. Montero, the second pitcher used for A.J. Hinch after the opener appearance by Sean Gunther. He surrendered 8 hits and 5 earned runs. Hinch admitted the leash for Cater was maybe a little bit longer than normal with the rain looming. The tarp finally hit the field in the 7th, which marked the end of his outing. After the 34-minute break, the Tigers immediately gave up 5 runs, 11-4 the final score there. The Pistons were knocked out of the playoffs about 3 weeks ago. Owner Tom Gores released a letter to fans yesterday. Here's a little interesting snippet. Quote, "With a return to full strength next year and valuable experience under our belts, advancing in the playoffs will be the goal," end quote. Also, a big shout out to Cass Tech Baseball, who knocked off 16-time reigning champion Detroit Western yesterday in the PSL Championship at Comerica Park. 6-1 the final score. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, one other note from Gores I appreciated. He said the expectation next year is to advance in the playoffs. And I know it sounds obvious, but I just love that an owner will go out and say, you have the resources to do it. We're pushing for progress. Very different tone than, what, less than 24 months ago with these guys?
Yes. Very different tone.
Yeah.
Different expectations.
Advance in the playoffs. Hey, you made it. Now it's about advancing. And you look around right now, we're set to have wide open Eastern Conference for the next couple seasons. Tatum with that injury. And this week we start the Eastern Conference Finals. Mm-hmm. John, I know we don't have a team in it anymore, and it was fun. Like, we really got into the NBA at the end of the season, and the Pistons played some competitive playoff games. I don't know what the interest level is now that our teams are out. I don't know if these playoffs are getting more and more regional. But if you're invested at all, what is the draw? Both hockey and basketball, NBA, NHL, what's the draw for both of these playoffs that really get going now? Now we're in the Western Conference Final, Eastern Conference Final. Is there a dominant storyline? What's the draw for you?
Well, the draw is getting to that 7th game. And I'm not in on the Stanley Cup playoffs because, like you mentioned, we don't have a horse in the race. And we don't in basketball either. And I would be more invested in hockey because it just is it's more exciting to me. And the Stanley Cup playoffs are great, just in general. But it has become very regional. Yeah. And so one of the aspects is, and maybe this is because of Stoney's influence, but it is when there are no Canadian teams left. Watching the last one fall.
Yeah.
There is a morbid curiosity in that.
Yeah.
But was it Saturday? Or maybe it was Sunday where we had the 2-game sevens.
Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, Sunday, 2-game sevens.
They're both blowouts.
They were. And that it stole a little joy, stole a little thunder from what you would anticipate a Game 7 would be. And I thought, okay, well, basketball, yeah, it happens, right? You have a blowout, and it was clear OKC was going to win that game going into halftime. But then you thought, okay, well, this Game 7s will be saved because you can't have a blowout in hockey, right?
No, never, right?
And then there was. So I'm pretty much checked out on, other than looking at the results of what's happening in the Stanley Cup playoffs or the NBA playoffs. It's just, there are some, like watching Ant Edwards, anytime he plays, and we're seeing some highlights of him on the TV right now, guys that can fly and are dynamic and explosive like that, yeah, you kind of want to watch just to see the posterized dunk.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of intrigue in any of these. You could even talk about the rivalry between the Knicks and the Pacers. Right, bringing back
it's kind of a
great
throwback.
moments.
Yeah. Reggie Miller, part of TNT, is going to be part of the coverage, so you're going to get a lot of those throwback nostalgia moments. But these teams are I mean, with the exception of the Thunder, I don't think anybody expected these teams to be the teams left standing.
Which you would think
would add some intrigue, but I don't know. I mean, you guys tell us. Are you interested in either of the postseasons right now? Like, I think what happened for us is the Pistons made the playoffs, and the Tigers have been off to such a hot start. This stuff's been in the back burner for our show. I mean, we'll watch a game here, game there, right? Game 7. I'm watching Maple Leafs. Want to see their misery. They're out. What are the big storylines that have you hooked? Like, sell it to someone who's not interested. Because I think the selling point in hockey is this McDavid thing. It's the Canadian team that's left standing, but it's also McDavid without a Stanley Cup. You start looking at guys who are going to be considered all-time greats, one of the 10 best players to ever play the sport. You want to see, does he get it done? Does he win the Stanley Cup or not? They were in the Cup finals a year ago. We may get a rematch because I think Florida's a problem. I mean, literally a problem because they're circumventing the salary cap. Teams have figured out how to do that with long-term injured reserve. Their roster is loaded. They're probably going back-to-back. But you have the intrigue of, will McDavid get it done? Can the Oilers get over the hump? That's the big story in hockey. In basketball, it's a passing of the torch, right? If it's Ant Edwards, if he can get to an NBA Finals, try to grab the mantle as the face of the league. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's your league MVP, right? And the Thunder are the prohibitive favorites to win the whole thing. Is that a changing of the guard? I don't think they're an exciting, sexy team, but they could be a team that established themselves as one of the league's best for a few years now here.
And in the Eastern Conference Finals, you could talk about the rivalry between the Knicks and the Pacers and the history that it brings up, but I have a hard time watching Jalen Brunson play basketball anytime. And don't get me wrong, he's great.
Yeah.
And he's been amazing in the playoffs. But I just have a hard time watching him and his whining and his foul baiting and all of that. And then you think, okay, well, maybe it's the Pacers. Well, I can't do that either because Halliburton, I don't know that he's any better.
He's a yapper, as they say.
He's a yapper, and you always got to worry about him. Is Pop's going to come out and have words with an opponent?
But at the same time, those are two closers. Like, Halliburton's hit big shots for the Pacers. And we know what Brunson can do, painfully aware of what Brunson can do. So I paint you a picture in the East of two teams that got guys that are going to go shot for shot in the final 5 minutes. You want to tell me I'm not waiting, wake me up in the fourth quarter. They've got some guys that can put games away. Mm-hmm. I think there's storylines here. I just don't know if it resonates with anybody. I don't know if it's just, hey, New York cares and the state of Indiana cares. I don't know if it resonates. Oklahoma's probably buzzing right now. I don't know if the Thunder are doing it for you.
Your brother's over there, right?
He is. Yeah, he lives out in Oklahoma. He's a basketball guy. He's into it. Yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He is into
I was wondering if is he going to go to one of the games?
I don't know. He had talked about potentially getting to one of these games here. Yeah. He went to a couple regular season games. Okay. I feel like every time I talk to him on the phone, it's like, how's your life? But then we end up talking about the NBA playoffs because he's way more invested. He's got a team in the mix.
Part of it for me is I could find different storylines and ways to be invested in the Stanley Cup playoffs. For the NBA, if the Pistons aren't in it, I'm out. Okay. It's just and some of it is just the way the game is played. It's not exciting, even though the playoffs are better than regular season. I'd leaps and bounds better than the regular season.
Yes,
but it's just the NBA. As soon as the Pistons are out, I'm out.
There is more drama though in the NBA, like significantly in the NBA playoffs because of the nail biter games. We got treated to that. The Pistons played so many close games, and I mean, it's true of all sports. Like playoff baseball, you're on the edge of your seat for every pitch. Playoff hockey, it's every shift, every chance on goal, the tension that one goal could swing the entire series. I do enjoy these series, but I don't enjoy them like I used to. So I do wonder what the missing ingredient is.
Where do you land on the subject of, so the Knicks knocked out the Pistons. Do you want to see the team that beat you win it all?
Because then you can say,
you could go through the whole, mind games and jump through all the hurdles and say, well, if we would have beat them, well, we would have beat the Boston Celtics. We would have beat the Indiana Pacers.
So you got to do a lot of like mental gymnastics, but you could say, well, the Pistons were more competitive than the Celtics. And then if the Knicks take care of the Pacers in short order, we gave the Eastern Conference champs the biggest fits. We're the second best team in the East. I think it's a lot of mental gymnastics.
There's no question. That's what fans do. They jump through these hoops.
I don't put any additional stock into it beyond that. I'm not rooting for the Knicks, period. But I certainly wouldn't do it because I think it somehow validates the Pistons.
Because, Did Jalen Brunson not become one of the most hated athletes in Detroit in that series? And then those fans that will flip and not necessarily be Jalen Brunson fans, but think, well, if they win it all, at least we lost to the champs. No, I can't understand that concept.
I don't think it validates the Pistons if the Knicks win the championship or win the Eastern Conference. I think it shows you how open the East is. That's maybe where I put more of my fan energy is like, hey, I think the East is really open.
And then one step further with now there's going to be 7 champs in 7 years, how open the NBA is.
Right? I mean, you're going to have a moment. The Pistons are going to have a moment where the sun is shining on them and they're going to have a chance to win a championship. They're going to have to play their cards right over the next couple seasons here because it's right there for the taking.
Yeah.
I mean, you figure Giannis is going out west.
Seems like it.
One less domino if he gets traded to a team in the West. Jason Tatum's going to be compromised all next season. I mean, Achilles injuries are no joke. So now Boston has some real tough decisions with gutting and pivoting their team. You just saw what the Pistons did to the Knicks, and you know the rivalry they have that's starting to form with the Pacers. Like, they're going to be in the mix of one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the East.
Gives you some excitement, some anticipation going into next year, and then it's all, what are they going to do to add to this roster?
248-539-9797. See, that's maybe a way that you can get invested a little bit as a Pistons fan, is daydreaming a little bit.
Sure.
What are you guys invested in between both postseasons? What's the selling point if you're dialed in and watching this stuff? Because I think you got some storylines, and we're getting response on the ticket text, and we've got the phones, 248-539-9797. We'll keep that conversation rolling next. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you're going through it, right? You're stressed, you're in pain, you're looking for help. There's a law firm out there that cares, and it's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I've met with him. I've met with his team. These people tell me, hey, we've been through this as a team. We've come up, staffed up. We get you the biggest possible payout, and we're going to do the little things to make you feel like you're not just a number. Meaning when you go there and you get the intake team and they get your information, you're going to have that same contact info the whole time because this process doesn't always happen quickly. They're going to get you the big settlement. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Online at kgcares.com. You'll see the testimonials and the stories I'm talking about. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's KAJY. kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Yeah, not a great start for the opener, and not much better from Montero.
Nope.
Tigers lose 11-4. Dan Dickerson on the call, back at it tonight in St. Louis.
At least they didn't burn the bullpen.
No, and that's the thing is, hey, Montero, you're going to eat this one, buddy. Weather's coming. You've already given up a bunch. You're back out for the 6th. Sorry, it's just how it works. Yeah. Cardinals, by the way, have won 13 of 15, you said?
Yeah, they're on a heater.
Yeah.
It's they started slow, much like the Twins. And in the last 3 weeks, both of those teams have really turned it on.
And they're kind of a pleasant surprise. I went to St. Louis earlier this year for the Frozen Four, and we went to a Redbirds game. We went and saw the Cards. Mm-hmm. Love the setup they have outside the park. It's one of my favorite ballparks I've ever been to. But the crowd, there wasn't really a crowd. There wasn't really much interest. And for a city that has, quote, the best fans in baseball, the story was we're just fed up. They didn't like the offseason. They didn't like the last few seasons, the direction from the front office. Well, making some noise now, and the Tigers are seeing it firsthand. All right, speaking of making some noise, we are getting down to it. NHL and NBA playoffs, we got conference finals. They start tonight. And we want to know, is anything cutting through? Right? Your life's busy. They're not our teams. Is there something that's drawing you in about either of these leagues, either of these series? What's the biggest storyline? I think in hockey, it's McDavid and his pursuit of a cup. Also, the baggage of Canada, having not won a cup since 1993, they're the lone team remaining. And they may have to go through Florida again. If you like rematches and sequels, maybe that's the draw. In the NBA, right now you have Ant Edwards, and I think he's a guy that could be the face of the league and may have a moment here in the Western Conference. They're back in the Western Conference for Minnesota. It's a franchise that's never really here. And then you have the Thunder with SGA and trying to grab the mantle as the MVP and maybe an NBA champion in the passing of the torch. In the East, we have the Knicks, who we have a personal history with now. Yeah. And you have the Pacers, and both teams have guards who get under your skin but make big shots, and maybe there's a back and forth element that's drawing you in because of dramatics and fourth quarter finishes. But you guys let us know, 248-539-9797.
And it's the history of that rivalry in the Eastern Conference Finals or in the playoffs, where you have the Knicks and the Pacers with some epic battles. And this sets up, as you mentioned, with the two guards and their play, their fourth quarter heroics throughout this point, to this point of the playoffs, where it really sets up to just add to the legacy of this matchup.
It's new, so we don't have established feelings about some of these teams. It's all new. We're going to get a 7th champ in 7 years in the NBA. Some of your ticket texts. We'll get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Texter says, the draw in the NBA, Ant and SGA head-to-head. That is the biggest storyline. Those two balling on the big stage. Texter says, we have the best team in baseball. Why would I care about the lesser sports? Okay. But someone counters it and says, these have been very good playoffs. New teams, young players emerging. Guys, don't be so biased against the NBA. For the NBA, I'm hate watching. I'm rooting for Brunson and the Knicks to lose in epic fashion. That's what drives my viewership. I can't stand that mother flopper, Tom in a car. There you go.
That, yes.
You asked the question, are people rooting for them? Because then, in our own kind of twisted fan minds, does it validate how close the Pistons are? No, this guy says absolutely not. I can't stand him. This one says, I'm looking forward to the Dallas-Edmonton series in hockey. I don't want a Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup, especially Toronto, until after the Lions win a Super Bowl. Then it's all fair game for the Canadians. The playoff draw for me is strictly Ant Edwards. Love his tone, his mentality. It's like he's manufactured a chip on his shoulder, and I love to watch him play. Let's get to Jeff in Windsor. Jeff, good morning.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So, yeah, I was hoping the Leafs' demise was going to be at least the Eastern Conference Finals or the Stanley Cup. That would have been even better. But the Edmonton-Dallas series has a little intrigue to me. Just based, they had a huge rivalry in the late '90s. But when it comes to basketball, I would say I found myself last year rooting for the Knicks a little bit. I wanted to see if they could get over the hump, and I didn't really mind New York until this year with the Pistons. Then the hate level just went through the roof. And so and then the history with those two teams, Indiana and New York, I would say that's the only intrigue I have left. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen the clip. There was a WWE clip last year where I think they were in New York or Indiana. Either way, Halliburton and Brunson both were in the ring with chairs with one of the wrestlers, and Brunson was the good guy in the ring. And I don't know if you guys ever.
That's how I know wrestling's fake. If Brunson's the good guy.
I know.
I have not seen this clip, but I'm sure they will use it though, because that's a hell of a promo for this series this year. Yeah, I don't know. They're both kind of punchable faces, Brunson and Halliburton. Yes. Someone's got to win the fight. TJ at Highland Park, get some of your thoughts. Or none of your thoughts. All righty then.
Yes.
Real quick, Stars Oilers is a rematch from last year, and I just go back to that Game 6 last year where Dallas absolutely dominated that game. I don't know if I've ever seen a team dominate a game more than the other and lose the game. Dallas outshot them 34-10 and outhit them 31-15.
Is the difference this year Mikko Rantanen? A ticket texter points it out. His story has been wild. He's on his third team this season. He's re-signed in Dallas. They're thrilled to have him. He's been on a massive tear in the postseason. Is he the difference that puts Dallas over the hump? Because they've been in the West Finals back-to-back seasons and haven't played for the Cup. They haven't won since, Modano in the late 90s?
Yeah, and they could play Carolina, where Rantanen was. So that's an interesting storyline. But I would love, I'm sure there's some obscure player out there that's played on 3 teams in a season and won a Cup. Like some no-name guy. I don't know if there's ever been a guy that's actually productive.
Do you know
done it?
I couldn't think of one off the top of my head. The other thing with Dallas is they get to a Game 7, their coach has never lost a Game 7. Are you aware of this stat?
DeBoer?
DeBoer, 9-0 in Game 7s. That's a nice little, something in your back pocket if it gets down to the wire there.
Just one other quickie. If they have a rematch, the Panthers and Oilers, I think it would be kind of cool to get that handoff to McDavid and the Oilers win.
Yeah.
Kind of where it's a little similar to, I know people hate this, but when the Wings to the Penguins.
Yeah, we don't like that.
I know.
But it was real. It passed the torch.
Happened back in the day with the Islanders and Oilers.
Yeah, they won 4 in a row.
They lost the one year. The team that kind of was running the league won it, and then the next year the Star took it, and it's kind of like the Pistons and Jordan and all that.
Yeah, it's kind of the evolution. The NBA is going through it right now, this metamorphosis. You have the LeBron, Curry, Durant era, and these guys are kind of aging out, and you need these new stars to emerge, and it's happening right in front of us. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this is a cool story. An Indiana Pacers fan who was pelted by bags of garbage and heckled for wearing a Tyrese Halliburton jersey on the streets of New York City has now been invited by Halliburton to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. So this fan, Hans Perez, appeared on the Pat McAfee show on Monday, and he revealed he was a firefighter, said he was a lifelong Pacers fan, and then he was surprised with this good news.
That's awesome. I like that. I don't like Halliburton.
That's
I like
really
that.
cool.
That's cool of him.
Very cool move for sure. Let's see. Colin Morikawa will officially return to the 2025 Rocket Classic after missing the 2024 tournament. He tied for second in the 2023 Rocket Classic, losing to Ricky Fowler in a playoff. So he'll be back. The Classic will be held from June 26th through the 29th at the Detroit Golf Club.
I was going to say, right around the corner.
Right
and that is
corner.
A big name for them to get.
Yeah, pretty cool. A former teacher at a Highland Park school has been arrested and accused of grooming and sexually assaulting a young student. 29-year-old Vincent Weaver appeared in court on Monday, was arraigned on 3 felony counts of criminal sexual conduct. He worked as a fine arts teacher at George Washington Carver Academy for 3 years. He was also the coach of the school's dance team. And according to police, he was actually suspended from his job in early May after a sex toy fell out of his work bag. And then it was just a couple weeks after that a family of a 12-year-old student came forward with the abuse allegations. Also noted, he was arrested at, it was an off-site event. It was a dance competition. I believe that he actually had a lot to do with, kind of put it together. He was the coach of the dance team. Well, after he was suspended, told you can't show up to this event. Well, he showed up anyway, but he disguised himself as an old woman wore a costume, and that's how he was arrested. He was given a $250,000 bond, and police are urging any other students or young girls affected by this to come forward. When it comes to pop, soda, whatever you want to call it, we call it pop here, but soda, not all brands are created equal. And for a while, there was a big battle between Pepsi and Coke for first place, right? A long time ago. And Pepsi used to be Coke's only real competition. But in 2025, Pepsi is no longer even in the top 3 of America's best-selling sodas. Pretty crazy. So Coke still dominates, right? It's still number 1 in the soda market. And then Pepsi has just been losing ground for decades. So Dr. Pepper overtook Pepsi for second place last year.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising. Not that surprising.
That's a little surprising.
But what's even more surprising, I think, is now Sprite has overtook Pepsi again for the number 3 spot.
Sprite has a number of different offerings, right? They obviously have the Sprite, Diet Sprite. They also have that the sugar-free one or no sugar, whatever it is.
So does Pepsi, though.
Yeah, but it just feels like there is, I don't know. I know in our house it's Diet Coke, and Dr. Pepper's not a part of the equation. That one's a little bit surprising to me because it's just a different taste.
It's got a TikTok buzz, apparently. Like it's got a presence on TikTok and the younger
and it's
generation.
College football. It's huge in college football.
Larry Culpepper, he invented the playoff.
Yeah, it is interesting. Pepsi, I grew up drinking only Pepsi. Like as a young, not that I drink it all the time,
Colin
but
is one or the other, right?
He will not drink Pepsi. If we go to a restaurant and they have Pepsi products, he says, I'll just take a beer, I'll take a water. He doesn't drink it.
So Sprite is made by the Coca-Cola Company. So they have 2 of the top 3 now. Yeah. And I believe Dr. Pepper is bottled by both Coke and Pepsi, depending on parts of the country.
Interesting.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Look, that's a weird
That's
oddity.
interesting.
Anyway,
yeah.
Pepsi, step up your game.
But now I'm a Coke girl.
Are you now?
Yep.
All right, end of the hour. We're going to get into it. The Lions are well represented on Pro Football Focus's top 25, under 25, but there's one name suspiciously missing. We'll get to that. Plus, coming up next, with the Cardinals and Tigers playing 2 of the iconic logos in baseball, we went through and drafted our favorites. It's 97.1. The Detroit Lions have built this roster, homegrown, young players, and they are once again well represented in the NFL's top 25, under 25 by Pro Football Focus. But there's one name that was missing, and it begs a question. We'll get to that. Our logos are up. Mm-hmm. You can see our draft on the Twitter account, the X account, Costa and Jansen with Heather. Search, you'll see, and you can give us your feedback.
Yeah, let us know what you think. There's some great ones in there. Disappointed I didn't get the Brewers. That was going to be my next pick. Gov picked that one just before I got a chance to pick again.
Most comments love Tom's draft. He is the early winner. Doug Karsh did pull me aside. He goes, I hate what you did. And I go, Doug, you don't hate anything.
Yeah. What happened
to... I treated others with respect. He goes, I couldn't have done what you did. I got a lot of legacy logos. I got a lot of iconic logos.
Yeah, I don't think he certainly couldn't go. I think it was the Yankees that probably set him off.
I should have picked the more fun top hat with the bat, but I went iconic. I went NY.
And I think the cool thing about doing this whole thing is we left a couple really good ones on the table.
Like he told us. He goes, where's the swinging friar?
Exactly. The A's with the elephant.
People have pointed out. Devil Rays.
Yes.
Has come up on the ticket text.
The A's with the elephant looks too much like Alabama.
Yes.
The Roll Tide.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah. Another one, the Marlins old logo when they were winning.
When they won the World Series?
Yeah.
With the
fish
jumping?
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Their current logo's terrible.
Yeah, it looks like it belongs on, like if you're walking through the toy aisle, at Target, like it should be on a toy.
Well, all the current ones are kind of lame compared to...
You will learn that if you do this exercise. We have gotten really lazy. We just do block letters and circles. I mean, how many NBA teams are just... How many NBA teams have a ball in the logo? Or how many of these baseball teams, it's just a circle with seams? Like, we've gotten really lazy with this.
Yeah, at least, like, the great thing about the Old English D is it's the Old English D. It's not just... think about if they just switched to a D. How stupid that... Like,
it would be very stupid, yeah. But the thing about the Old English D is, like, it's original. Like, it's been around...
Right, there's art to it.
For a century.
There's art to the design of the D, though.
Yes.
The Braves A with the tomahawk in the middle is the best hat in baseball from the ticket text. No one picked the Padres swinging monk. How about the 79 Pirates yellow and black hat with the yellow stars, classic iconic logo?
They had the painter's hat, by the way, back in the day.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah, talk about going from logos to hats. That might have been the worst hat ever.
I was always hoping that a team would combine the painter's hat with the White Sox shorts.
Now you're talking 1910s baseball.
OG Marlins logo or the A's elephant logo? Yeah, getting some of that on the ticket text. You could see the photos, see what we picked. Give us your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Lisa was, she texted me. She was disappointed nobody went with the Angels.
Oh, yeah. Someone says 80s Angels. Does she have a preference of the Angel logos?
I'm not sure which year she's referencing, but the A with the halo.
Yeah, the current one has the halo.
No,
I guess their old school one did too. 86 to 92. They have a baseball with seams.
I'm a bigger fan of the more basic ones, and that would fall into that category as well.
So they were going through these Angels logos on the Tiger broadcast when they were playing out there.
Yes.
And the late 90s Angels, like the Disney era logo, that does not age well.
No. But it is. It's just, sometimes you just don't have to complicate matters.
That's the Mo Vaughn era.
For the Angels, you say?
Yes.
Yeah, they had some decent teams there. Vlad Guerrero in the early 2000s.
Was it Wally Joyner? It's even before that.
Yeah.
That was the state outline of California
that's kind of
era.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got the logos. We're going to mix in the Lions in the 9 o'clock hour here. So Pro Football Focus does this every year. And I actually look back. The Lions had 5 in the top 25 a year ago. Some of them have graduated. They are no longer eligible. But the Lions still have 5 in the top 25 this year. And we can go through it, and you'll notice something. So for the second year in a row, Penei Sewell is considered the best player in the NFL under 25 years old. Mm-hmm.
Yes, he would. I think he would probably. I'd like to see when this comes out of all players where he would rank.
Up. It's got to be in the.
He's certainly top 10. I would probably say maybe top 5. Depends on what you're doing with quarterbacks.
I was going to say, if you throw quarterbacks out, he's clearly there. Penei Sewell, number 1. Brian Branch was number 8. Jahmyr Gibbs was number 10. Sam Laporta, number 23, and Kirby Joseph, number 25. For the second year in a row, Sewell, Gibbs, and Laporta are on this list.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden is not eligible. He's going to turn 25 before the season. And Jack Campbell is ineligible because he also has an August birthday and will turn 25 before the season. Is there a name that wasn't mentioned that we consider part of this nucleus?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly got to be talking about J-Mo.
Yeah.
And, I mean, so when you look at the list, I have to pull the list back up because I flipped screens here.
You're good.
But it's you look at the receivers that are a part of this, and I'll start with the first one, Puka Nacua. I think in a different class than where J-Mo's at with what he's been able to do. And I know he's injury riddled last year, but obviously but unbelievable rookie season. And some of these guys only have the 1 year to go on. The next one, Drake London for Atlanta.
I think he's better than J-Mo.
Okay. Continue to go down the list. The next one appears is Malik Neighbors. Obviously only 1 year with the New York Football Giants.
But his 1 year is better than any of J-Mo's best season. J-Mo really only has 1 year too.
Well, J-Mo only really has 1 year, but I think one of the things that you have to look in, if you're going to dive just a little bit deeper into the numbers, is Malik Neighbors, how many other targets were to other receivers? Like, he was clearly the number one target for the Giants. He was
a target hog, but at the same time, that offense, he was the only threat, so he saw tougher coverages.
Right. Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr.
Same thing, the only option in those offenses.
Yeah, and that's I think the biggest one that I think you can look at and say, would J-Mo be a better fit on this list is with Ladd McConkey. And I know just over 1,200 yards, but they had no one else that they were really throwing the ball to. I mean, they had Quentin Johnston, but he couldn't catch half the balls thrown his way. And so he was their number one target. And they only had and I know they want to run the ball, but they didn't have a 1,000-yard rusher either. When you think about the Lions, you've got obviously Gibbs and Montgomery in the backfield. You've got Laporta. You got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You've got all these targets. And whether you're throwing the ball, handing the ball off, you have a lot of playmakers offensively. So the numbers, just imagine what the numbers would be for Amon-Ra St. Brown without a tight end that they use like Laporta or J-Mo.
What I want to do with this is ask the J-Mo question. Is he part of this nucleus? Or is this the latest round of evidence that says, hey, if someone's got to be the odd man out, he is the odd man out on this. Is he going to be the odd man out when his contract is over? Like, Laporta's been on the list 2 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
Laporta versus J-Mo, like, if you got to make the call, we can explore it after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers had a night to forget in the start of their series with the Cardinals. 11-4 the final score. The team trailed 9-0 heading into the 8th. Kader Montero was the bulk man. He went 5 2/3, allowing 8 hits and 5 runs. The problem necessarily wasn't that St. Louis was hitting the ball hard against him. He said, quote, "This is a business where you have good days and you have bad days. Today was not a good one, but from every error and every mistake you learn, I'm taking positive things from this outing. I'm thanking God that I'm healthy," end quote. John Prebia followed and gave up 4 earned runs in just a third of an inning. Severe weather was a threat in the 7th inning with the Tigers down 5-0. It delayed the game for 34 minutes. Starting pitcher Reese Olson heading to the injured reserve shelf with a right finger injury, the severity not yet known. Pistons owner Tom Gores released a letter to wrap up the season. Quote, "Trajan and his team will act with urgency to strengthen our roster, and I will continue to ensure this organization has the necessary resources to succeed," end quote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Advance in the playoffs. The goal set from ownership. One of the many things Tom Gore said in his letter to the fans. Much better letter this time than last time.
Yes, this is correct.
We don't have to set aside winning. We are very much focused on winning, and they will have the resources and advancing progress. What a concept. Love seeing that. Okay, with the Lions, we brought this up. They have 5 of the best 25 under 25, and this is a recurring theme. The same thing was true last year, even with Amon-Ra St. Brown no longer qualifying, even though Aiden no longer qualifies. They're well represented. It's a hierarchy exercise. Sewell, Branch, Gibbs, Laporta, Joseph all made the list. J-Mo didn't. Where does he fit in the hierarchy of Lions quality young players? Because I don't think he should be ahead of Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta is more integral to what this football team does. Sam Laporta, some of it's the position he plays, better blocker, but also more reliable on third down, red zone, finishing drives. You want to go for it, short yardage, little play action to Laporta. J-Mo, I wouldn't put him in this list.
It's tough because both guys unlock different parts of the offense. And when we saw J-Mo come on this year, the threat of going deep, the threat of the speed, anybody that matches up with him is going to be 3 yards deeper than they normally would be. And if I'm going to line up 5 yards off the line of scrimmage and give a little bit of a cushion, but enough to where I can react to where this receiver is going, watch how every other corner or defensive back lines up against him. They got to give him a cushion. And I think when you look at that in the context of what John Morton said of a breakout season for J-Mo, I think there's a lot of different ways that they could use him, not just sending him deep, but some crossing routes, some things across the middle where early in the career he had some drop issues.
Yes.
Those have, for the most part, gone away. And I think there are, not only can he have a breakout year, I think there are much more to this offense that can be unlocked. Everybody wants to know, well, what's going to happen with this offense without Ben Johnson? I think a fresh set of eyes looking at the talent that they have and not ignoring what Amon-Ra St. Brown or Laporta or Gibbs or anybody brings to the offense, but what J-Mo can do to help all of those other guys.
Yeah, like I like having a player of J-Mo's skill set because it keeps safeties honest and lets the Lions get back to what they do, which is pound the rock, play action pass. But part of the play action passing game is your tight end. It's Sam Laporta. I think that's just more of the bedrock who this football team is. Sam Laporta's had big playoff moments, big red zone touchdown catches. I think he's the more quality, dependable player. And I know his numbers went down from his first season to his second season. I have a feeling you want to talk about big years coming up. Sam Laporta is going to be a key cog in this offense.
There's no question. My question to you is if, let's just say this year, Amon-Ra St. Brown stays fairly consistent with right around 1,200 yards, somewhere between 1,200 and 1,300 yards.
Okay.
J-Mo's numbers go up from 1,000 to right around 1,200 yards.
So yeah, sure. Okay.
Another 200 yards. At that point,
where's it coming from?
Well, okay, it could just be an addition.
Okay.
Or where's it coming from? Yeah, I know that there could be, less yardage by somebody else. But if that's the case in terms of long term, if you've got two receivers that are 1,200-yard receivers, how is he not a part of the future?
Well, he'll have the 5th-year option, and then the conversations will be about extensions.
Right.
But can you extend him can you have 2 receivers? I mean, they don't want to pay 2 edge rushers. They're going to pay 2 receivers because receivers are a pricey position, and Holmes has even said that outwardly when discussing the long-term plans of these contracts.
Well, the focus of this team, the focus of what Brad Holmes has done has always been putting together the best offense possible. And so characteristics say, yeah, he would be a part of it, but it becomes, what do you have to sacrifice? Because we've seen with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, like they're doing that, but they're balking at Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, which is silly to me.
I mean, they can't even pay 1 edge there because they pay 2 receivers. So,
right.
See how it's all intertwined?
It is.
I'm very perplexed with J-Mo's future right now. My gut is he's blossoming late and that could turn into kind of a special player in this league, a dynamic playmaking type player. Like I was telling you in the break, and you like the comp. I think he's got the chance to realize the potential that Hollywood Brown didn't, meaning a deep threat, a ball playmaking guy that can do versatile things on the field. But Hollywood had the drops.
But you know what that guy though is though, and it's important. but it's not like your foundation piece. Hollywood Brown's not one of the 5 to 6 critical young players on your football team. He's a cherry on top the sundae. Like, that's what J-Mo is to this offense. He's the cherry on top, right? He takes the top off the defense. He lets you do the fun, exciting stuff. But you're talking your ice cream and your hot fudge. I mean, that is your offensive line. That is your run game. That's your tight end, your play action pass. That's who this football team is.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I think if J-Mo leaves, we'll sit back and watch some highlights down the road that we wish he was still here. But you can't have everything that you want. You can't.
No, it is. It's like a sundae in that way, right? Okay,
Yeah.
the offensive line's the ice cream. It's the base.
Yeah, or the brownie.
Sure. Well, the brownie.
Who's the brownie on the lines? 2-4.
I would argue, Amon-Ra St. Brown is pretty critical, so he's one of those prime toppings. Whatever whipped cream goes on most Sundays, fudge. I mean, the prime topping is St. Brown. Your secondary topping to me is Laporta. Your third topping of this offense is
Sprinkles.
J-Mo, Sprinkles.
Sprinkles. Yes, is that the new nickname for him? Sprinkles. Hey, Sprinkles.
The fireworks of the ice cream. Sprinkles.
Come on. It's Marmalarm.
Yeah, we can get red, white, and blue.
Sorry. But anyway, just how you guys viewed this. The Lions well represented again, but J-Mo not on the list. Do you view him as part of this core and this nucleus? I mean, these are the questions that they're going to have moving forward. How much of this is what the Lions did in the draft, John? They didn't take a receiver in the first or the second, but they traded multiple thirds to get a player that Brad Holmes has publicly praised, said he was his favorite receiver in the draft. Does it give you any indication of J-Mo?
Well, it may be his favorite receiver in the draft, but I mean, if you go back to J-Mo's draft, was J-Mo his favorite receiver in that draft? And so now he's picking between two of his favorites, and he may have to
cost more.
Well, yes. At that time, one's going to cost more.
No,
but
I'm saying next year, if he has to make a call, one's on a rookie deal and one's going to be on a 5th year with a big extension.
But what's the cap for Tesla? Is it?
It's going to be minimal, right?
Wide receiver 2. I mean, no, I'm talking about when you're making that decision on whether or not you're going to keep J-Mo. Can he fill the role of J-Mo? And I would say no.
Well, how much does he show this year? I think we'll help answer that. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797 says, I can't wait for J-Mo to be a free agent with Kansas City and turn into a Hall of Famer because people in the city don't appreciate him enough. Let him go to KC and see what happens. First of all, KC already has their J-Mo. It's Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, their speed guy.
Yeah, they've got their speed guy. He's a good player.
Yeah, but just imagine him in Buffalo.
Sure.
I mean, that seems like it would be a no-brainer for Buffalo because they didn't address the offense in this draft, and they took a lot of heat from it. The GM got in a little spat with the media about it. That could be a landing spot for him, and then look out if that happens.
Yeah, but I could go the other way. What if he ends up in an organization that's not stable? You know what I'm saying? Like a team that's got money to burn, doesn't have a culture, needs a player. They throw him a bag. He sees tougher coverage. He'll still be explosive. But this idea that, I think some of his success is because he is in this offense. I mean, it's for as much as
but
you
it could
say
also
he
be limited because he's in this offense.
Yeah, but I'm talking about an offense where the safeties are in conflict. Like in another offense where they don't run the ball as effectively, you are going to get more blanket coverage and too high, and J-Mo's going to have a harder time because you've conceded his route running is still a work in progress, right?
I don't think I conceded that.
Okay, it's gotten better.
It's gotten better, but his route running is just different. It's a different style than Amon-Ra St. Brown because speed kills.
Yeah.
And when you have to play off of a guy an extra 2 or 3 yards, then all of a sudden, that's why I think there is so much to unlock. And I don't think it's out of line for John Morton to say, yeah, J-Mo could have a breakout season because there are many more ways that you could use him other than just, hey, J-Mo, on 7 of these 8 plays, we want you to go deep as fast as you can, and we'll hit you on maybe one of them.
Boys, if Tesla is good, there's no discussion. J-Mo's gone. Smitty in a car says J-Mo is Deshaun Jackson.
Oh, I think he's more than that.
I think you might be sleeping on what Deshaun Jackson was at his peak.
Well, no, I saw Deshaun Jackson.
I like that comp, actually.
Deshaun Jackson had 5 different 1,000-yard seasons in the National Football League. I don't think that's the slander that you took it as.
I'm not saying slander. I think J-Mo's better.
Okay, he had a 1,300-yard season his last year with the Eagles. Deshaun Jackson did.
As a number 1 receiver.
82 catches, 1,300 yards, 9 touchdowns. Made the Pro Bowl.
He was a very roller coaster player, though.
Yeah,
and
so is J-Mo.
And it would be like a 3 catches for 113 and a touchdown because he'd bust one.
Right.
You know? So
I like that high
comparison.
yard per catch. I mean, like for his career average, 17 yards per catch.
Which
Deshaun
is
Jackson.
exactly what J-Mo averaged last, or almost at 17.3.
Yeah. Now some seasons peaked at over 20 yards a catch, which I wouldn't rule out J-Mo.
No,
having a season like that.
That's why. I mean, so when you're talking about running routes, Amon-Ra St. Brown runs precision routes because he doesn't have the speed that J-Mo has. J-Mo doesn't have to run those precision routes, but he's still a really good route runner.
Reliability alone, I take Laporta over J-Mo. No distractions, makes the tough catches on third down. He's a winning player. And Texture says, I'm not giving 3 of the guys on that list a second contract after their rookie deals. No extension for Laporta, Gibbs, and he says Williams. Williams wasn't on the list. But.
Right. So I think we're going to be going down this road unless they address it with Jahmyr Gibbs early like they did with Amon-Ra, Penny, and all of these guys that are getting new contracts. The expiration date of a running back. And part of Gibbs, who has not been hurt, is his explosiveness.
Yes.
And at some point, you talk about, like, if I lost a step as an offensive lineman, right, technique and experience and all of those different things could help me make up for it. If he loses a half a step, that's a huge hit to his effectiveness.
John, you could tell me if I'm wrong on this. It's the difference between a 4-yard run and a 40-yard run in some cases.
Oh, yeah. You when he bounces things out to the outside, when we talk about J-Mo and those reverses that don't lose yardage, like the reason it doesn't lose yardage is because he's just faster than everybody else on the field. It's the same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs. When he bounces those balls to the outside, he's just faster than everyone else on the field.
Look, it's a good problem to have. Lions have had 5 in the top 25, under 25 for back-to-back years. Some have extensions, some have not. J-Mo hasn't been on the list. It would beg the question, is he not one of these guys who's part of the long-term plan? It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch all sports, and we got some great ones. The Final Four in basketball is all set. Hockey is getting ready to rock and roll. It's at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill in one of their 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
It was an ugly night. Throwing a rain delay, one you just want to forget about.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully they do today with a Skubal start.
As they didn't overly tax the bullpen, which is good. Got big games coming up this week. Cardinal series and the Guardians at the end of the week. All right, we brought up J-Mo. He was not listed in the 25 under 25. The Lions had 5 other players, but not J-Mo. Laporta was in there. Is he the more valuable pass catcher? Mm-hmm. Is J-Mo part of the core, the nucleus, the guys that you need to extend moving forward? And Ticket Texter says this is a big year for J-Mo. His floor is Hollywood Brown. His ceiling is Tyreek Hill. This will define his career this season. If he has a Tyreek Hill year, they'll keep him, even over St. Brown.
I don't know about that, but...
I don't think so either. The guy on the Ticket Text who compared him to Deshaun Jackson, I thought was an apt comparison.
Yeah, it's not far off.
Big, explosive, multiple 1,000-yard seasons, but Deshaun Jackson's not a guy that's like the nucleus of my football team. He's not one of the 10 guys I'm building around, Deshaun Jackson. So J-Mo's not a guy that I'm putting in that foundation bedrock nucleus.
You think he's a luxury piece?
He's a piece that I love having on my football team because he keeps safeties honest and he makes the offense dynamic and rounds it out. I'll enjoy J-Mo on the team this year, and they still have the 5th-year option if they want to go that route. But of all the guys who still haven't received extensions, Aiden was on the list a year ago, hasn't been extended. Brian Branch is on the list this year, hasn't been extended. Gibbs, I know running backs are a little different, but that's a consideration.
I don't think Branch is even eligible for an extension.
No, my point, though, is these are long-term considerations for the organization. Laporta, who's made the list back-to-back years, hasn't been extended. Jack Campbell, who's no longer
eligible for this list,
but is another young player on a rookie deal. I mean, there are 5, 6, 7 players. St. Brown's already been extended that I'd put ahead of J-Mo in terms of, the line to get paid and fed and taken care of.
Yeah, and a lot does depend on this season, obviously because it's timing. They're going to have to decide what they want to do with that 5th year next year. I mean, they have to pick it up.
And they did.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a matter of it's almost a Skubal conversation. Different levels, but you want to make sure that you don't lose an asset and get nothing in return. So if you're not going to extend him, does that mean you either have to trade him?
So this is the last year then?
Before the season?
Yeah.
Because once he gets to free agency, then you could tag him, but you better be ready to keep him.
You get a comp pick as well, so that's part of their decision is you got to be able to get more than a late third. Otherwise, you just run him out for his 5th year. And again, if you're still part of this too is did they win the Super Bowl or not? How desperately are they still tracking down that Super Bowl? Do they say, hey, we're willing to lose him for one more crack with him because we're on the edge and this is kind of our last year before the cap considerations really start to be a factor?
It's a fascinating conversation.
These next 2 years, it's why their window is not only 2 years, but these next 2 years they can keep everybody and really have all the fruits of Brad Holmes drafting.
Mm-hmm.
After 2 years, tough decisions.
Tough decisions, but decisions we don't even know what those are yet because how are this year's draft, next year's draft, his track record is good. Like he just seems to draft Pro Bowl caliber players in those first couple of rounds.
Texter says, Costa, you're sleeping on J-Mo. Dude, at 1,000 yards is the 4th option. Laporta's easier to replace and less vital to the offense.
I just disagree with that in regards to what he does in the run game. He's very good as an inline blocker, setting the edge. Like that's all part of it. J-Mo is a good blocker as well, but that's not part of what he's going to be featured on.
No, I mean, he's unselfish, J-Mo, in the run game, but Laporta's a key cog, a bigger part of their run game, and I think he's a bigger part of converting third downs and finishing in the red zone and the play-action pass. Laporta's a bigger piece.
Let me ask you this, and I know we got to get to news, but which piece unlocks the run game and Amon-Ra St. Brown more? Is it Laporta or is it J-Mo? If you had to pick between those two pieces about different parts of the offense that you want to unlock.
I want to mess with linebackers, so I think it's Laporta. Safeties matter, but linebackers closer to the line of scrimmage.
You might have an extra guy in the box.
Let me ask you this question, and then we'll move on. Who does Goff prefer? Who makes Goff a better quarterback?
That's a question only Goff can answer.
All right. Well, we'll have to ask him on the midday show later in the season. Pick. Let's go to Heather with the news.
So it's been a busy year for severe weather in Michigan, and tornadoes have been now a frequent sighting during these storms. And currently, Michigan's tornado season is among the most active ever. The National Weather Service has confirmed 25 tornadoes have touched down since since May 17th? Apparently so.
Wow.
Yes.
That's 3 days.
Which is a lot. So this is 5 times more than what is usually recorded at the end of May. And while the record tornadoes in a year is still, we haven't reached that yet, it sounds like we're on pace to be one of the busiest years for tornadoes ever. So the most active month for tornadoes is June. So we've got more to come. Be prepared. Exactly. Let's see. The record for tornadoes in a single year stretches back to 1979, when 39 of them were confirmed. So wait, we're not that far off.
No.
We'll see what happens.
At all.
Are we going to get like storm chasers now that we're getting more tornadoes?
Ooh.
Would you ever do that, John?
No.
I wouldn't be messing with
that necessarily that interest.
It would be cool, but it's not for me.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
I kind of am like a scaredy cat of severe weather. Like I want to see it from afar, but I don't want to be in it. Right? Like
most people probably
you don't
are
want
that
to
way.
be in a tornado?
No, but some people do. Those storm chasers try to get
as close as they can.
I'm
They don't
basing
want to
my
be in
knowledge
it.
off
Yes.
the movie Twister. So like, don't take, I don't know much about storm chasers except for that,
Yes, okay.
right? So who knows? Let's see. Oh, scientists have been studying remote work for 4 years, and they've reached a very clear conclusion that working from home makes people happier. Not that surprising, but there's researchers that were part of this Australian study. It actually started before the pandemic. So they started looking at remote work before COVID hit, and it found that the flexibility of working from home significantly improved the well-being and happiness of employees and also transformed their relationship with their work. So the study found that people working from home got some more sleep. Makes sense, right?
No commute.
Right.
Commute.
And because of that no commute, they're also having more productivity in their personal lives. So it found that you get about 10 extra days of free time per year from working from home based off of no commute. So you're able to do like
10 days would be essentially 2 weeks vacation.
Right. So you have more leisure time to do things that you choose to do. Eating habits changed, improved. Maybe
you're not going out to eat and grabbing.
Yeah. You're closer to your kitchen to more
Fresh
healthy
ingredients.
foods.
Yeah.
Also, they did find that productivity, as far as work productivity, was either maintained or improved when employees worked from home.
Like clearly it depends on the line of work you're in, but it does make sense. Like a motivated employee is going to give you, and a happy employee is going to give you better results.
Yes. And it did find, though, that if you were forced to work from home, this wasn't always true.
Yeah,
it's when you choose.
Yeah, when you have the option.
Yes, when you have the
People
option.
love options.
They sure do. Let's see. I don't have a lot of time. In fact, I have very little. I'll give you one more. Let's see. If it's graduation season, right?
Yes.
People are graduating. And Fortune.com just posted a list of the lowest paying college degrees right out of college. So if you studied any of these, start saving now or 10 years ago.
Not
Who
looking
knows?
for an instant payday.
So these jobs were listed to make between $40,000 and $42,000 a year. If you study, number one, the worst is if you studied a foreign language. So French, let's say, was your
as a
major.
translator.
Yeah, good luck with that. General social sciences, performing arts, anthropology, early childhood education, family and consumer sciences, general education, miscellaneous biological sciences, social services, and theology and religion.
Okay.
And then it did find what I thought was interesting is these careers, these mid-careers are calling, where it's like you've been in them for a while and you're still being underpaid. Not surprising. Education is right there. Early childhood education,
teachers.
followed by elementary education, which was my major.
Hard out there for those teachers.
Sure is. Which is a shame because we need great teachers.
I know my mom was a teacher. I'm sympathetic to the teachers. It's hard out there. All right, coming up next, the clutter of your life. Are the NBA or NHL playoffs breaking through? Is there a storyline you're interested in? Because tonight we begin the conference finals. It's 97-1. Wrap up a couple texts on JMO. This texting debate that formed. Is he underappreciated? Texter says he is underappreciated. All the texts you're reading prove it. I can't wait till this year to see what we do. And another one says, I'm exhausted with the underselling of JMO. He's a one-of-a-kind weapon who can turn any down into a touchdown with his speed. Go watch the reverse against Washington. Tell me he isn't an absolute stud. Signed, Rob. It's just a matter of you got to have priorities. You can't keep everybody.
Well, and then we have to have another, premier edge. So what do you want?
They don't, but even without adding another premier edge, you still can't keep everybody. And we highlighted all the guys that have made these 25, under 25, and guys that have already gotten paid or should be getting paid soon, Aiden Hutchinson. And it's just a question about JMO and his long-term prognosis here in Detroit.
Yeah, and some of it has to do with how creative they can get. Like if they're just simply focused on keeping their own guys.
Yeah.
Drafting well, keeping their own guys. How creative can they get with contracts?
So that's out there for you. Want to look ahead to tonight and tomorrow. Your life's busy. You got a million things going on. You're focused on your first place Tigers. Are the NBA or NHL playoffs on your radar? And if they are, what's the selling point? Maybe you'll sell somebody else on watching these because, John, you were shaking your head.
Yeah, well, I'm somewhat out. Part of it is I wanted to be drawn in on Sunday with 2 Game 7s.
Yeah.
And they were both duds. And so you're out, and then you're looking at, okay, what is it going to be in, the in essence, the semifinals? I could look at the Eastern Conference Finals and say, all right, I can get into the rivalry that is Knicks Pacers.
Okay.
The problem is I want both of them to lose. and maybe that's enough for me to watch because I can't imagine Jalen Brunson being in the NBA Finals, or
Halliburton, but one will.
But one will, but then it brings up all of the great battles between the Knicks and the Pacers in life's past.
How many times we're going to see Reggie Miller and Spike Lee
and Patrick Ewing?
Yeah,
so some of those were great, and then you look on the West, and it's really about, to me, more. I think the Ant-Man usurps the current, or the guy that we believe is going to be the current MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's had a terrific year, and he is maybe the sole reason, maybe not the only reason, but the biggest reason why OKC is where they are.
Well, the NBA has like a passing of the torch going on right now. Like,
who's the next face of the NBA?
So, LeBron and Steph and KD are the old guard, and they were part of that Olympic gold medal, and they're still hanging around, but none of them are left standing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And SGA, MVP, NBA champion, finals MVP, all on the table right now. I mean, he could grab the mantle. I think Ant is a guy people like watching. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. He's fun. He's
explosive.
And there's substance to him. Yeah. You're going to get 2 great closers in the East. And Halliburton, and we know all too painfully well, Brunson as well. So you're going to get some big finishes, I'm hoping, some close competitive games. I know the NBA has a tendency to get games get carried away and there's blowouts. The NHL, to me, has some storylines. Connor McDavid's quest for a Stanley Cup, Canada's quest for a Stanley Cup. It all circles on one guy and one team, and their road is not an easy one. The Dallas Stars have been to the West Finals 2 straight years, and they added Mikko Rantanen, who is another subplot to the NHL playoffs. The West is full of stars and stardom and trying to finally win a Stanley Cup. Dallas' last one was Mike Modano in the late 90s. The East is a little more if you're a hockey snob. Like, you're going to get a forechecking, heavy, physical, kind of old school hockey battle in the East with Carolina and Florida. I don't know if that draws the average hockey fan in.
No.
I think it's the McDavid storyline if you're looking for something in hockey.
Yeah, it's McDavid, it's Canada.
Yeah.
That's because, we all have that little celebration when the last Canadian team is eliminated from the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yep.
And maybe it goes all the way to the Stanley Cup finals this year.
Again,
who knows?
Yeah, the delayed rendition of Whoa, Canada. 248-539-9797. Some of your thoughts, guys. Tom in Flat Rock says, since the Pistons made the playoffs, I found myself enjoying the NBA more. Playoff basketball's better. The starters play 30 to 40 minutes. I've been watching a ton of games.
Oh, playoff basketball in the NBA is way better than the regular season. There's no question about it. But I think there's so many people that are turned off by the NBA that they missed some of the great aspects of playoff basketball.
Full Tigers mode, guys. I'm unaware of these conference finals you speak of. But again, I'm a slappy homer ready for a summer of Tiger Town.
That's it. If the Tigers weren't playing the way that they are right now, they weren't as good as they are. They weren't the best team in Major League Baseball currently. There would probably be more people that would be tuning in because what do we want to do? We want to listen to the Tigers. We want to watch the Tigers right now because they're good.
Can't get enough of them.
And in years prior, this was the time of year where they faded into anonymity.
You're right. And this year, we're in first place, 14 games above 500.
And you're kind of sitting on the edge of your seat every game. What's going to happen today?
John, after what I saw Brunson do to us in that hostile atmosphere, I can't imagine him not being in the finals. I hate him, but he's so good.
So it begs the question, too. I asked you this one earlier. You lost to the Knicks. Do you want the team that beat you to go on to win? Is there some solace that you could take in the team that eliminated you going on to win a championship or play for a championship? I would say no, because Brunson, when he was here in that series with the Knicks, became one of the most hated sports figures in Detroit.
Certainly recent Detroit sports history, yeah.
I think that question, John, only applies to college hoops. If you're one of the favorites going into the tournament and you get upset by a team that was maybe – I'll use this one for example. Let's say Michigan went on to win the national championship. They got to the final in 2013. But if you're a Jayhawk fan and you lost because of the Trey Burke shot sent the game to overtime, you're kind of like at the time you're like, oh, I am so mad. I'm so mad, like upset. But then you see Michigan kind of pay it off. That Michigan was a quality team, probably underseeded. I'm really trying to sell this.
So I know fans do this.
I'm still not buying in.
No, but fans do this. I've seen like the social media, hey, if the Knicks win, then we can use this for Pistons agenda. It doesn't validate the Pistons because the Pistons would have had to go through all these matchups, and sports are all about matchups. And it doesn't prove that the Pistons are somehow the second best team in the East if the Knicks win this round.
All it does is allow you to dream.
Sure.
Because it'll be 7 years with 7 different champs. The East, especially with the injury to Tatum, is totally wide open moving forward. And if you just improve a little bit, do you get one more round? Or do you get does the ball bounce your way and all of a sudden you're in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Does it speed up? So I'll give you an example. The Thunder.
Yeah.
They went from missing to second round and now the Western Finals.
Yeah.
The Timberwolves came out of nowhere. This is back-to-back Western Conference Finals for the Minnesota Timberwolves. The idea is when it clicks, it's going to click. If Cade hits one more gear, they beat the Knicks. And then if Tatum tears that's how fans talk.
Yeah.
But you got to get one gear better. It doesn't validate what they currently do. It just shows you, hey, it's wide open moving forward.
And that's the experience of being able to play in the playoffs. Once as fans, it gives you that opportunity to dream what could be moving forward. But for the players, it's that experience of being up 20, losing a lead, and finding a way to finish teams off in game or in series.
And the thing is, if it's a Knicks Timberwolves final, and that they made that trade
with each other,
Anthony Towns and Randall were the key pieces in that deal. You know, I remember when that happened. So I look back; it was October 3rd of 2024. So you were heading into camp. Camp may have been started already. And I remember when that happened, the Tigers were in the playoffs. And we all kind of just like, what's this about?
Yeah.
Because especially the T-Wolves moving Towns after
they
made
made the Western Finals.
And so if those two do play each other, probably one of the great player for player trades
all time.
The win-win trade for both teams.
I am surprised how well it's worked out for both of them. One more text says, not calling Joker the face of the NBA is wild. He's hands down the best player. Well, those aren't necessarily the same thing. Face of the league and best player.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's a superstar that
wants no spotlight.
Yeah, that does want it. And it's not that Ant-Man wants the spotlight, but he's got an infectious smile. The way he plays with the energy he plays with, it's just a completely different energy between those two players.
And if Ant starts getting hardware, that's when you start to cement yourself as the face of the league.
Yeah. Well, I mean, currently Joker has the hardware.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So, but if Ant can cut into that, that's why you open the door to that conversation. All right, guys, what's hooking you, if anything, from the NHL or the NBA playoffs? And if something's not hooking you, I mean, this is kind of a dynamic where they've become more regional. You don't have a team,
you're out.
You're checking a box score at best. It's 97-1. All right, guys, weather has us getting ready to get out of here and head up north for the summer. So now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet. That's Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. Check them out and find out why. If you need a truck to pull your toys, haul your gear, work as hard as you do, at Moran you can lease the 2025 Silverado LT for $294 a month. That's $1495 down. Strength, style, savings, all in one. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. Great staff out on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Conference finals start tonight in hockey and in basketball. Want to know if either series, either sport, are breaking through? Is there a draw for Detroit? We got a great baseball team. It's possible this stuff's just faded into the background, or you don't care. There's no draw. Texter says the Pistons, they're an interest for some people. We got back into playoff basketball again. You asked the question, are they Pistons fans rooting for the Knicks as some kind of validation? Pistons still aren't better than the Celtics without Tatum. Keep dreaming, from a Celtic fan in Livonia.
Say that again?
The Pistons still aren't better than the Celtics even without Tatum. Keep dreaming.
All right. Well, I mean, so it really comes down to, they may have more proven pieces. I don't think there's any question about that. Jaylen Brown.
But how about a year from now? Like, is Al Horford still there?
Yeah,
Porzingis can.
Grandpa Horford.
I mean, they're going to have to make some tough decisions on the back end of that roster. And the thought here is Cade's getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Asar Thompson, a full training camp, getting better. Duran, what you saw in the second half of last season, getting a full season out of Ivy. That's if they keep everybody. There's always the possibility that they upgrade this offseason.
Yeah,
they're getting
and
better.
They should upgrade in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they're getting better. The Maple Leafs were the story for me, the ticket texter says. If they don't win a Stanley Cup by 2030, the next ring comes off the bottom, and they won't be on the Stanley Cup again. Are you familiar with how the cup? Yeah, every so often they got to lop off a layer, and Leafs won't be included. That's awesome. Tom,
didn't even think about it like that.
Tom brought this in. He goes, I want you to just get your reaction to this. He gave me odds for a couple things that could take place this offseason. Mitch Marner's next hockey team, odds.
Okay.
And Sidney Crosby's next hockey team, odds. The favorite for Mitch Marner, where's this from, by the way? You just gave me odds. Is this from something at least semi-credible?
BetOnline.org.
All right. The Chicago Blackhawks, the favorite at 3-1 to land Mitch Marner. Followed by the Flyers, Penguins. Kyle Dubas, their general manager, was in Toronto. That makes sense to me. The Utah Mammoth at 6-1. Hurricanes 8-1. And the Red Wings at 10-1 to land Mitch Marner.
Top 6. There you go.
I don't know if Yzerman will pay the freight, highest and best, but I think he makes a lot of sense for Detroit. Somehow, we have better odds to land Sidney Crosby. 15-2. Explain that to me. Like, I think if Crosby ever left Pittsburgh, and I don't think it's a foregone conclusion he's leaving Pittsburgh, I think he could be a legacy guy, you would think he'd go to a Canadian team. You go to Montreal, who's the favorite 3-1, or a Maple Leafs who are 18-1. That makes way more sense to me.
Yeah.
I would never be a Red Wing.
No, that would be interesting to throw out there. Would you accept it? It wouldn't make sense on the Wings timeline.
I mean, I'd accept it because he's a good hockey player, but he doesn't make any sense for the timeline.
Right.
No, but it makes more sense when what Steve Yzerman has done, you're not going to give out as much term. I mean,
come play with Patrick Kane. We'll have the best team from 2010.
The smarm, the underlying tone of him is amazing. Like when I hand him that sheet, it's great.
I gave you a puzzled look and I go, we're more likely to land Crosby than Marner. Is that how I'm supposed to read this list? Is this why this was brought into me?
Realistically, though, where's this Crosby chatter coming from?
I don't know. I mean, the fact that they're not going anywhere in Pittsburgh.
Well,
because they could trade him and still get decent value for him.
Yes.
Do him a solid, send him somewhere he'd want to be, get a return, and do your rebuild.
Yeah. You're at the final fork. If you're ever going to move him, you do it now because he's still got a couple years left and he can help the other team. Like, I would love to see him go to Toronto and for them to try to get it done with him. I think that would be a fascinating story.
Do you think they would ever trade him, though?
Probably not in the end.
He'd have to want to be traded.
So, I mean, the question, what would be more surprising? To wake up in the morning and see that Sidney Crosby was traded from Pittsburgh, or the reaction we had when we woke up and Dallas had traded Luka?
Oh, the Luka thing will still be more stunning to me.
Because in the prime, like the thought of the people who couldn't believe the Luka trade happened was you had a generational talent superstar NBA player at 25 years old. I mean, that just doesn't get moved in sports.
Well, it doesn't, but I just can't see Sidney Crosby playing anywhere other than Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but if they mutually agree, there's a part of him that he may care enough for the Pittsburgh franchise to say, I think it would be kind of cool to go to Canada, put me where I want to be so that I don't hemorrhage us.
So this
That's what's
season,
happening to them right now. They're dying a slow death. Every year they just get a few less points, and it's like a slow death where you're going, no, it's like Alzheimer's. Somebody has it 15 years. It's horrible to watch.
Last year was a big step back for him too. He was a -20. It's the first year he didn't make an All-Star game. Like either he's just going to retire here in the next year or two, or he's going to get one last crack with somebody else.
Well, you said the Patrick Kane thing. He could be seeing that from afar and saying, look, I could go somewhere else and maybe be productive. He maybe has this underlying thing of wanting to play in Canada for a team.
Maybe. He's Canadian, one of the great Canadians of all time, right? I mean, that would be the last kind of piece of his mantle, right?
Right.
He's won gold, he's won cups, but he hasn't won a cup with Canada.
So Montreal is near where he grew up, right? Is that where?
He's from Nova Scotia.
Okay, so closer.
Well, that's where he was born. I guess I don't know where he grew up, but go ahead.
Right. So, why are they the favorite? There's got to be some sort of reason.
Space, maybe.
Less pressure. If you go to Toronto, you are kind of.
Does he speak French?
I don't know.
We heard that doesn't pay very well, but
yeah, he's not making much money if that was his major. Right out of college, anyway.
Yeah. Oh, he's been out enough.
French Canadian. And if you're a good hockey player, probably pays a little more.
Stoney can speak French. He could do a podcast with him, Lenny.
A full French podcast. Perfect.
I don't even know what to do with that.
I don't know. I know Gator's getting set up in here. We were just talking if anything's drawing you in from the NBA or the NHL. The Tigers are the big story locally. Is there a draw in the conference finals?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, if you're an NBA or NHL fan, I'm a huge NHL fan, so I'm.
So what's the storyline that you're most interested in?
It's Connor McDavid.
Yeah.
Chasing a championship, and I think the Mikko Rantanen stuff is really interesting with Dallas and what a crazy good playoff he's had. So I think that's a really interesting final. The other side of it, I mean, when I was typing stuff out this morning, I was like, wait a minute. We have Florida and North Carolina representing in the Eastern Conference Finals. It just still seems weird to me, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I was there in 2002 when the Wings beat Carolina in the Stanley Cup Finals. I remember going down to Raleigh and spending a couple days there, and it being like 93 degrees and humidity like
And you're there
crazy.
for hockey.
And I'm like, we're going to a hockey game, or I'm going to a practice here and interviewing players after the game day skate and all this stuff like that. It was just talking to different players and asking them, like, dude, you're Canadian and you're playing down here in Raleigh, North Carolina, and you're in the Stanley Cup. It's just surreal. And they were like, it's kind of weird, yeah, but it's also cool because the way that the teams respond. Carolina fans are amazing. They've absolutely responded for years over this team, and you think how many times they've been to the conference finals or the Stanley Cup Finals. It's just kind of cool. The NBA is just the fact that you've got four teams that have not really been here. The only one that's won a championship is the Knicks, and it was in the 70s.
50 plus years ago.
It's kind of cool to see there's a changing of the guard in the NBA. It's no longer, these dynastic teams. Now you've got 7 champions in 7 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
What's on the agenda today for you guys?
We'll talk about the Tiger game last night. Obviously not great. But something weird from that game, though, caught our attention that we want to get into.
All right. Right out of the gate?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out.
Okay.
We're still talking.
They got about 90 seconds to figure that out. It's Karsch Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. According to Adam Schefter, the NFL owners are expected to pass a proposition to allow league players to compete in flag football in the 2028 Summer Olympics in L.A. A source told him that, quote, Olympics should be easy, end quote. The resolution, which also needs to be approved by the Players Association afterwards, includes a limit of 1 player per NFL team, a salary cap credit for any players that get injured, and a stipulation that the schedule will not conflict with the NFL's. Schefter also noted they're not expected to vote on the tush push or the Lions playoff seating proposal until tomorrow. Dan Campbell offered his opinion on that tush push at league meetings last month. The Tigers will look to forget about yesterday's loss to the Cardinals. Game 2 of the series coming up tonight at 7:45. They've been left to scramble a bit lately on the pitching side with the injuries to Casey Mize and most recently Reese Olson yesterday. It's a bullpen day tomorrow because of that. But tonight, they can rest a little easy with Tarik Skubal getting the nod. After previously cruising along in his last few starts, Skubal did give up 5 earned runs to the Red Sox last week. MLB.com posted an article with the league's most extreme swings. Quote, the biggest uppercut swing in the majors belongs to Riley Green, the only hitter whose bat path is angled more than halfway between a perfectly flat swing, 0 degrees, and a true golf swing, 90 degrees. Maybe it's only fitting then that Green is an avid golfer who started applying the golfer's mentality to his swing thoughts a couple years ago before he broke out with the Tigers, end quote. After his early season struggles, it's been a good month for Green at the plate. He carries a .306 average with 4 homers this May. The TGL, Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy's Indoor Golf Simulation League, tweeted yesterday that it would be another good time to turn on at TGL notifications. Detroiters are watching that closely after they trademarked the name Motor City Golf Club earlier this month. In other local golf news yesterday, the current number 4 overall PGA golfer Colin Morikawa committed to play in the Rocket Classic. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got this from a listener, Scott, and I want your opinion.
Okay.
Jeffrey tweeted us and asked, which series is scarier, Thunderwolves or Hurricane Panthers?
That's a great question.
Isn't it?
It's like Sharknado.
Yep.
Right?
What would scare you more, a Thunderwolf or a Hurricane Panther? Dude.
That's a great question.
I thought you'd appreciate the question.
I will give you my answer. It's Thunderwolf. And the reason why is because wolves are a pack animal.
Mm-hmm.
Where there's one, there's many. Panthers are kind of roaming their own world out there in the jungle.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to go with Thunderwolves.
Thunderwolves are scarier than Hurricane Panthers?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have an answer.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was logic applied.
I mean, a panther, I don't want to come across any panthers. Nor do I want to come across any wolves. Thunderwolves, yeah, they're both scary as hell. So
can't you just take like a squirt gun and squirt the panther because cats don't like water?
I don't know. I'm gonna guess that that's not a real thing. That a panther's gonna run away from you because you hit him with a squirt gun. I'm not optimistic.
Water cannon,
like a fire hose. Like one of those, it could actually be effective. But all right, so the definitive answer is Thunderwolves are scarier than Hurricane Panthers.
I think so.
Okay.
Although if I were to argue the other side, the Hurricane Panther would be formidable because you don't know when it's going to strike because it's coming from out of the area. It's like all of a sudden, whammo, here it is. Like Thunderwolf, you can hear it coming. Yeah. But you just don't know how many you're
Hurricane Panthers, unpredictable.
Yeah.
There you go. So perhaps that there's the answer to your question, Jeffrey. Thank you for asking. All right, so this Tiger game last night, I mean, we can talk about the game, and we will talk about the game. There wasn't a whole lot to celebrate in that game. I've not been watching a whole ton of the Tigers Live pregame show. And last night was another night where I missed it. We had a meeting, got done with the meeting, got home, flipped the game on. It was like the second inning. And then I was away from the TV. Rain delay. I got away from the TV. When I came back, Todd Jones was sitting on the desk with a woman and a dude that I did not recognize. And they were reminiscing about the World Series that Todd Jones, when he was with the Tigers. Yeah. And it became clear that the dude played for the Cardinals, and it felt like Todd Jones was moonlighting with the St. Louis broadcast. And the dude was Brad Thompson, a former pitcher, and we believe the woman was Alexa Datt.
Yes, that's who it was.
And so is this what they're doing now?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be critical of another media and how they're handling things. We know that what FanDuel is up against is it's tough because they've made all these cost-cutting measures. And if this is what they're going to do,
And maybe it was just a one-off. We have no idea until we
Don't
watch
know.
the rest of the series and see the next road series and what that's like. But if this is what they're going to do with combining crews for every game, like maybe we'll see the next series against Cleveland, and there's one of the Guardian announcers or color analyst, if you will, is sitting on the desk for pre and post game. If that's the case, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. Or maybe it's just, for traveling purposes beyond just a drive, because it's easy enough to drive to Cleveland if you're one of the FanDuel people. But I don't know. I didn't like it.
But I didn't see any of the Toronto pregame coverage as well. But they've made these changes, and I know they got some attention, some beloved figures: Trevor Thompson, Mickey York, John Keating retired. Johnny Kane's role. I don't even know if Johnny Kane is he still with the network? Is he not?
Yeah, he is.
He is. Yeah. But his role with the Tigers, he was originally taken off the Tiger broadcast. Now I've seen him on the Tiger. I don't know what's going on. But so now, in Toronto, because that'd be a window into getting more Buck Martinez. Because he's on their TV broadcast.
Potentially.
And we love Buck Martinez, who is a native of California but has the strangest accent. I don't know what it is. It's part South. It's a
little wild what he does. He talks about Casey Mize and what a great pitcher he has been. And, I remember when you talk about guys that go 1-1.
Yeah.
He is, apex predator, much like the when you talk about like a Thunderwolf or
So the thing about him when he said
Panther.
we caught some play-by-play of him doing a Tigers spring training game, and Buck Martinez turned the last name Mize into a multi-syllable name.
Mize.
Yeah, he really
It went on forever.
Yeah. So I don't know if they've been doing this, if they did it this weekend. I mean, it can be an interesting perspective, but I know what our business and our industry is going through. There's a lot of cutbacks and
the other thing was that they had a rain delay. So was it more pronounced because of the rain delay?
Might have been. I didn't notice. So I wasn't watching the pregame. Somebody said they were on the pregame too. Dat and Thompson.
Yeah, I clicked on the pregame for a minute, but I think they were. Yeah. I mean, if somebody said they were. So I don't want to disparage that. I didn't much like it, didn't much care for it. And I watched the post game was weird.
Was it?
It was a different announcer for St. Louis. It wasn't one of the three people who were on the panel. It was like they're at maybe
Hold
one.
on. Let me just stop you. Good for you, because I cashed out at 10-0.
All right. Well, I came back and I was actually watching something else, and then the Tigers had a couple runs. I'm like, all right, I'll watch. I'll finish up here, and I missed watching Nito pitch, which sucked because that's really what I want to see. Guy throwing 50 miles an hour and getting them out, like that's literally his job.
He got 5 outs on 9 pitches.
Amazing. But at the end of the game, after the game, they did an interview with Brendan Donovan.
Mm-hmm.
And Donovan had a nice game, 3 hits, was 3 for 5. But it was just a kind of a strange interview because they're doing it in the rain and they have umbrellas over them. And Donovan says to the guy he was interviewing, hey, I just think you're doing a really good job out there. I really appreciate it. All of us think you're doing a great. And I'm like, this is either he's being like really sincere and he's the most awesome guy ever, or there's something going on between these guys. He's just giving them the business. I don't know what it was, but it came off as awkward and weird to me. Maybe I'm alone, but people stayed up to watch some of that post-game repartee. Let me know what you thought, because I thought that was weird and awkward.
And if they made an announcement, I wasn't privy to it.
Totally missed it. Yep. Yeah, if they said, hey,
we tried to look something up online today. We had 3-4 people trying to figure it out, but don't know if they haven't gone public with anything. Google did not produce a requisite answer. No. And I mean, at one point,
what about Bing? Did Bing do anything?
Bing is useless. At one point, it was the Brad Thompson guy. They were talking about his World Series ring, and I'm like, I don't want to hear about your World Series ring.
No,
I don't want to hear that.
No, and that dude definitely made the transition to a radio announcer guy in a heartbeat, even though he's a TV guy. But I mean, the way he was talking was like, he's broadcaster guy now.
He kept looking at the camera like he was like giving Jonesy the cue to wrap it up. Like it was like, what is it? He's like,
I can understand that.
yeah, it was, and I'm thinking, well, is Jonesy supposed to wrap it up? We're in a rain delay here. I don't know how, but this is story time. All right,
let's compare rings.
Yeah,
which is what they literally did.
Okay. Anyway, there is non-Tiger game news that is not. It's less than stellar. We will get to that because another guy's hurt, which I didn't see that coming. But here we go. We will get to that coming up in 10 minutes. Also, I want to know what's up with another Tiger. Like, where has he been? And we got football to get to with rule changes possibly today. Tom Gore's with a statement which led to a debate in the office. And I was romanticizing the office today about a job, like a different job than this.
Oh.
Kang, I think I'd love it. Kang says it's the worst job ever for me.
Oh.
Yeah. All that coming up today here on 97.1 A Ticket.
This is something you don't normally say, like you enjoy the car buying experience, right? Because it can be a hassle. You're trying to haggle for and negotiate for the right price, and you just don't really know what's going on. It can be a big pain. Well, that's not the case at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The folks actually make it easy and they make it fun. And right now, they've got 2 incredible lease specials that are hard to beat. How about this? You drive home in a 2025 Equinox EV for only $249 a month. That's for 24 months and only $1,499 down. Or if you want a truck that works as hard as you do, the 2025 Silverado 2FL is also just $249 a month for 24 months, and it's got that same low down payment, and that includes taxes and fees. Everything's right there in front of you. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not just stuck with the few options. And they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service, and there's no appointment needed. Heads up, the Memorial Day sale, it lasts all month long. So now's the perfect time to make your move. You'll see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They'll treat you right. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together, let's drive.
All right, go ahead and make your observation on last night's game. During the commercial break, we really hit the hard-hitting stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody saw the early part of the game where Lars Nootbaar, the left fielder for St. Louis, made this great catch against the wall as the ball was being sliced foul. There's no foul territory there. And at first I thought, did he trap it against the grate, which is where the fans' railing is?
Yep.
Or did he catch it? He caught it. It was a great catch. And then I realized the spelling of his last name, Nootbaar, it's N-O-O-T-B-A-A-R. Nootbaar. And I thought to myself, how many people have 4 vowels in their last name and only 2 syllables? Nootbaar.
You know, if we still had an intern, the internship program that was scrapped like a decade ago.
Yeah. Get on it.
Get on it.
The research crew.
Yep. But I asked the intern, hey, can you look up how many names in professional sports have 4 vowels in their last name, but only 2 syllables?
I mean, Riley Green, his last name is monosyllabic, and he's got 3 E's in it.
Yeah. In the last name.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Again, jobs for interns.
Just something that comes up there.
Yeah, that's what pops into his head.
Maybe it's because I play Wordle every day.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Spelling bee. Connections.
Nootbaar, are you going to eat that?
It sounds like something Doug would eat.
100%, yeah. Extra grain.
Yeah. It would, for Doug, it would be spelled N-U-T-B-A-A-R, but it would be the umlauts over the U to give the...
Yeah.
You know what is? You know what's a real name? There are people out there named Kale.
Yes.
Kale Nootbaar would be something I would eat.
This is bendy.
As all of Doug's nutritious treats are.
All right, so look, they lose a game. It was an ugly, rain-interrupted affair. Reese Olson going on the 15-day injured list was not something that I'm stoked about. Ring finger issues. Said it felt like a cramp. We just went through this with the Lions. It's starting to pile up here, man.
It is, but these aren't, knocking on wood, these aren't serious injuries. You know, I mean, like I said, Casey Mize was supposed to pitch yesterday. I didn't hear any reports on what that was like.
He threw a 5-inning simulated game at Comerica. He faced, I think, Parker Meadows, Matt Vierling, a couple others. He faced
Jake Rogers.
It might have been Jake Rogers. He faced, the guys who are also rehabbing.
So that's good news because they said that wasn't going to be serious, and it's not.
Yep.
And I believe when they say that Reese Olson isn't serious either, that they expect him back pretty quickly. The reasoning A.J. Hinch gave was that we don't have a day off until the 29th. So why not throw the guy on the IL because we don't have those days off? We could use the pitcher and just get him ready to go, and he'll be fine. So if they had a couple of days off between now and then, maybe they wouldn't have. They could have spaced it out, and this is what they've done now. Because of that, now they've moved the Flaherty start, which would have been tomorrow, I believe, and now Jack Flaherty will play. He'll play one of the games in Cleveland instead of starting against St. Louis, which means that you're likely to have another bullpen game tomorrow for the Tigers, finishing the series against St. Louis, which the bullpen games, the pitching chaos has not worked out so well so far this year.
No, and you don't want to overtax the bullpen going into this 4-game series against Cleveland.
No, which is why it was great that Montero threw 98 pitches yesterday, even though he got hit. He did not get hit hard, or 8 hits, but my God, those were, just dribbling all over the place, and they just found their way. But he was able to do that, and then Tomas Nido, the backup catcher, comes in and throws 5 outs worth, which was fantastic because they saved the bullpen.
Yep.
I mean, Gunther started the game and only threw 8 pitches before he was yanked. Brebbia, who, isn't.
That was not good.
He's not a huge part of this bullpen, and he was not good yesterday. So, okay, he's not available for a couple of days. That's fine. They bring up Chase Lee. We'll see how this goes, but the bullpen was saved a little bit yesterday by a couple of guys that pitched well.
All right,
long anyway.
So Mize, in the 5 innings he worked yesterday at Comerica Park, faced Vierling, Parker Meadows, Wenzel Perez, and Jake Rogers. Also, Sawyer Gibson Long, who I don't believe is a real person. I feel like he's just always hurt, and we never really see him. He apparently pitched yesterday. And then the one guy I'm wondering about is like Alex Cobb. There was that weird thing last week where Alex Cobb threw the simulator. They wanted him to throw a couple innings at Comerica, and they tried to clear the press box. They told the media, we don't want you to watch. And they were like, no. I think it was Evan Petzold tweeted out, we were told to leave, and we didn't. But the TV crew wasn't allowed to film it.
Yeah, I don't know, as I haven't seen anything about Cobb since, or I don't even remember reading that, but I trust you. And he has yet to make an appearance in the minors. Sawyer Gipson-Long has. He's made a couple of appearances, 2 or 3 already, on a rehab assignment. But, I mean, that's good news. The fact that these guys were hitting against Casey Mize, then that's all good news. And a couple of those guys are already at AAA and Rogers and Vierling, and imagine they're going to be back. One of them, at least one of them, will be back for the Cleveland series, probably Vierling. And Meadows getting at bats is great news.
Yep.
And the fact that Casey Mize threw it to them and threw 5 simulated innings, that's also great.
5 simulated innings is actually kind of a lot of simulated innings.
Yeah, that's a lot of pitches.
He could end up. The plan is for him to pitch on Sunday. All right. So look, they get bombed last night. Good for them for fighting until the end and putting up 4 runs late, but it was not a good overall game. This happens during the course of a season. But you asked a question, are we allowed to be mad at St. Louis? Do you not like St. Louis?
Here's the thing. You know me, I don't like being told things.
Right.
Told what to do or whatever. I don't like that every time we hear about St. Louis, and St. Louis Cardinals specifically, that we're told what great fans they are. What a great baseball town St. Louis is. And it may very well be. I just don't like hearing it.
You're just sick of hearing about it.
And I'm sure other people from outside of the state of Michigan are tired of hearing that Detroit is hockey town when the team hasn't been in the playoffs in 9 years or whatever. I'm sure people don't like hearing that either. But I'm venting on St. Louis, and it's our show, and damn it, I'm going to do what I want to. So I don't like hearing that. And then you factor in that before my time, but the 68 World Series, the Tigers beat St. Louis. And then you've got the World Series in 2006 where St. Louis beat Detroit, and that is clearly our time. That there is a bit of a postseason rivalry with these teams. I don't know, but I would guess that one or two of those World Series matchups they had well before in the 30s and 40s was probably against a St. Louis team, whether the Browns or whatever. I don't know. But currently, this is a team that I just find irritating because I think everybody gives them a pass like, oh, great fans. Such great fans. They really love their baseball there. It's just great.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that sounds like something you get irritated with real quick. I have weird memories of that stadium. Like tickets in the 300 level. You go to the 300 level and we're all right, we're in section 304. And so they've like portal numbers, like the tunnels where you walk around the concourse and you're like, all right, 304, let me find portal 4. I'm on the 300 level.
Okay.
I go find portal 4. And I get there and I walk out and they're like, oh no, you need to go to portal 61. That's where I know it's really, there's something weird about the way that they've numbered where I was like, this makes no sense at all. And so you end up walking around for half an inning looking for damn seats. But
you know what's better than Busch Stadium?
What?
Busch Light Apple Stadium.
Bapple Stadium. 248-539-9797. All right, Tom Gore's made a statement. It led to a bit of a debate or a discussion point in the office. That's the Pistons owner. He went out and he basically said, here's the floor next year. Very specific goal. We'll get to that today at 10:31. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, and dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsch sent you. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Gator finds himself slightly irritated with being told constantly what a great baseball town St. Louis is.
You know what I mean, though?
It does get it gets regurgitated a lot.
A lot. Regurgitated is a great word for it.
Yeah. Okay. The cardinal love regurgitation irritates Gator. 248-539-9797. Ted's in Ann Arbor, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Ted.
Hi, good morning. I really agree with Gator. I grew up in Joliet, Illinois, just south of Chicago, and Joliet was split between White Sox and Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was a small faction of folks who were for St. Louis, and they screwed up every family picnic that there was. I think St. Louis is fingernails on a blackboard for me. Can't stand it.
I've never even been there. I'm sure the town's just fine, but it's irritating, right?
Absolutely. You haven't been there, but you could go there and sweat to death.
So it's got that going for it.
Humidity, sure. That's one of those places where you learn about the cabbage or the lettuce trick to help deal with the humidity, where you put a piece of cabbage or lettuce on your head. This is what the old baseball players would say to help combat the cold somehow.
Did they really?
Or help combat the heat and humidity, yeah.
I've been there twice, and I've been to games twice, and the stadium's a little quirky, which is kind of that's charm, I guess. But I didn't come away saying, these fans are next level. I'll give you an example, though, of being told something over and over and over again.
Yeah.
God, that's who was the quarterback from Florida? Dude who went to the Broncos. The guy everybody loved. We had his name on the air all the time.
Bernie Carson?
No, Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow. Good God.
Bob Ham's kid.
Hello. Tim Tebow. What a great kid.
Did I just say Bernie Carson?
I think you did. Were you meaning to say Bernie Kosar?
No, that's what I meant to say, but I just screwed that.
Anyway, I couldn't remember Tim Tebow, and then you mentioned Miami. Not our finest moment in broadcasting.
No,
anyway, so I couldn't hear enough about what a great person Tim Tebow was. And then I got flown down there to 2006 Michigan, Florida Citrus Bowl, and Tim Tebow, I got to get pregame sound. I'm putting together a pregame show, and it's the day before the game, and Tim Tebow's at the podium. And I'm sitting there, and by the time it was done, I'm like, what a great kid. I was like, yeah, he's a great kid. He looked everybody in the eye and answered the question thoughtfully and thanked everybody for being there. And I was like, I buy the hype. What a great kid. I don't walk away from games at St. Louis, which I've been there a couple of times, and going, what a great fan base. What a great fan base. Oh,
guys.
What a fan base. I mean, I'm sure they're fine.
I've heard other areas where fans are great.
Yeah, what is it about them?
Welcoming?
What is it about the St. Louis fan that's so great?
They're knowledgeable. You shut up, right? I mean, when you hear that
somebody from St. Louis, tell us why you're so great.
Here's a fan base I've always heard is great from everybody.
Yeah.
And I think you would corroborate. I've never been there. I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Let me think. Fan base that everybody says is great. Nebraska fans.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I used to hate Nebraska fans, and then I went out there a few times. And I do think they're so welcoming. When you walk past every tailgate, they're like, hey, welcome to Lincoln. Would you like a beer?
Wow.
To which it's like one of those few times in life where I'm like, no, thank you. I need to go back there as a fan someday. Just go to some random Nebraska game. And get smashed off free beer. I don't know why. Yeah. Nebraska fans are great. What is it about St. Louis fans that's so great? And why do we constantly hear about it? Maybe somebody can explain to us. Maybe they did something. Do they charity fundraisers every game? Are they saving lives?
I don't think that's it.
No?
We're
all trained in CPR?
The thing I've heard associated was they're so knowledgeable.
Is that what it is?
Come on, man. Get the hell out of here with that. They're just so knowledgeable. Well, because baseball's been in St. Louis forever.
It's been a lot of places forever. Yeah, sure.
What makes you so special?
Don't know.
Because you changed your name from the Browns to the Cardinals?
Yeah, what distinguishes them over Twins fans?
Hey, the logo's cool. I like the logo. the baseball bat, the two cardinals on it. I think that's a cool logo.
They still use that logo?
Yeah, it's on there right in the across the front of their jersey.
They got the STL on the hat.
That's
You like
cool.
the interlocking cool. STL?
When I was a kid, I was like 11 or maybe 11 years old, 10 or 11 years old. For my birthday, one of my buddies' moms made me a birthday cake. And it was a baseball card birthday cake with like a caricature, but it was me as a St. Louis Cardinal.
Really?
I'm like, what is that? I go, this is really nice. But she goes, well, you said you love the Cardinals. I'm like, I don't think I've ever said that in my life. But it was a kick-ass cake. But I guess I've always liked the logo, apparently.
I will say this about St. Louis. I liked them better when they had a light blue jersey. But there was a weird time in baseball where it felt like half the teams had a light blue jersey.
Yeah.
St. Louis did. Texas did.
Philadelphia.
Atlanta did. Philadelphia did.
The White Sox did.
The White Sox did. The Cubs did. Some of these teams have blue in their color.
Yeah.
But
Montreal.
Montreal did. Why did these teams in the 70s, did everybody say, hey, let's do a light blue jersey? Seattle had one.
Yep.
I mean, we've gotten to the point where we're almost I think we're at close to a third of the league had a light blue version of their jerseys.
Looks better than gray.
Well, I'm going to guess it has something to do with the proliferation of games being on television, but I don't know. I don't know why. Oh, here you go. Google search. Because of the rise of color television and the desire for more appealing uniforms, gray was a very drab uniform color. They capitalized on the trend. The blue is seen as a cost-effective option. All right. Cost-effective jerseys. Larry and Grosse Ile, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
St. Louis fans, and I'm an old guy. I'm 73 years old. I've been a baseball fan my whole life.
Okay.
I used to go to St. Louis frequently on business and went to a lot of games there, including playoff games with the Tigers. They were always super respectful, have some good stories to share about that. But the best story I have about St. Louis fans, a friend of mine from Boston, a very good friend, I forget what year Boston won the World Series, the first time in, 50, 80 years or something. Anyway, I got tickets for him and I to go to the game in St. Louis. He had his Red Sox gear on. The Red Sox won the World Series that night. And for a fan base that just lost the World Series, I couldn't count the number of people that congratulated him, shook his hand on the way out. I mean, it was unreal. We went to a sports bar after.
They were just bitter fans. They were just bitter fans.
No, he's saying they were polite.
They were the best fans.
Oh, I thought he said they couldn't find anybody that congratulated.
You said he said everybody congratulated him. Isn't that what you said, Larry?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. I thought the opposite.
No,
I thought he said they couldn't find anybody to congratulate. No, they all said good. Well, I mean
that's
different.
That's classy. That's classy.
Sure, it's classy, but it's also. I mean, at that point, would they be classy like that if it were another team other than Boston who hadn't won it in forever?
I would hope so, but we don't have. I mean, we only got the one experiment. If the Tigers had beaten them in 2006, we would have found out, I guess. Charles in West Bloomfield. Hi, Charles.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, yeah, I was born and raised in St. Louis, and I was a St. Louis Cardinal fan growing up, and I'm still a diehard St. Louis Cardinal fan.
Okay.
So I think the fascination with the Cardinals is we just had a god-awful St. Louis Cardinal football team, who moved to Arizona. So all the attention was, we had the Blues, of course, but all the attention was for the St. Louis Cardinal baseball team. So it's just a huge baseball town. And the guy that called in from Illinois, yeah, we hate the Cubs. We cannot. That's like our biggest rivalry, kind of like, I guess, Detroit.
Right, yeah, no, we're aware of what you guys got.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying St. Louis has great fans because they lost the football team.
Twice.
Well, they weren't really. I mean, they were diehard, I guess, football fans. My grandparents,
No, they're
grandfather
not.
had
They're not
had,
diehard football fans. They
Okay,
don't deserve
nobody's
it.
ever said St. Louis was a great football
Yeah,
town.
they lost the team twice. What do you want? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Let's stop talking about
I know. It sucks about St. Louis, St. Louis Rams, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, the Cardinals, they're just championship team. They've always been in the playoffs. I think they're second behind the Yankees, getting the World Series championship. So
Right, and everybody hates the Yankees, so now I can understand why people are starting to hate the Cardinals. See where it's going? I knew we'd get there. I
got to tell you, comparing yourself to the Yankees doesn't curry favor with other fan bases.
He's about ready to give me the history lesson on St. Louis and Chicago.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah.
All right.
Even though I root for the Cardinals over the Cubs.
So but the thing is, when you lose a team, is Cleveland a great baseball town? They lost the Browns. I guess they got them back, but I don't know.
No, they're not a great baseball town.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't. I'm sure they're a fine baseball town, but we don't hear about it all the time.
I think they're fine. I wouldn't say great. Yeah, I don't want to look. Cleveland's had some really good baseball teams over the last 30 years.
Yeah,
and they've won championship to show for it, which was really good. But yeah.
All right, let's take one more on this. Kurt in Rochester Hills, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Kurt.
Yeah, I moved to St. Louis in 1968 from Ann Arbor. And obviously that was a 68 World Series with both. I want to correct an earlier caller. Cardinals beat the Red Sox in the World Series the year before. Red Sox never beat them. But the St. Louis Cardinals are unique in the fact that there were no teams west of them for years and years and years. And so their fan base went into Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, pretty much everywhere west of St. Louis. And then KMOX is what do they call the great stations that can broadcast so long
all right,
or so far.
So they had a big fan base because they were the furthest west team for a while.
And they lost to the Red Sox.
The Red Sox beat them.
Yeah, they swept them. In fact, St. Louis sucked in that series.
And they beat them in 2013.
Well, it depends on what year you're talking about, right? But
all right.
There is a year. In fact, there's 2 years that Boston beat St. Louis.
Right, and the guy was talking about.
He was talking about one of those 2
series.
years.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, they did for a while there. They were the most Western team, but I guess we asked for that. All right, sorry. We got sidetracked in Gators. You brought it up. You got a thing with St. Louis, and it's getting worse. This segment did not help, did it?
It really did. No. Oh, you great knowledgeable fans, you.
Are we going to do Cardinals? Are we putting the Cardinals on the list?
No.
Not yet?
Not yet.
All right, I want to get into Tom Gore's statement. The Pistons owner will do that today at 10:50 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some weird noises, or is it working slower than normal? Then you got some issues with it. You don't know who to call. Let me help you out. The people to call are Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They're going to come right out. They're going to diagnose your problem, and they're going to fix it on the spot because they have the technicians that are fully ready to take on the job. They got all their equipment with them, and they know what they're doing absolutely. In fact, if you need new garage doors, it's the same people to call. That's who I've called on a couple of occasions. I need repairs years ago. They came out and helped me out. When I need new garage doors, they came out and they helped me out. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check them out and schedule an appointment at precisiondoormi.com. This way, you schedule it for a time that works for your schedule. They're going to work with you. That's how great they are. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you go to precisiondoormi.com.
Somebody on Twitch isn't happy with us.
No?
Yeah.
Why?
Jimbo X84. These two, the biggest Detroit Glazers on radio.
Well, we're Detroit radio.
Every time I log in, that's all these guys do. Detroit this, Detroit that.
Seriously? Let me help you out. We're 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. We talk about things that impact Detroit.
Yeah.
Like last night's Tigers game impacted Detroit.
Yeah.
There you go. Just a little heads up for you.
Yes.
We do appreciate you watching.
It was
on
a weird,
Twitch.
that's
awesome.
Let's also remind you what started this is that the FanDuel broadcast apparently combined the Detroit broadcast and the St. Louis broadcast. One of the guys with his ring was on the desk for St. Louis, and St. Louis beat Detroit. It was kind of irritating, but we could do the Dallas FC versus Seattle Sounders game. We'll do that at 11:30.
Was it Brad Thompson? Was that you said it was?
Yeah, I think it was. But yes, we are going to be a very Detroit-centric show.
Oh, yeah, that's Brad Thompson.
It's likely what we're going to do. Probably just about every day.
Highly likely.
Yes.
Highly likely.
All right, let's get to this Tom Gores letter to Piston fans.
A letter?
Well, it was a internet post or social media or whatever. He did not send an individual letter. He stamped them all and sent them out to everybody in Metro Detroit. I can read the whole thing. It's kind of long, or I can just read the part that we're going to talk about. Do you want to hear the whole thing? He's got gratitude. He's excited.
We understand he's very happy with and grateful for the fans and all that.
Day one, Trajan and JB focused on the culture and the operational excellence.
Yeah, sure. No, we got it. Yeah.
We played an exciting brand of Piston basketball fueled by tremendous unselfishness. I was inspired by this team's ability to play for each other, stay in the moment, and commit to the grind.
Totally true. Yep. Totally true.
I'm grateful for you, our incredible fans. It was very nice, and I like that Tom Gores does this. But he says this: with a return to full strength next year and valuable experience under our belts, advancing in the playoffs will be the goal. That sounds like a reasonable floor, right?
Yeah, for him to say it, yeah. I'm sure the players have other goals that they may or may not talk about. I mean, just judging from the former athlete we have on our morning show, the goal every year is to win a championship.
Yes, and I do realize, that's one of the things that happens in sports debates is people can frequently get into debates over who has higher standards, right. and that happens a lot in sports talk radio. But a reasonable floor. Right, if we start applying that to our other teams, that they have to clear this low hurdle for the season not to be a disappointment. It might not be the ultimate, but if the Pistons make the playoffs next year and achieve what Tom Gores says here,
which is basically get to the second round
of the playoffs, I mean, unless they go like 62-20 in the regular season, which I don't think anybody's anticipating. I mean, they could make a massive offseason move, but if they basically come back with the same group with a little tweak here and there, is that a reasonable floor where it won't be a disappointment if they achieve that?
I think the fact that you're saying it's a floor.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine because it means you're better than what you were last year. You got past the first round of the playoffs.
With a young core.
Yep. And I'm okay with that being the floor. But obviously you reserve your real judgment until you see what the team is. You don't know what changes are coming. I mean, the playoffs are still ongoing here, so let's get through an off season. Get to the summer league and practice in the fall and see what the team is. Who's on this team, and that'll reshape the expectations. It's like when we did the schedule game last week, like everybody else does. You do the schedule game when it first comes out. Sure, here's what we think. But that's going to change when you do the schedule game again at the end of August or in early September for the Lions and try to judge it because you'll see a training camp.
Yep.
You'll see if there are any more additions to this team. And you'll see who's hurt and who's not and all that. I mean, everything's going to, you go in stages. The first stage, having the floor being advancing in the playoffs is fine.
Okay. Red Wings, what's the floor? Is it just making the playoffs? If they make the playoffs, I get that this town has high hopes and standards, I guess I should say, for the hockey team. But if the disenchantment with what's currently going on runs pretty deep. But if they make the playoffs next year, is that achieving a floor?
Today, the floor is make the playoffs. A month and a half from now, when free agency hits, the floor is going to change.
True.
Okay? When we see what they decide to do, which direction they're going, who they're going to add to this team, because they are going to add to this team. Do they go with the biggest fish in the pond and grab Mitch Marner? Are they going to try to grab two big fish and bring somebody else here as well? Let's get through the training camp that they have in September and see if any of these prospects are going to demand to be on this roster. If Brandon Nygaard, is he just knocking that door down and going to be a contributing factor for this team? I mean, there's lots of things that still have to happen. But right now, today, the floor is make the playoffs.
I think you're right. I think until an addition is made, if they and they probably they have to get aggressive, but that could change everything. If they have an elite offseason and we could start thinking of them as making a little postseason run. Perhaps, but as it stands right now with the current way this team is constructed, floors make the playoffs.
But that, like I said, that can change.
What's the floor for the Tigers? Because it's weird. I think we're all as exciting as this has been. It's been extraordinarily exciting, and it goes back to last year. The way they finished last year was a sign that it was a team that was capable of competing. And the validation that last year wasn't a fluke, that's fully stamped, right? I mean, last year they turned a corner and they got competitive in the American League. I'm not sure where to set the floor for this Tiger team. Yeah, they have the best record in baseball. That's a fact. If they don't advance to the World Series, is the season a disappointment?
Well, again, we go in stages, right? With where you're at. Before the season began, it was absolutely make the playoffs, and maybe the floor was win the division. Was that it? Even though it would have been tough.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly right now, win the division. Yep, I expect them to win the division. I think right now the floor for me is ALCS.
Okay.
Because I do think this is one of the two best teams in the American League.
Well, obviously that could change as we get as the season goes on, but right now ALCS is the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Anything short of the ALCS will start to feel like a disappointment.
Yes.
It'd be, oh, damn it.
Because it would be status quo. You get to the ALDS, but you don't advance.
Right.
And this is a better team than they had last year.
Okay. What about the Lions? Is the floor getting to the Super Bowl? Or do they have to win the Super Bowl? Is anything short of winning the Super Bowl now a disappointment? Even though we've never been to one.
I think NFC Championship game for me is the floor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the floor. I still want to see what moves can be made. And I'm not sure how guys are going to come back from injury. I feel very confident about Hutchinson, but I don't know when McNeil's going to come back and how that injury will affect him. We don't know what other injuries will take place.
Okay, this is the first one we have a disagreement on. I think the floor is getting to the Super Bowl. And I think some people probably think the floor is winning the Super Bowl. They have to win it or everything else is a disappointment.
Here's why mine isn't there yet. Because I think they have to get to this. First of all, Philadelphia is the defending champ. They're very good. And Philadelphia beat the team to beat the Lions in the playoffs. So the Lions have stages to get to before I can say that the floor is getting to the Super Bowl.
All right, if you take issue with any of these, 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback, Kang, I want yours, and we'll get to the Sounders and Galaxy at 11:30. 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. It's likely you'll see some of your favorite NFL stars compete in the 2028 Summer Olympics on the flag football fields. Adam Schefter is hearing that it should be an easy vote-in at today's owners' meetings in Minnesota. The Tigers are back in the field tonight in St. Louis, looking to shake off their 11-4 loss last night. Not much went right from the pitching, hitting, and weather really all combined. Today, Tarek Skubal hits the mound. Here a start right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 7:45. Former Wayne State pitcher turned USPBL player Carter Fitzpatrick has been picked up by the Colorado Rockies organization. He's the 53rd USPBL player to move on to an MLB organization in their 10-year history. Fitzpatrick's fastball is more of a cutter, and it's in the mid-90s. The Mets and Yankees Subway Series game averaged 2.5 million viewers, which, according to Buster Olney, is the most-watched Sunday night baseball broadcast since 2018. Flushing, Michigan native and current Coastal Carolina ace pitcher Jacob Morrison has been announced as a Golden Spikes Award finalist. Orchard Lake St. Mary's product Ike Irish joins him as well. The honor bestowed to a college baseball player who's dominant on the field and a role model off the field as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797.
See a juicy rumor.
All right, is it
credible? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
me?
well, I mean, sometimes hold on. Sometimes rumors we don't want to run with every rumor we hear.
This one's somewhat harmless.
Is it harmless?
Somewhat. Chad Graff, who's
not Chad Graff.
Chad Graff. He's the New England Patriots writer for The Athletic.
Okay.
Has tweeted out, Jordan Hudson has told at least one person that she and Bill Belichick are engaged to be married.
Oh, boy.
Looky there.
Well, candlesticks make a nice gift.
They do.
Yeah.
They do make a nice gift.
I know where they're registered. Good for Bill.
I feel like those are going to be two different bachelor and bachelorette parties. I'm taking a guess.
They might use separate party planners. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah.
Engaged to be married, huh?
Yep.
That's the rumor.
That's she's told at least one person, apparently, according to Chad Graff, The Athletic.
So, social media post will announce it, I assume. We do follow her on the socials, don't we?
We do?
I don't know.
Kang,
do you follow her?
No, I do not. Does Belichick know he's engaged?
Somebody should tell him.
Maybe. We'll follow this one. Keep an eye on this one.
Okay. Locked in.
How does it affect the Cowboys?
Yep, exactly. All right, Kang, this whole floor thing. Tom Gores comes out with a statement. Says, look, the goal next year, return to full strength. The goal next year is to advance in the playoffs. I think that's a reasonable floor. Gator and I only had really one difference of opinion. We thought the Red Wings, as it stands right now with their current roster, the floor is to make the playoffs. They could make some big signings, a trade in the offseason that could change things. With the Tigers, floor is the ALCS, one step further than a year ago. That could change as this season goes on, but as it stands on May 20th, seems like that's a reasonable floor. We disagree on the Lions. I think the floor for the Lions is make the Super Bowl. Gator thinks the floor for the Lions is the NFC Championship game. I haven't seen any feedback on this, but where do you stand on all this?
First thing on the Gores statement, I do want to point out that it caught my eye at least before he said advancing in the playoffs will be the goal. In that same sentence, he wrote with a return to full strength next year. So that makes me think they might not be making a big move. Not that we're going to anyways, but that means, you know what? Let's let Ivy get healthy, Stewart get healthy, and we'll see what we look like.
Well, along those lines, I guess I'll read the next paragraph because he does, for people who didn't see the statement from Pistons owner Tom Gores, he says the goal will be advancing the playoffs. I promise our urgency will not stop. Our players and coaching staff are focused on continuing our positive momentum. Trajan and his team will act with urgency to strengthen our roster, and I will continue to ensure this organization has the necessary resources to succeed. Trajan will go shopping. I'll pay for it. That's what I read there. Right?
Yeah, I just think the shopping is going to be mid to lower level stuff. You know what I mean?
Probably.
Like we're not getting Giannis. We're not going to get in, any other big time player that might be on the move. Maybe no Markkanen or anything like that. I don't think that's happening. I think it's more guys like Malik Beasley, Schroeder, Tim Hardaway Jr., those type of guys, right?
Yep.
And then, like I said, with the full strength thing, just Ivy and Stewart getting healthy. I think the floor for the Pistons is advancing in the playoffs. I think you want them to get to the next round here. Now they got the playoff experience under their belt. They know what it's like. Because the first time, one of the things we mentioned the whole time when entering the playoffs was, do they have the experience to fight through the battles and the struggles when you're playing hard every minute of a game? It's different playoff basketball, right?
Yep. We saw it.
For the Tigers, I agree ALCS. Last year, by miracle or by not, they did win a playoff series. And this year, right now, by record, they're one of the best, if not the best team in the league, right? I don't care that they don't have a big-name player. This team is doing it. I mean, their big-name player is Tarek Skubal, but I'm talking maybe more like an everyday player. They don't have, Soto, Judge, Ohtani, right? But their team is one of the best teams in the league. So ALCS, I don't think, that's a reasonable
floor.
With the Wings, I am kind of, the floor's been the same, though, every year, so I'm really frustrated with the Wings, which is make the playoffs.
Yep.
I almost feel like at this point, win a series, because the floor should have been making the playoffs, should have been done already,
There's no question.
So as a frustrated Wings fan, technically the floor is making the playoffs, but I want more. For the Lions, you got to make the Super Bowl. I want the whole enchilada.
You got to make it, though.
Yeah, but at least make it. And Campbell wanted the enchilada last year. I still want it this year, and I'm sure he does too. But no more NFC title game for me, Gator. For me personally, it's you make the Super Bowl or bust. This is one of the elite teams, elite rosters in the league. That's the floor for me.
It's funny. I was going through just a story on Sports Illustrated and thank you, King. I was going through Sports Illustrated, and they had one of their writers just said, now that I got the schedule, here's my predictions. They had the Lions at 14-3. If they go 14-3 with this schedule, they'll enter the postseason as a favorite to get there. I mean, they will. That would be one hell of a regular season.
Yeah, it would be. And I'm obviously I'm not thinking that's what's going to be the case, but I think with the Lions, it's getting through the season. I just want them to get through the season. They're good enough to make the playoffs, get through the season, and let's get to the playoffs healthy, because the NFC is loaded. The AFC, both conferences are loaded at the top end, and the Lions are part of that top end. It's not going to be easy to get through Washington, Detroit, Philadelphia, and then you could throw another outlier in there if you think it's the Rams or Green Bay or whatever, or San Francisco, whatever the case is.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. I mean, even when the Lions made it to the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago, I mean, just getting through the Rams was tough. Getting through Tampa Bay was tough. And obviously they ran into trouble in San Francisco. But there's just too many good teams right now to say. I mean, this isn't like years past where they're the class of the conference and just line them up, doesn't matter. It's very difficult at the top.
F a stage for the Lions at Super Bowl or bust. If you write Super Bowl or bust, I want to make sure. Do you want to win the Super Bowl, or if they get there, they've achieved a minimum floor? And I know nobody wants to lose a championship, and nobody wants to set the goal shy. But I'm not talking about the team. Just saying, what is a reasonable floor for each Detroit team this year, based upon the Tom Gores letter? The floors for Detroit sports, writes an unnamed texter: Pistons, second round; Lions, NFC Championship game; Tigers, ALCS; Wings, I don't care until Stevie is gone. You're entitled to feel however you feel. That seems like I'd rather be right about not wanting Steve Yzerman here than see the team have success kind of attitude.
Yeah. Look, I think we're about to see an influx of Steve Yzerman drafted talent invade this roster.
Yeah.
And you're starting to see it now. I mean, with guys like Casper and Sider, Edvinson, Lucas Raymond for sure, Soderblom. These are guys that are his draft picks, and they're paying off. When this next group of guys comes through, Brandzik Nygaard and Danielson and Sandin Pellikka and Kosa, hopefully, and others, and whoever they draft this year. This is he's building it up, but it's not happening as fast as we want it to. They have an opportunity this offseason to add to this team in free agency or trade and speed up that process significantly while still bringing in this invasion of talent.
Unnamed texter, Stevie can't even say making the playoffs is a goal. Good for Gores. I don't know where Detroit fans are with Tom Gores, but I think the gesture of buying out Monty Williams' contract and then bouncing back with this team, I feel like that's a town that was kind of skeptical of this guy. He might be winning some fans over.
You go back like 10 months ago when he had the press conference to introduce Trajan Langdon and JB Bickerstaff. I think those are separate. But just when he gets up in front of a microphone and speaks, it's uncomfortable. He's all over the place.
He really, even his letter, the way he processes and thinks about things is just different. It's just different. And
no, it's almost like he's giving a board meeting, you know, but he's all over the place and he's treating it like a business. And, there's pros and cons to that. But think about where we were 10 months ago when he did that. Did you expect that this was going to be the case, that this team was going to be this good?
No. Oh, God, no.
So now all of a sudden he's got instant credibility. Eating that massive contract, I think fans would have like, oh, this guy sucks. He's like T-shirt cannon, whatever, buttons it down and showing all the wolf, all that stuff. They don't like. He's never here, whatever. He's awful. And then you find out, and he just ate $70 million or $67 million worth of a contract from Monty Williams to say goodbye to him. And I think every fan that had that attitude went, what's that? I'm sorry, he did what?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's interesting. And it just put a pause on all the hatred that was coming his way. All the vitriol that came his way, there was a pause because of that one move to buy out the contract of a coach that wasn't getting it done. And then you go out and you take a chance on a GM who hasn't been a GM and a coach who was let go because they didn't think he was good enough to get things done in Cleveland. And a few moves here, and this team is where they're at. And all of a sudden, it's almost a complete 180.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Well, folks, it finally happened. The weather went from cold and dark to hot and sunny in a blink of an eye, like it does here in the state of Michigan. And I love the heat as much as everybody else does, but you got to be prepared for it, man. You don't want to have that hot house in the summertime. No. You got to take care of things like your air conditioning. You want to make sure it's running cool. And if you got a pool in the backyard, you want to make sure that's running warm this summer. Here's what you do. You call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to ensure that takes place. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Tom Gores with the open letter to everybody saying the goal next year is to advance in the playoffs, posted on social media. So that means get to the playoffs and win a round. And I think we all would agree, barring major roster changes this offseason, that feels like a reasonable goal. We kind of did it for all the teams. What's the lowest hurdle that they need to clear? And then it'll be hard to say the season's a disappointment. From a guy in a truck, making the Super Bowl would be the floor minimum. From an unnamed texter, either Lions go to the Super Bowl, I'm going to set fire to my Jared Goff jersey. Really?
Oh, my.
Lions floor, NFC Championship game, Lions ceiling, Super Bowl appearance. It's from Adam at work. Their ceiling is a Super Bowl appearance. Adam, you don't think they can win it, huh? Interesting. The Wings are not going to make the playoffs, even with a big signing. They have no goaltending, and they need to replace the whole bottom six, and they don't have the prospects to do it.
They do have the prospects.
They do have the prospects.
100% they do. Carter Mazur is another one that I didn't mention that, remember, he got the chance to play. We were all excited in the first shift.
Yeah.
He gets hurt going into the boards. But he's another one that's going to be competing. Amadeus Lombardi is another one that's going to be competing. They've got a lot of young players that are going to be chomping at the bit to get their opportunity to play for this team in the fall and make the camp out of fall.
Yeah. Tigers floor is win a playoff series. Tigers ceiling is a World Series appearance. Red Wings floor make the playoffs. Red Wings ceilings win a playoff series. If Jordan Hudson proposed to Bill, was his response, we're on to Cincinnati.
Sounds like a nice place to honeymoon.
Yeah. Said nobody ever. All right, so here we go. Got an update on a story we talked about last week. It was 10 inmates breaking out of a New Orleans prison. Was it 3/4 of a mile from the French Quarter?
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. We're like, this is an interesting story because if you're trying to blend in, if you're a prisoner, do you run straight to the French Quarter and
try to blend in?
With the masses there? Is that a good plan? Of the 10 that escaped on Monday, 7 were still at large.
Oh, yep. I was hoping you were going to say 7 were caught.
7 are still at large.
That's not the case.
Yep. A 4th inmate was captured yesterday. So 6 still at large.
Okay.
The reward is $20,000 per inmate. So there's $120,000 worth of inmates running around New Orleans right now. All right. So now the way they broke out, they like removed the toilet and made a hole behind the toilet. And the guys were able to slip through. 10 guys were able to slip through. They actually stopped during the breakout to leave messages for the guards. One of them wrote, "Too easy."
Oh, no. They're trolling the guards on the way out?
Trolling the guards. Now, he spelled T-O easy.
Oh.
Yeah. But
maybe is there a guard named Easy?
I don't know. Anyway, they trolled the guards.
That's like, this escape, it's a combination of Escape from Alcatraz and Shawshank Redemption. Escape from Alcatraz, for those that didn't see the movie, Clint Eastwood way back when, he found that the walls were deteriorating inside of Alcatraz because the sea air just didn't make it, these walls were just starting to crumble.
Mm-hmm.
So day by day, he started crumbling more and more, and then they would fix grades to it. It's similar to Shawshank, but I bring Shawshank in because it felt like that was directly into the sewer system.
Yeah.
When they got out.
Yep.
These guys are just watching movies, man.
Yeah, right. So, every guy has thought about, if I were on the run, how would I blend in?
Yeah.
I mean, the ideal thing is you got to get across a border. You got to get across a border. You got to be. You probably want to go to Mexico. It's probably easier to blend into Mexico than blend into Canada.
Oh, I disagree.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you disagree?
Because you'd be the gringo in Mexico, and in Canada, you'd look like a citizen.
Yeah, but Mexico feels like a lawless land, man.
I understand that part, but here's the other part of Canada. It's like 60% uninhabited.
Yeah, I mean,
there's only like 30 million people that live in the entire country, and the country's massive.
Dude, Mexico's like mostly desert. Also uninhabited, but maybe uninhabitable.
It's very, very inhabited. And yes,
well,
there's
much
desert,
of it, much of it is.
Good luck living in the desert.
I drove through it, man. I know. I put my life on the line that 1 year.
You did. You survived.
Drove through it. But if you, in lieu of getting across a border, I mean, do you just try and lay low for a couple of weeks? How do you get food? Are you begging on the streets?
Doug, would you grow your hair out?
Yes.
Seriously.
I would do everything.
Yeah, no, you got to change your appearance. You look like Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd get that terrible look. I'd do the Thibodeau look. That's 100%. Grow it long on the sides, comb over. I might do the comb over.
Yeah.
Get some glasses.
Yeah. Would you finally grow the beard?
So tattoos like that. I mean, the French Quarter, you could get a costume, an outfit, a disguise in the French Quarter pretty easily.
No, see, that's where you're wrong. Don't go to the French Quarter, man. That's
why
the two got caught there.
Did they?
No, they didn't get caught. They're on camera though. They already know.
I don't think you stop moving. You have to keep moving, and
you get away from places with cameras like the French Quarter.
Get into the bayou, man.
I mean, yeah.
No. You get eaten by an alligator.
Well, I mean,
you'd prefer that than going back to jail?
I mean, you're busting out of jail. I think you're thinking
you're pretty
life
desperate.
or death at this
you're
point,
pretty
right?
desperate. No, you're right. You're right.
So we know Doug's going south, Gator's going north.
Yes. What are you doing? I'm going to Mexico. He's going to.
I agree with Gator. I think I'd go to Canada. I try to get to Canada if I'm trying to cross the border, because now, mind you, border patrol. You're going right into the teeth of people looking for you. I stay away for a while before I make a move outside of America.
And I've been in jail. It's not like I got bribe money. If I'm going to Mexico. Unless I, unturn that rock in Zihuatanejo or wherever, Fort Hancock, Texas.
Fort Hancock, Texas. Yeah, you keep moving, but you don't try and cross a border for a while. That's the plan?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
The border's hot right now. They're on the lookout for you.
That's a good point. And my guess is the border to Mexico is probably hotter than the border to Canada.
I mean, haven't you kind of always thought that just find yourself in the woods somewhere?
Yeah.
And just
would you be prepared to live in the woods?
No, I'm not prepared to live anywhere outside of my house, and I'm barely prepared for that.
He's a house cat.
I am. I don't go out anymore. What are you talking about?
I think I could do the woods thing for quite some time. Not like Jansen. Jansen would be the greatest escapee.
What are you going to eat?
Berries. I'm going to end up like Chris McCandless, dead in the Alaska wilderness by eating a poison berry.
Exactly. That's the thing, right? You don't know.
No.
You know better than me.
But Jansen, I'm slightly better than you when it comes to living outdoors, I would think. Slightly. Jansen would be the ultimate escapee.
He's too big.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, Gator. But he's massive, man.
But if he gets into the woods, first of all, he'll wrestle the gator and find a way to cook the gator meat. He'll live off gator meat for quite some time.
I'm just saying, like, if the police are looking for you, if they're looking for me, they're looking for a 6-foot-tall fat guy. Hey, there's a million people like me. Looking for a 6'7" man, there aren't many of those. But there's no question, if John were out in the woods, would he survive? Yeah.
Yes. Feedback coming in on Twitch here. No shot. Doug's making fun of an inmate's grammar. I am making fun of an inmate's grammar. Although Settle Down Beavis makes this point. Since New Orleans is nicknamed the Big Easy, maybe he was saying where he was going. Too easy.
Right. There you go. Nice.
248-539-9797. What would be your plan? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so I was just looking at an update on this prison break story out of New Orleans. 4 inmates have been captured. 6 are still on the run. Ages 19 to 42. Authorities say some fugitives may have left the city or state of Louisiana. The public's been urged to stay alert, not be alarmed, and report any tips. So, and the FBI has, this is a great term, surged resources.
Oh.
Never heard that. Surged resources. But, we were talking about, do you get into the French Quarter and try and blend in? Do you get the hell out of Dodge? You keep moving, you go to the bayou? Nick says, Jansen uses AC all summer in his truck. He's got no shot camping more than a day. Ooh. Next one, Doug would starve to death. Next one, Mexico is lawless, but criminals kill criminals. You got to get somewhere that doesn't extradite to the U.S. That's from another named Texter. Straight to the French Quarter. Pretend I'm a bachelor party. Pretend I'm in a bachelor party. That's from Chris in a truck. Boys, you got it all wrong. You go to New York City and hide in plain sight amongst millions of people. Try to get some under-the-table work. Change your name. Change your appearance.
Sure. How do you get from New Orleans to New York?
I don't know. How do you get to Canada?
Well, you were just comparing the two. I'm just saying.
I
said if I'm in New Orleans, I'm going to try to. I mean, I wouldn't like it, but try to get through the bayou. At least you lose the trail. You might lose your life.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in the bayou is going to kill you, but come across some Cajun dude and ask for help.
The bayou. The bayou's a strange and mysterious place, isn't it?
It is.
It's.
Watch out for that gator.
Yeah.
Gator won't snake.
All right. Somebody just said how long we'd all last.
And Doug would be the first one caught because he turned himself in. Am I right, Gator?
You're probably right. And then he rat the rest of us out.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Gators in Canada. What?
He said he was going to go to Canada.
Yeah, right.
Dude. Canada's pretty large. You know where he would go?
Here we go.
He's got a fondness for British Columbia, but I'm not sure.
Scott writes in, 97 won the on-air personalities living in the woods. Doug, 8 days. Jansen, indefinitely. Yep. Gator, 1 day. Kang, 2 days. Kenny, 0 days. Caputo, 3 days. Wojo, 0.0. Costa, 9 hours. Rico, 1 day. Mike, if you're asking, can I survive in the woods for 1 day? The answer is yes. Oh, man.
See, but as a fat guy, I got reserves.
You do?
I got energy reserves.
Yes, you
I
do.
can last more than a day. I wouldn't like it.
No.
I got some skills. I watch a lot of these shows.
You're all good because you watch a bunch of the shows.
Yeah.
You watch Bear Grylls.
Yeah. I used to watch the Survivor shows all
Naked
the time.
and Afraid?
Watch some of that. Yeah.
Survivor?
You think you'd do
Not
better
Survivor.
because you watch Survivor?
No, I don't watch Survivor.
Oh, okay.
Watch the real Survivor
I thought you said you
No,
watched Survivor.
the Survivor shows. Like Naked and Afraid. Yes, I've seen that.
Gator would get us to try to play games in the woods.
Yeah. Where's
He'd have,
Probst?
he'd have a conch shell
Probst.
and a
What do we got?
torch. Vote us out of the bayou.
Punch Johnny Fairplay right in the face. Where's Boston Rob at?
Well, we keep you updated
You
on
the chick that posed naked, were you? Yeah, those. Yeah, no, I don't watch Survivor, but I could. I could last more than a day.
The one thing I have going for me in Canada is I got Canadian relatives that could help out. Of course, that's probably the first thing I do is check
they're
them out.
they're gonna
Dude,
know
no,
that.
but I got a Canadian Special Forces guy.
He's the first one they're going to talk to.
He won't let anybody talk to him. I think he could get lost as easily as.
He's not going to talk to you.
You don't think so?
No. Second, you say, "Hey, man."
If he knew I was
I'm on the lam, he's gonna. I gotta go.
Yeah, I got too many Canadian. A bunch of my Canadian relatives are in law enforcement. I'd be screwed. They wouldn't help me. They're not risking their lives, their families to help me out.
So people are texting in now that's saying that you guys should go places where they wouldn't expect. Like Doug should go out to a McDonald's. They'll never look there for him.
Oh, that's a
Gator
good
should
call.
go to St. Louis. He hates the Cardinals.
That makes sense.
Valenti, Ann Arbor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Make a ton of sense.
They'd recognize him.
No, you change your appearance. The first thing you do is you go to the French Quarter, you get a bunch of new tattoos. You get a crazy wardrobe change. All that stuff would be available.
Again, you're thinking you have money or something.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't have any money. Well, got to do what you got. You got to find. You got to rob something. Look, I'm a criminal. I'll come up with some money.
Do we have a safe house? Do you have a guy? You got a guy who can make up new IDs?
I got to tell you, that place we stayed in New Orleans was not exactly a Hampton Inn. It was a bit of a.
It was a really cool place.
But it was like a house. It was turned
a
into a rooming house.
Yeah, but it was cool.
Someone just texts, Gator would get caught on Jumbotron on Dog Row at Comerica.
Probably true.
It's a great way to get food. Get a ticket to a game and get some.
Get it right. I'd be caught at Dog Row at a minor league baseball park.
Probably. All right, well, we'll keep you updated on what's going on with those guys.
Well, I hope that they catch them.
I do too. 248-539-9797. So, I don't know if did you see a story about what's going on in college football? There's this contract that all the
I saw something last night. I'm reading through it, and then my ADD kicked in. I felt like I was 15 years old again, taking one of these tests, standardized tests with the essay, and then halfway through it, I just lost all interest in it and just started checking off A, B, A, C, A, whatever.
It's all about.
There's a lot going on.
NIL. Signing contracts to follow NIL rules and to have an NIL clearinghouse and
to have all these the colleges, universities, the Power Four conferences to have them all agree to it, and if you don't, then you can be expelled. And there's a lot in there.
Yeah, and you've got this house case,
That's a
ruling.
whole other thing. Yeah.
I was thinking today, all right, are we doing a disservice to the audience by not talking about this, or do people just not care? Because I get the sense that they don't care.
Here's what I think people want. I think people would love for there to be guardrails on this thing. Somehow make it equal for everybody, right? To stop with the wild, wild west stuff, which is going on right now, even though it's benefited some Big Ten schools lately. But if you get a level playing field for everybody and have the actual rules set in place, as long as we can agree on what those rules should be, I think people would be happier with it. The problem is, nobody really knows how to get there. They're talking about putting together some commission to oversee college athletics, which they've done before.
Term?
Isn't that what the NCAA was in the first place?
The College Sports Commission.
Yeah, before they had the Knight Commission and something else, and it's just such a complete mess. And I think, I don't know.
So here's
you and I talk about this a lot with what has to change, and I feel like if you bound players to contracts, to earn the NIL money, hey, that's great. You want to be, but you have to commit 2 years or whatever it is to stay at this university. And
I'll tell you what. So I don't know that people really care about all this stuff, but I did see something today that pissed me off. And that is, I was told with the playoff we'd have better matchups during the regular season. But do you see that USC Notre Dame might be coming to an end?
No.
Yeah, that rivalry is under contract for one more year, and they're having a disagreement about whether or not or how they are going to extend it. And I think every time one of these, well, because
because Notre Dame Network,
yeah,
NBC, or
no,
what?
We want the Notre Dame. This is from USC Associate Athletic Director Cody Warsham. We want the USC Notre Dame rivalry to continue, which is why we offer an extension of our agreement. It's a special game, and our fans and our institution will continue to work with Notre Dame on scheduling future games. Story says USC offered a 1-year extension to play in Los Angeles in 2026. That's it. Notre Dame wants a long-term deal. USC wants to play one game at their place and nothing beyond that.
Why doesn't USC want to continue?
USC has expressed a reluctance to enter into a long-term deal due to uncertainty about the future of the college football playoff format. And while assessing the demands of greater travel as a member of the Big Ten, USC has broached the idea of moving the game to a season opening spot on the schedule.
So Notre Dame doesn't want it to start the season that way, and USC doesn't want to keep it up because it could be a deterrent for them making the national championship or the playoffs.
They're like, okay, every other
tough game every year.
Every other year, we're going to have to add another game, a flight to the Midwest to play at Notre Dame.
I get it.
And so USC made this offer. We'll play one more time at our place. We'll extend the contract one more year, and you come here. And I can see why Notre Dame has said no.
Okay, it's all negotiation, though, right?
I mean, I hope so, but
get the networks to pay for all the expenses, and they'll
every time something like this gets ended, a little part of college football dies.
Yeah,
and it's a shame. You know, rivalries like Oklahoma, Nebraska, it's gone. Pitt, Penn State, gone. Texas A&M was gone. Now it's back. But it was gone. These are Colorado, Nebraska was a great game. Like there's a bunch of games, Washington State, Oregon State. Every time, now to their credit, some of those are continuing on their own, but they're better when they're conference matchups. I don't know. That's the kind of stuff that I think fans care about more than we're waiting on the House ruling on the NIL deal.
Well, this is a potential casualty of the way things are going.
Yep.
Although I would think if you're opening up the college football playoff to more teams like they have, then having another game on your schedule, which is tough consistently, like playing Notre Dame or USC, but more so Notre Dame than USC, that would be fine because you can absorb a loss if you're USC and still have a chance to make it.
All right, next couple of days, NFL owners are going to vote on some rule changes, and I think some of them, I think fans are going to be interested in this. We'll get to that today at 11:50. Hey, FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right there inside the app to see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's the offer right there that you should take advantage of. If you haven't done it, make that $5 bet, get a win, and then just play with the $200 in bonus bets. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Did you see Colin Morikawa is committed to the Rocket Classic?
Yeah, I saw that. That's awesome.
That is cool.
Two-time major champion, number 4 player in the world.
Let's go.
Keep them coming.
There's a Tony Paul hinted at that last week that some top 10 player at least won.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he got the heads up that Colin Morikawa might end up at playing here in our PGA event. So that's good news. And we'll see if there are indeed at least one top 10 player. It'll be nice to see them put together a better field. Even though I've gone in years where there's always a name. There's a name or two you recognize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
more
Tony
than a name or two.
It's Tony Finau, that kind of thing. But I still enjoyed the hell out of it. It's still fun to watch. They're still all great at golf.
Yeah,
It's just different levels of greatness. All right, NFL owners meetings going on right now, and there's going to be votes in the next couple of days. There are 4, I think, major things that really people have interest in. There's the tush push. There's NFL players playing flag football in the Olympics. There's the playoff reseeding. And now there's an onside kick rule that they are considering. Which one of these do you want to start with?
Let's start with the onside kick rule.
Okay. So trying to describe what this rule would be, I think only is going to confuse people. But the league is considering changing the onside kick rules to make it easier for the kicking team to recover, adding language that restricts where players on the recovering team can line up for the onside kick recovery. Okay, pay close attention.
I'm trying.
The receiving team may have a maximum of 3 players in the setup zone, not on the restraining line, but never more than 1 player in each of the 3 areas within the setup zone bordered by the sideline and inbounds lines. Got it?
I think so.
Story that I got off of NBC Sports. That language is going to be confusing for most football fans, as the league's new kickoff rules have introduced a new vocabulary that hasn't quite caught on with the general public yet. But the gist is that the new rule is designed to spread out the receiving team and give the kicking team the reality that even if give the kicking team a better chance of recovering onside kicks. So what do you think?
I don't know. It's all convoluted. I hate I don't like the kicking rules to begin with.
The new one?
Yeah, they've switched over the last couple of years. I wish it was just the way it was. If you're having problems getting players to come out of the end zone with the football, push them back. Push the kicking team back.
So it sounds like you will have less players allowed to line up right where at 10 yards. You're going to have less players that are allowed to line up at 10 yards. So, okay. That means it's, I guess, more likely you're going to recover an onside kick. This feels convoluted, but there's a lot about the kicking game that looks and feels convoluted right now. So, but the onside kick feels like a formality now. It feels like nobody recovers onside kicks anymore.
No, and it's not like they didn't to begin with. It wasn't a huge recovery rate before, but
they've taken away the element of surprise
and all this. I know that, which makes it awful.
The element of surprise gave you a better chance of recovering one of these things. I mean, late in game situations doesn't really matter.
No, I'm not going to be happy no matter what they do, I guess, because unless they go back to the way it used to be, and they're not going to. So they may as well do the radical 4th and 15 or 4th and 20 play. I think I'd rather see that than to continue butchering this.
Well, for people who don't know what that is, that would be if you score a touchdown or field goal and you're going to kick off, you can leave your offense on the field. From the 35, you got a 4th and 15 situation. And if you complete a pass for 6 yards and that's all you get, the other team takes over right there. If you complete a pass for 14 yards, they take over right there. If you throw an incompletion, they take over on the 35. It's just like a 4th and 15 play. You got to get across midfield. So also convoluted.
But more entertaining, I guess, than what this is.
Tush push. They need 24 votes to get rid of it. They need 8. Philly's trying to, I guess, muster some support from 8 other teams to keep it. What do you want to happen with the tush push?
Well, the problem that I have with the tush push is that I think it's an illegal play because you have, well, it probably isn't, but I just don't like
By
it because
definition, it's not.
Yeah, because you're allowing players that don't have the football to push the guy that does have the football forward. I don't like that. I don't think it should be like that. I think it's up to the guy who has the ball. He's the one that's got to make it happen. The guys can block for him, but I don't think they should be able to push him forward. I don't think you should be able to pick a player up and carry him forward. We saw the Lions do that a couple years ago, and it was fun and made the highlights, but I think that's ridiculous too. So I used to be on the side of, well, just defend it, because it's not a safety issue. They've done the research and studies, and they say it's not. Teams would claim, well, it's a safety issue. It's not. Nobody gets hurt in this. Or if you do, it's rare. So that's not it. What it is it's kind of unfair. So I've changed my tune on this. Now I'm like, I don't want this turning into rugby.
Yeah, it's a terrible play to watch. It's
successful. If it's your team doing it, you'll take the touchdown, you'll take the first down. But
I've spent the bulk of my football watching career not having my team run the tush push, and I've never felt like I was missing out. It's a boring ass play to watch. I have no interest in watching teams line up in a rugby scrum. And is it tough to defend? Yeah, it's tough to defend.
Well, it's tough to defend when it's impossible to defend when you got players behind the guy pushing them forward.
And yet it has been defended, but quarterback sneak's a tough play to defend. But it feels like nobody's pushing you. Kang, how do you feel about the tush push?
Yeah, I don't like it. It feels like they took a loophole and took advantage of it. And it's totally within the rules, obviously, right now. And obviously, they're voting for it for a reason. I think everything in sports in general comes down to entertainment value. Is this entertaining for the fans to watch? And I don't think it is, You could debate whether it's a fair or unfair advantage, but in the end, is it something that people enjoy watching and viewing? And if they don't, get it out of the game. They do it in other sports all the time, with Hack-a-Shack or the shift in baseball. Whatever it is, they're always trying to change rules to make it better for the viewer. And I think in the end, no one likes watching this play. They don't. And a lot of the players don't like it performing it or having it performed on them, I guess. But yeah, I don't think I don't like it.
It probably doesn't help that Philly is the team that made it popular, that had the most success with it, and they went out and won a Super Bowl.
Right. I mean, you got the best running back in football, and you've got the most athletic quarterback, and you're adding to that by having guys push those guys forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What about NFL players in the Olympics? A proposal would allow one player per NFL team to be selected by a country for the Olympics in addition to each team's designated international player. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
One team to be selected by a country? Does that mean Patrick Mahomes might be quarterbacking France?
No idea what that means.
Like, don't you have to be from that country?
To compete in the Olympics, you have to have a tie to the country, yes. Citizenship or something adjacent.
So are we looking at basically we're going to load up Team USA to beat the living crap out of everybody in flag football?
Well, I'm not sure. Or does Amon-Ra St. Brown, does he play for Germany?
Would he want to?
I don't know. First of all, I think it's ridiculous that flag football is going to be an Olympic sport.
Do you?
Yeah, it's flag football. I mean, come on. You want to try to make football, go ahead, but I don't even want that. But flag football is ridiculous. And then to ask NFL players, sure, you can do it. One per team can go. I don't like that either. There's plenty of athletes here that didn't make it to the NFL that are more than capable of representing whatever country it is to play in a flag football league.
Right.
Don't pull we don't need to go all dream team here, do we?
I don't think so, but I mean, it really does sound like countries can draft NFL players. And that seems really odd to me.
It's 2028 for the 2028 Olympics. We got a couple years on.
A limit of one player per NFL team on each national team participating. Okay, so you can't have more than one NFL team
right,
on
so
Team
two
USA.
Lion players can't play for Team USA.
a limit of one player per NFL team on each national team participating. That sounds to me like it can only be one NFL player per team. France can only have one NFL player. I don't know. This seems really weird.
I don't know. A little convoluted. We got some Tiger news.
Is it good?
Yeah.
We'll get to that at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. You're into that?
A race of Wienermobiles?
Yes.
Yes. Who isn't?
Had you heard of that story before?
No.
No?
Are they going to hot rod them up, or are they just like standard Wienermobiles?
As Jeremy was reading that, Gator was like, "That sounds like fun." Are they going to?
They're going to tip.
Are they going to be? They're going to be on the track at Indy.
And it sounds like it, doesn't it? Can those things handle the bank?
I don't think Indy has a huge bank.
No?
No. I don't think it's insane, but I would hope that they've thought this one through. If they all hit the first turn and they all just topple over.
Epic fail.
Yeah.
And yet completely worth it.
What's the banking at Indianapolis Motor Speedway? 9.2 degrees in its 4 turns.
That doesn't sound like too much.
No.
I would hope that these things are souped up. Like that they get IndyCar mechanics working on these things. You know, the normal Wienermobile goes 0 to 60 in 28 seconds, and this Wienermobile goes 0 to 60 in 8 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, just let's go. Let's have a race, fellas.
So what I say, 9% at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
9 degrees.
Yeah, it's 18% at Michigan International Speedway.
18 degrees.
It's 31 degrees. Sorry, degrees, yes. 31 degrees at Daytona.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yep.
It's that much different than MIS.
Yes.
Wow. And MIS is that much different than Indy.
At Talladega,
here we go.
It's 33 degrees.
Oh, my.
So, yeah, dude, those Wienermobiles might struggle at Talladega.
That's why you got to do it at Indy. You can't pull this off at Talladega.
They actually put 6 Wienermobiles at the start-finish line at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and have them race for 1 lap.
I want 10 laps. You don't have to go too many, right? But
dude, 10 laps might take forever.
10 minutes or more than 10
How fast do you think these things go?
That's what I'm saying. Well, get the mechanics on it. Let's work this.
They're not going to go much faster than probably 60 miles an hour. It's a
All
2.5 mile oval.
Okay, so if you're 2.5 miles, obviously it's longer than that.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, you want this to be more than a 10-minute race, right? Like a half an hour race.
I'm not sure we need anything
it's
more
a
than
for TV event.
We only need 1 lap, man. Only need 1 lap.
What if you get the Puma Karen in the back of a car and chase? Remember from Talladega Nights?
Oh,
shut up, Karen! Get Karen in the back of one of those cars in a Wienermobile.
Sure. What the hell?
You could have a dachshund pageant, the whole thing. I love this idea.
Do you? All right. Well, you're going to get your dream.
Hot dogs all throughout the day.
Are they going to have actually, this is Joseph Newgarden is driving this one, and
I hope so.
Actual IndyCar drivers.
Who's the guy? Rosenpenis? What was the guy's name?
Rosen Schwartz.
Sorry. Robert Rosen Schwartz.
Rosen Schwartz. Is that? I don't even know if that's his name.
I
know it's not. I know what it's not.
Dr. Rosen. I forget what his name is. But yeah, have that guy. Sure.
Yeah.
Can we get a Foyt? Can a Foyt run this?
Get a Foyt and Andretti.
Yep.
Let's go. Sneva. Give me a Sneva.
Give me a Sneva, sure. Yeah.
Sneva driving one of those things. Hell yeah. We'll have to get the details on this now because I have a feeling Gator is now vastly more interested in what's going to happen at the Indy 500.
I am. I'm more interested in the Wienermobile race than I am in the Indy 500. Yes, without question.
All right, so we got some Tiger news. Starts with this. Caputo actually is the one I saw tweeted out that Jake Rogers is going to start tonight's game in St. Louis. He is back and he will be catching for Turk Skubal, which is kind of what he does. So he is back. There's other news though, right? We got
Parker Meadows.
Parker Meadows. Yep.
He's going to start his rehab assignment tonight in Toledo. So today is the 20th. They said the earliest he can come back because of the injured list would be May 24th.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if 4 games is going to be enough for him or not. But it sounds like they're getting him back soon, barring any setbacks. Let's hope there are no setbacks. But let's hope that Parker Meadows is going to be able to hit.
Yep.
and doesn't need too much time to ramp it up. But that would be great to get him back. And by the way, Tomas Nido is likely the one to be sent down.
Yeah.
For Jake Rogers, if it hasn't happened already.
Wait, they're going to call up a catcher and send down a pitcher?
Right.
I'm joking because last night he got 5 outs on 9 pitches.
This is a guy that we haven't even really had a chance to talk about, Nido, and what he has done for this team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all this guy did in 35 at-bats was hit 343. He hit 343 and then tossed 1 2/3 perfect innings of baseball. And he's going to get sent down, and rightfully so, because, Jake Rogers is typically the everyday catcher, but Dylan Dingler's been hitting so well that you can see a pretty even split between what Dingler's going to get and what Jake Rogers gets, more so than Dingler and Tomas Nido. But Tomas Nido did a really nice job for the Tigers in a very short amount of time. Only played in 10 games this year, but his presence was felt.
So, remember I said yesterday it feels like winning is contagious, and guys just make plays, attention to detail, everything's heightened. When you're on a good team, and it's been a long time, it feels like since the Tigers were a good team, it's a reminder of how winning begets winning. And suddenly Tomas Nido, of all people, are making plays for you, right?
Yeah.
So
games he played, the Tigers were 6-4.
Is that right?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, 6-4.
All right. Well, good. Good for Tomas Nido, but thank you for your service. But this goes back to the whole 40-man roster thing.
7-4.
7-4?
Yeah, but it's, yeah.
Yeah, don't slight Nido. Okay, well, that's good news. Something to pay attention to. The bad news was that Reese Olson actually got put on the 15-day injured list. They suspect he'll miss 2 starts. There's not a belief that this injury to his ring finger is going to be serious, but I mean, if you told me back when we first heard about Parker Meadows' injury that we'd be into mid to late May before he was starting a rehab assignment, because that whole injury was weird.
Yeah.
This one said he said it felt like a cramp in his finger.
Yeah, my first thought was, I hope it's not that with trigger finger or whatever it is. That, remember Evan had that a few years ago?
Yep.
And that took, I think, a couple months for that to clear up. This doesn't sound like that's the case. I mean, they're really kind of playing it off like, well, we decided to put him on the list because we don't have a day off until the 29th. So we're going to need that spot. If he's going to miss 1 start, we might as well keep him out for longer than that. And I get that. Now, the other good news was, you mentioned earlier in the show, that Casey Mize pitched yesterday at Comerica Park to a handful of guys that were rehabbing, Wencel Perez and Jake Rogers and Matt Vierling and Parker Meadows, and threw a 5-inning simulated game. So that kind of tells me that he's ready to go, but he's going to have to sit out the rest of his time as he waits to come back from the injured list. But that was another one we were worried. Is this a long-term thing like the hamstring last year, or is this just a tweak? Apparently it's a tweak, like he said. Let's hope that he can stay on the roster the rest of the season.
So an official press release here says that Oscar Mayer, the Wienermobiles, will make their racing debut at Indianapolis Motor Speedway during Carb Day on Friday. So it sounds like they're racing around the track.
Carb Day? What is that? Like nothing but pasta?
I think it's Carburation Day is what it's.
Oh, I was thinking like buns.
Yeah.
Right?
Oversized buns, foot-long dogs.
Uh-huh. I mean,
I could be wrong.
French fries.
I think it's
chili fries.
Ooh.
Chili cheese fries.
Ooh. Is Detroit going to rep with a Coney dog in this race?
Yeah, right?
Yeah. What about for Doug? Is there a turkey dog?
It doesn't sound like it. So each
loaded baked potato.
Let me get you the whole details here, because if you didn't hear during the update, he did.
Carb Day sounds awesome.
It does sound great.
It doesn't stand for Carbohydrate Day, but the racers will represent the Chicago dog is the Midwest dog, the New York dog is the East dog, the Slaw dog is the Southeast dog, the Sonoran dog is the Southwest dog, the Chili dog is the South dog, and the Seattle dog is the Northwest dog.
I'm sorry, who gets the chili dog? The South?
The South, the entire South.
It's different than a Coney, though, Gator. You know, Coney sauce is a little different.
So there's no Coney dog?
There's no Coney, huh? Well,
weak.
Detroit versus everybody again.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, we're not represented.
Well, it's all the dogs will have a little mustard, though, right? Because these are fast wieners.
It's true.
They're supposed to be fast wieners, yes. IMS is naming Oscar
Seattle
Mayer.
gets a dog. Is that what you said?
Seattle gets a dog.
Why?
Because I guess it's Seattle dog.
What's special about
I think it's cream cheese or something, Gator.
Oh.
They put I'm pretty sure it's cream cheese. Look, you can look it up. That's their dog. Well, how do they get a dog?
A hot dog served in a bun that is slathered with cream cheese and topped with grilled or caramelized onions.
Yep, there it is.
I'll try it.
It's a grungy dog.
I got to tell you that your hostility changed pretty quickly.
I like to try
He
it.
loves hot dogs.
Yeah, I love hot dogs.
He was in Dog Row.
Ken, you gonna try that?
Yeah, I like cream cheese.
Yeah.
I like
You like
onions.
do you like, to be fair, would you eat all these dogs?
I've had a slaw dog. They're fantastic. The Sonoran dog is like isn't like the wrapped in bacon kind of hot dog that they make south of the border.
A hot dog wrapped in bacon is a popular street food in southern Arizona and northwestern Mexico.
Yeah, I'm down with that. So, slaw dog, Sonora dog. You got the Seattle dog, and down with. Did they say Chicago dog or no?
Chicago dog, yeah.
Yeah, I mean Chicago's there's a lot on there, but I do enjoy Chicago. I'm not gonna lie. Did they say New York dog?
New York dog, yeah.
What's the New York dog?
Flops around a lot. Annoying fans.
Popular New York style hot dog features a grilled all beef Frankfurter on a soft bun, typically topped with sauerkraut, onions, and spicy mustard.
I mean, it's fine. It's a hot dog. It's your basic hot dog, but it's not a Coney dog.
He's not impressed.
I mean, I'd have it. Yeah, it's all hot dogs. They're pretty good.
Okay, well,
Not the turkey dog though.
no,
Back
I
off.
don't even like turkey dogs. So
And don't even get me started on a chicken dog, a chicken Frank. Those are the worst.
I would offer up a turkey
Weird
dog as
color.
they're both weird.
Yeah.
I've tried. If anybody tried, it was me. Some of those chicken sausages though aren't bad. If you get into
The
I
bigger.
can't- yeah, that I can't think of the name of it. Al Fresco or something like that. It's the name of the brand. All right, Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. That's why I'd recommend Steve and his crew to a family member or a friend. If they were in need of a lawyer for a auto accident, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Gator, story out of Chicago. You might find interesting.
City that blows?
A scary security scene at O'Hare International Airport. A DoorDash driver made a couple of wrong turns and ended up on a runway.
Come on. Come on.
Yep.
He wasn't driving a Wienermobile, was he?
No.
Okay.
How does this happen?
A source told CBS News Chicago that the delivery driver drove miles along the interior and restricted roads at O'Hare, potentially crossing runways, before someone spotted him from air traffic control tower. Chicago police confirmed the 36-year-old man was working as a delivery driver when he accidentally drove into an unauthorized secured area within O'Hare Airport. Police added that they conducted a preliminary investigation and deemed the delivery driver's actions a mistake, and no charges or citations were filed. Okay. So I'm going to assume somebody working at the airport made a DoorDash order, and there was probably some employee entrance or some area that's not your typical passenger drop-off area that they tried to get this person to deliver the food to. And they screwed something up, and the next thing you knew, they were out driving around on the tarmac.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
An airport like O'Hare,
a
giant hub like O'Hare,
yep,
you shouldn't have DoorDash at O'Hare. There are a million different dining options at O'Hare. You don't need to bring more people from the outside of the airport into the airport area. And I'm waiting in 3, 2, 1 to hear the policy drop at O'Hare. O'Hare Airport has now decided there is no door dashing allowed.
I think you're probably right. Now, given there's plenty of people, it's not like everybody that works at the airport works near the food court, right? There might be plenty of dining options, but if you're, working in the baggage area, you might not have.
Or you're on a break.
You might not have the access to the food court that the normal passengers have.
I think there's a way.
Well, there's certainly something better than having a DoorDash driver drive out on the tarmac.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't a passenger on a plane
that ordered the food.
Could really go for a Chicago dog right now.
I really could.
Portillo's, isn't that the place there? Get Portillo's delivered.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on.
They call it Pope-tillos now.
Of course they do. I'm on Delta 713, seat 34A on my way to Miami, but I'd like a hot dog before I take off. Yeah, I don't know how this happened, but I'm going to guess worker, airport. Hey, before you get to this area, take a right on the service drive. I'll meet you at this door.
Well, I tell you, things have really been tough for the airports this year, huh? That MTV guy, Sean Duffy's really he's got his work cut out for him heading that hole.
Oh, I sleep well at night.
That whole area. Yeah. God. What's the latest? Well, it wasn't bad enough that there was some weird ship that went into the Brooklyn Bridge yesterday. Now we've got this thing where somebody's driving around on at the airport at O'Hare, hitting the runways, looking to make a delivery because somebody, wanted their Burger King.
That Brooklyn Bridge thing was wild.
That
doesn't feel like real life. That feels like a scene out of a movie. And
why are you trying to get under a bridge?
They weren't. They lost control of the boat, but the people standing on the masts. I mean, the whole thing was
tragic because people have died.
Yes, it was insane. But anyway.
You got to feel for this driver, though. I mean, obviously he wasn't trying to get in the tarmac, but he's like looking at his, Google Maps or whatever he was using to get to this delivery, and he's like,
turn right in 100 feet.
I mean, have you been there? Like, I just went to Florida for spring break, right? And I'm not familiar with Florida roads and the turnpikes and the tolls, right? There's points where the road kind of splits a lot, and you're like, it doesn't tell you exactly which one to take. Yeah. And you're like, you got to make a decision on your own a lot of times, and then it reroutes if you make the wrong decision. Well, and,
I think the first couple times that we went to Florida on the spring training trip, when we were returning when we were getting back to the airport and returning the rental car.
Yeah.
Remember how messed up it is there at the airport where it splits off and we weren't sure where
There's some-
we're supposed to go because
there's
he doesn't
some-
let you know
at-
until the last second.
At the Orlando airport, the rental car return, there is some tight quarters where you got to make some quick decisions. And I mean, quick.
Or you'll end up on the runway.
Or you'll end up going around the loop again, is what happens.
Yeah.
And it's happened. I take great pride in knowing where I'm going, okay? And when I was a kid, whenever we went on family trips, I had that Rand McNally Road Atlas out. I was mapping everything out. We're gonna come up to this. You know, I was like
going.
Yeah, I love that stuff. Now it's all done for you. We get in the car and like Dad's in charge, and I'll get us from point A to point B in the most efficient way. It's obviously now super easy because you got Waze and you got Google Maps and you got everything that can do it for you. However, you're 100% right about this weird thing in Florida where I think they're like high occupancy lanes.
Yeah, that's another one that throws me off.
They don't really list them.
No,
and I'm driving along and I'm like, am I allowed to be over here? Because I am.
I just did that, Doug. Yes.
Yeah.
I was in the lane like, I don't know. Am I going to get charged like $75 for being in this lane?
And then
I don't want to be in this lane.
You end up on the tarmac at Fort Lauderdale International Airport with the DoorDash driver driving around. Crazy. All right, so Lions. Do they have to get a contract done with this guy? We'll get to that today at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday in Detroit. Tigers last night, not their best game. Fell behind 11-0. Couldn't claw back in at Gator in the final 2 innings. Scratched out 4 runs. Didn't give up.
No.
Although you kind of give up when you put a position player into pitch.
Yeah, and normally it's you bring in somebody that, hey, I've been working on my knuckleball, and they just throw it in there, or it's somebody can throw in like the 70s or something like that. Tomas Nido was throwing like 50 miles an hour.
So it's interesting because Dan Dickerson said on the radio broadcast, which I happened to be listening to at the time, he made the comment that the new thing to do is put the guy in that throws the slowest.
Yeah.
And that's what they did with Nido, and he threw 9 pitches and got 5 outs.
I'm here for you. I can throw slow.
I mean, at any point there, like if the Tigers had crawled back into this game, and next thing you know, you got to go get your closer ready, or did we let Nido close it out?
What do you think? He's rolling. Throwing 9 pitches. He's gotten 5 outs, and 7 of those are for strikes. Let him pitch.
Okay, so every time now, and I'm not quite sure where we are with Alex Anzalone in a contract and whether or not he's going to get another contract. Fred Warner, understandably just signed a new deal that's going to pay him a $17 million base salary this coming season. We talked last week about Nick Bolton, who got a contract with only a $2 million base, but he got a $12.75 million bonus. So he's going to make $14.75 the first year. Derek Barnes has a salary with an $8 million base salary in year one, or I think it's $8 million in year one. I got to double check that, but it was a 3-year, $24 million deal, right? And Anzalone's on the final year of a contract that's going to pay him $6 million. So weird deal here, right? Because it's a cap league. He signed a contract. If you sign a contract for a player that feels in the end like you're getting him cheap, the player was happy and signs the contract, and then as the team in the end you feel like you're getting him cheap, wasn't that a win-win? The player signed a contract they were happy with, and you in the end are getting Alex Anzalone at what feels like, for the coming season, a bargain basement price. Because he's worth more than $6 million.
He's definitely worth more than $6 million, but when the Lions got him in 2021, he was not – it's not like he was a starter with New Orleans. He played, but he wasn't – I don't think he started many games. He had his high in tackles was his second year. He had 60 tackles in 16 games. 2 years later, he played 16 games in New Orleans. He had 41 tackles. His first year with the Lions, he played 14 games and had 78 tackles. Then he had 125 tackles. Then he had 129 tackles. And last year he got hurt and had 63. So he's gotten way more playing time with the Detroit Lions. And he is, without question, he's one of the leaders on this team and specifically on defense. He's very good, and they got him an inexpensive contract. But when you're making $6 million a year and guys around you are starting to sign contracts and they're getting way more than that, he doesn't deserve Fred Warner money. But even on his own team, Derek Barnes got paid.
Yep.
Derek Barnes got a 3-year contract in the offseason for $24 million. That seems like it's just flat out wrong when you compare that to Alex Anzalone. Now Barnes is 5 years younger.
Yep.
But I mean, Derek Barnes' highest tackle total was 2023, had 81 tackles that season. I mean, that's nowhere near the production of Anzalone. Now, I think the Lions have done something interesting. When they drafted Jack Campbell, it's almost like that's the heir apparent to Alex Anzalone at some point. And they've got Malcolm Rodriguez, and he can play there as well. And we'll see where this all ends. But in the meantime, I feel it would behoove the Lions to give Alex Anzalone some more money.
So the Birchie kid tweeted out last week. He wrote a story about it, and we talked about it last week. When Nick Bolton signed his contract, 3 years, $45 million. Bolton, the last 3 years, 346 tackles, Anzalone 321. Bolton, 21 TFLs, Anzalone, 21 TFLs. Bolton, 12 passes defended. Anzalone, 17 passes defended. Bolton, 5 sacks. Anzalone, 5.5 sacks. They're virtually the same player. Bolton's 25. Anzalone's 30. But I don't want them to do anything with Alex Anzalone's contract until they've kind of done everything they can to bolster their roster. And then if they've got an extra, you can do avoidable years. You could sign him to a contract where you can say, all right, you're going to get a boost to $8.5 million this year. And it'll be a 2-year contract. The second year is voidable. But we'll do something that can pay him and reward him and keep him happy, because he should be happy here. He is
Yes. It's a big part of this team.
I mean, the dude came back with a broken arm in a cast to try and help them win that playoff game, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot to like about him, but there's also something to be said for a team that a player doesn't sign a contract usually they're not happy with, right? And if the last year of the contract means he's kind of relatively cheap, the team signed a good contract, didn't they? He's not overpaid. If anything, he's underpaid.
Oh, he's way underpaid.
And I'm a Lions fan, and I love Alex Anzalone's dedication and what he's meant to this team, but I'm more a fan of the team doing everything they can to win the Super Bowl than take care of Alex Anzalone. So don't take up any money that could go to, let's just throw out an edge rusher, which is what everybody's thinking, because you re-signed Alex Anzalone when you had him under contract.
Well, the hard thing is to try to calculate how much cap space the Lions actually have.
Right.
It's very difficult to get a real firm grasp on that.
Yep.
And you're right. You need to make sure that you've got money, and it seems like they've got money still to spend. And I think you would want to keep Anzalone happy for the rest of this year.
I think so too.
I don't know if he's how much more in the future the Lions planning on having him. Jack Campbell had a hell of a season last year with 131 tackles in his second year in the league, and you're expecting Jack Campbell to take more and more leadership role with this team, as he did when Anzalone got hurt. He takes over with the green dot and all that. So, do they have other guys? It seems like they've got other guys waiting to go here. Barnes is going to play a lot. They've committed to Barnes.
Yep.
I don't know if how much they value Malcolm Rodriguez, or when they're going to start looking at other linebackers.
He feels like
drafts.
the perfect depth guy. Rodriguez, perfect depth guy. He has made plays for them. He's made some big plays for them. Didn't he have an interception in the NFC title game?
He's had big plays for sure.
Kang, am I right? Did Rodrigo have an interception in the NFC title game?
Yeah, he did.
So this is a deep room with younger players than Alex Anzalone. He's clearly the lead dog. It might be just a sit tight, but you don't want to overextend yourself where you're paying for somebody for what they were, not what they are or are going to be, right?
Correct. But he's only 30.
I know.
It's not like he's 35 and he's aging and he's doing this. And it's 30 years old for a guy who didn't start a ton for the first 5 years of his career. So it's almost like you're getting, this is like a 27-year-old linebacker with the mileage that's on him.
I don't know if I go that far.
Come on, it sounds right. It's like having a running back that doesn't get 200 carries a year, and all of a sudden,
I hear you. He still is 30, and like he's at some point here. You're talking about a bit of a slowdown. Look. This feels like something you'd say to an employee. Hey, look, if we have money, we'll take care of you because we value you so much, but not at the detriment of trying to add to this roster. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Builders First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex or TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Coming up, over-under predictions for every NFL team. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. Scott Anderson, we were having a talk in the office today, and I was romanticizing about a job, something I think I would love. And Kang said, I think this is literally the worst job for you.
Okay.
I kind of romanticize and dream about being a long-haul trucker. I want to get one of those 18-wheelers and I want to drive stuff from Detroit to San Francisco, up to Seattle, over to Minneapolis, then bring a load back to Detroit.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You do not want, because you would not spend all your time in a truck. You would drive yourself nuts, literally. You need to be out. You need to be doing something.
The open road, seeing the country.
That's not you. Seeing the country, sure, but it's seeing it on your terms, not while hauling payload from one town to the next.
I think I'd love it. I think I'd love it.
He would so hate it.
He would hate this.
He would hate it, Gator. He has. I don't even know, like, if this is a real thing, or you trying to pull one over.
This is a real thing. I seriously would think I would love this job.
So there's a lot of reasons why I think this is literally the worst job for you. But number one that comes to mind is you're kind of a health guy, you know?
Yep.
And that's nothing wrong with that. This is like one of the worst jobs for your health that you can have.
I understand that, sitting in a chair, basically, but there's limits on how much
you feel about hemorrhoids?
I give them names.
I know. And how do you feel about Gary?
Gary hasn't made an appearance in a long time. But let me just back up. Long story short, kids at one point, I said something to my wife, and the kids said, "Who's Gary?" And I'm like, "What?" And that became the nickname for it. It's a family joke, too much information. Anyway,
definitely TMI.
You can only drive so many hours a day. So I figured, get to wherever I'm going and go get a workout in. Go explore. Check out the area I'm in. Now, given the problem is, I think with the long haul trucker job.
You're on interstates the whole time. What are you gonna? I'm gonna take a 6-hour jaunt after I've done driving this to go up to an area that I want to see.
Well, no. I mean, I think depending on if there's some variety. Like, I don't want to do the same trip over and over.
Well, guess what truckers do?
New York to Camden. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Do truck stops look like CrossFit places to you or something?
No, but I don't have to stay at the truck stop. I can get off the highway. I'm allowed to park it somewhere other than
Sheetz. Is that the place, or is it Buc-ee's? Which is the one?
Buc-ee's and Sheetz they're both out there. I think I'd love it.
So truck drivers have like some of the highest rates of obesity, heart disease, diabetes, sleep disorders, mental health issues. Okay.
Bring it on. I'm ready to take on and break
Doug's
the
ready
mold.
to change the trend.
You don't talk to anybody. You have a terrible diet. I know you'll try your best to eat, that drywall tart or whatever.
Isn't that up to me what I eat?
But the problem is when you stop at these diners, it's not like there's, here you go, sir. Here's your kale salad with vinaigrette.
Yeah,
no, they got country fried steak there. All right.
Detach the cab and go out gallivanting in town?
Yes.
Come on,
I am. Because you can't drive like 16 hours. You're not allowed to do that. I don't think.
No, I think you have to take a break every 8 hours or something like that.
Yeah,
and
I'll
you
take
can only
a break.
drive for a certain number of hours in a day and a certain number in a week.
I think I'd love it.
Also, you can't reroute that easily in a semi.
There you go.
Dude, people are going to be cutting you off like crazy. Yep. You're screwed in traffic. It's such a bad idea.
I'm not saying the job is easy. I'm just saying
it's not easy.
I'm not saying it's easy, but I think I'd like it. Kevin in Midland, you're on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're great.
Kev. There you go, my man. Living a dream,
Yeah,
Kevin.
you are.
Yeah. I've been driving truck for 30 years, and trust me, I did over the road, and you're gone all the time. And at first, you're like, yeah, this is great. And you're thinking, I'm going to get to see this, this, and this. But you drive by it all the time. My wife finally had to tell me, you got to take a vacation so we can go to Disneyland because you've driven by it so many times, you don't know what it's like.
So in your 30 years, are you doing the same route all the time?
No.
Okay.
No.
Variety?
I do. I've been all over the country. I mean, like, now I'm out of Midland, Michigan. I do local stuff in the state of Michigan. But like today I started out in Midland. I went down to New Hudson, Michigan. Now I'm going back to Midland. I'll probably go up to Beaverton, then back down to Midland. And I do stuff like that now.
Okay.
But for my first 30 years, I was over the road. I was California. I was New York. I was Florida. I was in Texas. I was all over.
Okay. So what was the shelf life on enjoying this job?
I did it because I wanted to do it since I was a kid. I was 12 years old, and the gravel trains would go by, and I would do my arm thing and have them blow the horn.
You wanted to handle the big rig. You wanted to drive the big rig.
I wanted to drive the big rig since I was a kid.
Okay.
Okay, this is something I wanted to do since I was a kid. And, now it's like, okay, and everything has changed. There's more rules and regulations than you would imagine.
I would imagine there's quite a few. But
it's oh, yeah, and 11 hours is your drive time. You've got 11 hours from when you start your clock, and everything is electronic now. So you start your day. Oh, like now, we got a big backup here by Fenton. There's a big wreck. There's all sorts of police and fire, and it looks like a car rolled over.
Oh, that's bad.
It is bad.
Sorry
But that's going to ruin your schedule, isn't it, Kev?
No. Well, it would normally, but it's on the other side.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so again, what was the shelf life? How many years did you do this before it started to feel like, okay, this is
really work?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Probably 20 years. After the first 20 years, it was like, okay. Then the last 10 of Over the Road, it was like,
all right.
And then I had gone 30 years.
Sounds good.
I didn't have an accident.
Oh, no.
And then I was in an ice storm coming up from out of Texas. I came to Oklahoma during an ice storm, and I got in a wreck. And it was basically nobody's fault. One guy stopped too fast. I went to stop. I slid into him. Guy slid into me. And once I went back on the road, I said, nope, I don't want to be gone all the time. I was tired of it.
All right. Well, Kevin, thank you for all the
Kevin.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Here's the big difference. Kevin's always dreamed of it.
Okay, but see,
have you always dreamed of it?
I think I have. I think this goes back to being a kid.
You think you
driving
have?
the country, but my man got 20 years of enjoyment out of that job. I'm looking at my next career move, truck driver.
This dude has always wanted to do it. Nothing else. This is what he wanted.
Okay.
This is not what you've always wanted to do.
It is
and
not.
By the way,
but
are you looking to have the pet monkey right alongside you?
Okay.
BJ?
No. Let's go to Michael in Ann Arbor here next. Hi, Michael.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
You're forgetting one important thing, Doug.
What's that?
You got to drive across bridges.
Oh, great call.
I don't have a problem with bridges.
Yeah,
I have
you
a
do.
problem with one bridge. One bridge. It's the Zilwaukee Bridge.
Yeah,
It's
and
like
that's when you're
14
driving just an SUV. What if you've got an 18-wheeler?
Right, and there you go. But, Doug, you said, Detroit, San Francisco, Seattle.
Yep.
They got some pretty big, tall bridges out there on the West Coast.
Yeah.
You know this.
I have no issues with bridges. I have issues with the Zilwaukee Bridge. It is very specific.
Do you know how to shift an 18-wheeler?
No, I'll learn.
You take the time to learn?
From an unnamed texter, Doug, you do not want to be a trucker. You don't get to see any of the good parts of the city, just the industrial BS. It sucks, trust me.
That's what I'm saying.
Tony in Oxford, worst job ever, Doug. You can drive so many hours. It's 12, and when you get where you're going, you can't go anywhere because you can't get that giant friggin' semi in anywhere, and you're pretty much stuck living in truck stops or hotels.
Yeah, and if they're monitoring how much the truck is driving, if that's all monitored, you can't take that thing out.
Uber. Chuck in his truck says, Doug,
let
you're
somebody
ridiculous.
else drive you.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds like Doug.
Doug, you're ridiculous. Where are you going to eat? Truck stops don't fit your diet at all. Doug is a man who hates sitting in traffic. Being a truck driver is not the job for you. You can't take back roads detouring to keep moving.
Yep, there it is.
That's true. That would frustrate me. Jeff in Clarkston, Doug, you would love to be a trucker? Picture yourself completely out of shape with developed caffeine and nicotine addiction. I don't think so. I want to give it a shot. Let's go to Leon in Livonia. Hi, Leon.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Dougster.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yes.
You hear that, Doug?
Yeah, I do. There we go, Leon.
Doug, no, you don't want to be a truck driver.
I don't?
You're not going to Texas. You're not going to California to wherever. You're on a freeway watching a white line. That's what you're doing.
You get to
don't
see
know
the
where
country.
you are until you get there. Whatever. You're watching the road. No.
So have you've
I've been
done
doing it 30 years.
And have you done the long haul cross country trips?
I've done long haul. It lasted 2 years.
2 years you liked it?
No, I didn't. I never liked it. The money's great. Or I'll put it like this: the money was great. They've deregulated trucking and overregulated truck drivers. Different story altogether, but no. You're not seeing anything. You can do your diet pretty good because trucks are equipped with refrigerators. You can go to Walmart, go shopping. But no, you're not detaching from a load because you'll get fired. You're not going to see the country. You're not having any downtime. Imagine you run out of clock and you're in some backwoods truck stop where you got to stay for 34 hours before you can move the truck again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are some challenges. I'm not saying it's easy, but do you romanticize a job that you want to try? You think it'd be fun? You think you'd enjoy?
You have to think about that.
All right, let's see if you got one. I can fit a bike rack on the back of the truck. Take the bike. This could work.
Bike rack.
This could work for me. This could work for me.
Yeah, sure.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So, look, I know people in Detroit are very interested in any news as it pertains to one Trey Hendrickson. Our reporter out of Cincinnati just tweeted out a quote from Joe Burrow regarding Trey Hendrickson. And this is interesting to me. Here's what Burrow says. We'll see what happens with that. You know how I feel about Trey. He's a guy who deserves to get paid and get paid what he wants and what the market says he deserves. So the follow-up question, and I'm serious here, I'm not trying to be a smartass. Joe, would you redo your contract to free up money?
That's a fair question.
For Trey Hendrickson. Because leagues are really weird in that cap leagues, players can be very supportive of one another, but there's one piece of pie. And everybody gets a slice. Everybody on the roster gets a slice. And some get really big pieces of pie. But that takes away the size of the slice of another guy. And Hendrickson's, it's probably, I mean, maybe they value the wide receiver position more no matter what. Or it might just be Hendrickson's contract was the last one to come up between Burrow and T. Higgins. And they've kind of run out of cap space for him. So I guess as I look at this, you go, okay, would you give up money? Would you redo a contract that maybe isn't as good for you? But because I assume you also want the best players on your team so you can win. That's what we're all here for, right?
Yeah, you would think so. But I mean, your premise about them and the Bengals, just that Trent Hendrickson was the last guy on board for them to sign, I don't buy it.
Well, I said it might be. It might be they value their offensive positions more.
For a team that is so desperate to have a defense because they have none except for Trey Hendrickson, I mean, that guy should have been a priority over signing a second receiver in T. Higgins. There's no question. You could have gotten another receiver for half the money that was going to give you really good production and bring Trey Hendrickson back on a contract he deserves. Instead, you went heavy with the wide receiver room, and now you don't have enough money to spend for Hendrickson. I don't know what the cap rules are always so interesting and expansive. You don't know where they grab the cap space and what really counts and what doesn't count. And when you can start to restructure contracts, and how does that hurt you down the road? When do you have to pay the piper if you're going to restructure a Joe Burrow contract? Mm-hmm. But you can do it, but there's pain at some point. If Cincinnati feels like their window is now in the next 3 years, Joe Burrow should restructure his contract, and so should Jamar Chase, although he can't because he just signed it. You know, anybody who's making big money needs to do it so you've got a chance here with Trey. And you drafted a rush end as well, right?
Yes.
So
Shamar Stewart.
You got to do something quick. And what you may not be able to do is the term that Hendrickson wants. If he wants more than 2 years, that's going to be hard for Cincinnati to do because everybody else is on the hook too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you really don't want your team to do, it's funny because we were just talking about Anzalone next hour. You don't want to have players signed beyond their usefulness.
Correct.
Yeah, and if you start moving money around and kicking it down the road, the players are going to get paid, but they're going to get a big signing bonus up front, but in the end, you know, they're still going to be paid for longer than they otherwise, their contracts will be longer. You almost back yourself into a corner where you know you're going to have some painful contracts when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and the NFL has done, a job with the contracts so that you can cut guys at certain. I mean, these contracts are not fully guaranteed like every other sport is,
mm-hmm.
and they allow for some wiggle room for teams to avoid that or to expedite when they're going to have to pay things off. It's just every team does it differently. It's almost the unheralded person of an organization is your capologist.
Yep.
Is the guy who can maneuver all that stuff through whatever kind of mathematical gymnastics are involved and make sure that your team is still going to be competitive for years to come.
Yeah. And I mean, you know what, a fan, like from a fan's perspective, a guy can become a hero. If they redo a contract, say, I want to win, I'm going to, quote, give money back so that they can sign guys. I mean, you can get those players to me are like heroes from a fan's perspective. And you go, okay, Joe Burrow signed a 5-year, $275 million contract, $219 million of which is guaranteed. If you give up, it's real easy to give away other people's money. If you give away $20 million of that to help them bring back Trey Hendrickson, that can be added $10 million for 2 years to his contract.
You're talking about there's a couple of things here, right? There's one to restructure, and there's another to just, I'll take less money.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen. Guys don't take less money typically. They'll
Typically,
restructure, and they're applauded for restructure. Hey, he restructured it, freed up some money here. Yeah, he's still getting paid his money. He just restructured it, turned it into a signing bonus, and actually became guaranteed money.
It's a shell game, and
it's a great deal for the guys that make it a big time cash because now it guarantees it.
Well, I bring it up because I wonder if we're ever going to be sitting here looking at Goff's contract and wondering if he can move some money around to help. And Jared, just got paid last year, just got his extension. His cap hit gets pretty sizable, but he's probably going to be the quarterback here for the next 3 years. That's when the first potential out is after the 2027 season. But when you want some more years on it, and quarterbacks can play a little bit longer and play into your mid-30s, can you give them another year or two and move some money around? Because we're going to run into that problem. Like that whole list yesterday of 25 players best 25 players in the league under the age of 25.
Yep.
When you got 5 guys on that list, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Also screams future cap challenges.
Yes.
And they're going to be able to work some things. And that's where your capologist comes in. It starts the shell game.
Can we stagger this? Can we? It's tough.
Yep.
And that's a great point. That's a lot of players to be on that list.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a tribute to what Brad Holmes has done with drafting, without question. You hope he keeps doing it.
And be with 5 under the age of 25, and it didn't include J-Mo and Aiden Hutchinson because they turned 25 before the season starts.
Well, no, it included J-Mo wasn't on because it wasn't.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry. Hutchinson was the one that turned 25. J-Mo was outside the top 25. So it doesn't include those two. So they're going to have, in this cap era, this is one of the biggest challenges the team has ever had.
Yeah, and they've already paid 2 of those 5 players.
They paid Joseph
and Sewell. Was St. Brown on that list or not?
He was not.
Okay.
Yep.
It was Joseph, Sewell, Branch, Gibbs, and Laporta.
And Gibbs, Branch, and Laporta don't have deals. Hutch and J-Mo don't have deals.
They all will. Well, not all of them will. Hutch will.
Hutch will probably sooner rather than later. But, hey, look, this is this is life in the big city. This is what it's like. This is what we begged for, is to have a team this good, a GM this good. But they're going to have some challenges. They are going to have some challenges. There's probably going to be some painful moves in between. It's just like, man, they couldn't keep that guy. Gator, there is news today that indoor golf league,
the TGL,
is going to add a Detroit team.
Yes.
This is the Golf Simulator League that is based out of Florida. You watched more of it than I did.
Yes, I did. I watched a lot of it.
So I have a question. Why?
Initially, I was curious to see what it was going to look like, and was it just simply guys hanging out at a bay, at one of the golf places, 5-iron golf or X golf or whatever is that what this is? Which is fine. It's a nice recreational. I enjoy it, but I don't enjoy watching people do it. So what was this going to be like? But because it was the scale of what they were doing, and that they did adjust on the fly too, hitting into this massive screen instead of hitting into a screen that's 10 feet away from you. There was an appeal to that. The fact that there were professional golfers had some appeal, but really it became about the putting and watching this giant structure morph into a green hole by hole, changing its structure right in front of your eyes was really.
You enjoyed it.
I did. I thought that was cool. I didn't love it. I think there are plenty of improvements they can make. I think the commentating needs to be a lot better. They just need to be more interactive because they weren't nearly enough. The competition wasn't the best. These guys they didn't hit the ball all that well. Typically, you saw some amazing shots once you got to the green, guys chipping in and stuff like that. But as far as hitting into the simulator, it left a lot to be desired, but it got better as the year went on. The season went on.
Does it, the fact that there'll be a team that represents Detroit, does this move the needle at all? Like, are we going to?
Not really, because they're not
here.
They're not here. What is that? With the Detroit team, and who knows who it's going to be, but it will be here for 2027, I guess. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what this league is going to look like in 2 years, if it's still going to be around or not to have the added team. Are they going to build more facilities like the one that they have at the community college, or wherever it is that they have it at Palm Beach, or I forget where it is? Are they going to have more facilities like that throughout the country, or is this just going to be concentrated in Florida like it was, because it's the beginning of the golf season? Lots of tournaments take place in Florida. So when guys are done with the tournament on Sunday, going to this venue to play on a Monday or a Tuesday, they can handle that.
Well, I only have one suggestion that would probably make me a little bit more interested. I hope the Detroit team's nickname is the Thunder Nuggets.
Fair enough.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right, over-unders for every NFL team. One major publication predicts the over or the under for every team. We will get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, all the female sports fans out there, Tuesdays are the day for you at Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for the ladies' night. $4 Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, House Long Islands, Margaritas, and Sangria. $5 Lemon Drop Martinis, green, white, and orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. What better way to enjoy all the hockey and basketball playoff action? You even get Detroit battling St. Louis tonight, baseball action. Make sure you get there early for the front row seat to all the action. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Why not? Enjoy all of it with the wall-to-wall TVs, the coldest draft beer in the country, like this month's featured beer, Line and Kugel Summer Shandy. Not to mention, hands down, the best bar food in the state. And there's also the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. We like data here on the show, and the question is this data particularly relevant? And should it reshape how Detroit is going to do things in the offseason? We'll get to that today at 1:31. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We still got people texting in about me romanticizing and thinking when I'm done with this, I might want to be a truck driver, a long-haul truck driver. And, there's some support out there for me, but most people think I'm crazy, including the truck drivers themselves. Although one truck driver said he enjoyed the first 20 years. And he said maybe it wasn't 20
So the first 20.
Yeah.
But he also said that was his dream to do.
From an unnamed texter, you'll be exhausted from driving, watching for other idiots, need to make deadlines, non-healthy food. Next text, I'd pay to see Doug order at a truck stop. Everyone eating steak and potatoes, and here comes an order for kale and cucumber water. Doug and Gator should be a tag team truck duo. You in?
No, because you'll make me drive and you'll sleep the whole time.
That's only happened twice.
Yeah, right.
Rick, I just got in my car and turned on the radio, and I hear Doug is a truck driver now. I almost crashed my car. Joe in a big truck texts, tell me you're not a trucker without telling me you're not a trucker. When you're a trucker, all you see is the road. When you're done with one load, your broker already has another one waiting for you. You work 14 hours on, 10 hours off. No time for tourism. Besides, you're not going to be able to drive to the attractions with a tractor trailer. So I'm bringing my bike.
You still have to put the semi-truck somewhere.
Yeah, I'll park it somewhere and get on my bike and ride to where I want to be. Get a sweat in and go find some food I can eat. Look, if I have to park it on an interstate, I got big problems because I'm not biking along the interstate, but I'll find alternatives.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Over-unders for every NFL team. Will they go over or under? Shall I start with Detroit?
You shall.
Okay. It's done alphabetically, and there's a lot here, so give me one moment, please. The Detroit Lions over-under is 10.5. This expert. And should you bet the over or the under? Prediction, over 10.5. Don't worry too much about the Lions going into a season with former coordinators Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Without former coordinators Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, Coach Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are still around, and they stuck to their successful blueprint of adding tough players on both sides of the trenches. The depth on the offensive line and defensive front should pay off again in 2025. Over 10.5 on the Lions.
I agree.
Okay. Next team you want to hear?
Philadelphia.
The Philadelphia Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champ. NFC East, their over-under is set at 11.5. Prediction, over. Always beware of fatigued Super Bowl teams, but there's plenty of youth on this team. Some that will be counted on to replace the veterans that left during free agency, including Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. The Eagles have a difficult schedule, but they have the benefit of leaning on a stout offensive line and a star running back, Saquon Barkley.
The Washington Commanders.
The Washington Commanders. Their total's 9.5. Prediction, over. This could be a tough bet to hit because of the Commanders' difficult schedule, but there's no denying this team got better after the surprising trip to the NFC Championship game. Jaden Daniels will get to throw to Deebo Samuel, and his blind side will be protected by Laramie Tunsil. The defense could use another pass rusher, but the secondary should be better this season, especially with Marshawn Lattimore getting a full off season in Washington.
Green Bay.
The Green Bay Packers. Find Green Bay here. They're over-under set at 9.5. Prediction, under. The Packers had a strange offseason plan, going with a surplus of wide receivers instead of addressing the needs on the defensive front. By drafting 2 receivers, Green Bay made it clear it wasn't pleased with the wideouts from last year, but there could also be an argument for Jordan Love failing to elevate his teammates during a shaky year to his starters.
The Chicago Bears.
Their over-under is set at 8.5. Prediction, under.
Oh.
The Bears have again been widely crowned as off-season winners, but they didn't exactly gain much trust after being one of the biggest disappointments of 2024 until this franchise, which hasn't made the playoffs since 2020, builds a foundation for a true contender, it's best to expect Chicago to underperform. Yes, the Bears should have better protection for Caleb Williams after the additions of Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson, and Drew Dahlman, but many roster moves were also made last season by GM Ryan Poles, and it didn't translate onto the field. Perhaps Coach Ben Johnson could put the pieces together in his first season.
I think the Bears are going to be better than 8.5.
Well, they got them as an under.
How about the AFC? Let's go to Baltimore.
The Baltimore Ravens. Their over-under is set at 11.5. Prediction, over. At some point, you think the Ravens will break through the wall that they've hit the past few seasons in the AFC postseason. It's tough to tell whether this is the year Lamar Jackson gets to the Super Bowl, but the Ravens have at least proven to be a consistent winner. Baltimore's won at least 10 games in 5 of Jackson's 6 years as starter, including 12 wins last season and 13 the year before. Don't expect this loaded team to stop contending.
Buffalo.
Over under set at 11.5. Prediction, over. Similar to the Ravens, the Bills have to get over the playoff hump, but just like Jackson, Josh Allen can also be counted on to produce 10 wins on a consistent basis. Buffalo's actually won at least 13 games in 3 of the last 5 seasons. Reigning MVP won't enjoy many offensive upgrades, but Buffalo should be better on the defensive side, adding veteran edge rusher Joey Bosa and drafting cornerback Maxwell Harrison.
Taylor Swift's favorite team.
The Kansas City Chiefs. One moment, please. Just took up a lot of paper. 11.5. Prediction, under. The Chiefs will again be contenders, but they have had many breaks go their way, piling up one-score victories for an impressive 15-2 record last season. They might not be as lucky as last season, and after a dismal Super Bowl showing, this veteran-filled team probably isn't interested in going all out in the regular season for the sake of clinching a 1 seed.
All right, last one I'm going to say is Los Angeles, the Rams.
Los Angeles Rams, the total set at 9.5. They predict an over. Rams appear to be one of the better teams in the NFC after signing wide receiver Devontae Adams. Matthew Stafford has another productive season. This talented team could contend with the Eagles and Lions in the conference. Los Angeles also has the benefit of playing 4 games against the subpar AFC South. So I think it's interesting. I get the sense here that really we're looking at a top-heavy league again. Like there's going to be a lot of haves and a lot of have-nots because there's a lot of overs here being predicted. And you have to do the math. Not everybody's going to go over, right?
Correct.
Do you like making these bets, these future bets, season-long bets?
No.
I don't either.
Because I don't have the patience to wait it out. Yet, I'm thinking, I don't know if we can do this, but can you parlay several of these? And that would make it more interesting to me.
I don't think you can. I could be wrong.
I don't know if you can or can't, but the parlay bet is, of course, in a lot of cases, the sucker bet, depending on how deep you go. But to me, it does make it more interesting to gamble.
Yep.
Because you get odds on it.
All right. Should this data point that Gator found change Detroit's approach to the offseason? We will get to that coming up today at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're in the market for new garage doors, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. I'm telling you firsthand. I had them come out to my house a couple of years ago. I needed new garage doors. They were my first call because they'd been out to my house before to help me with some repairs. And they said, listen, down the road, you need new doors? Call us. I did. It was awesome. They walked me through the entire process, went through all the options, and now I have beautiful new garage doors, and I am happy. Now, for you, give them a call because they can get it installed in as little as 24 hours. Why? They've got a warehouse chock full of these garage doors. They're amazing. They got the equipment ready to go right now, and all calls are answered 24/7 by an actual live person. Plus, they offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check them out and schedule an appointment online that works for you at precisiondoormi.com. Again, the number, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go to the web, precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers back in action tonight. Tarek Skubal takes the hill for Detroit, 4-2 on the year with a 2.67 ERA. He did give up 5 runs his last time out, but has been really, really good. And oddly, very oddly, they didn't win his first 2 starts of the year, which had us going, wait, what? But then he settled in to be the dominant guy he's totally capable of. Coming off of last night's lackluster performance, I mean, I guess the problem was both offense and pitching. Hopefully they'll score some runs because you score some runs for Skubal. I mean, it's not a guaranteed win, but you got to like your chances to win. Have to like your chances to win.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Skubal gives you that opportunity, and let's get back to the winning ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to lose a game.
It's okay to lose a game.
And you're going to lose an occasional series.
They aren't going to win them all the rest of the season.
So. But let's get back at it tonight, win this game.
All right, so you found something, and it's just, okay, do we consider this moving forward? Who reported this?
So Drew Livingstone, who's executive producer somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
He's an Avs fan. Used to work at Sportsnet. Tweeted out, he said, reminder regarding the Stanley Cup playoffs. No player with an average annual value over $10 million has ever won the Stanley Cup. Depth wins. And then Jay Fresh Hockey tweeted out, and this is a guy who's got over 125,000 followers on Twitter. He tweeted out just kind of a graph or a chart that shows the salary cap has increased over time. It mentions it has like the year in the one column, the highest paid player on that team that year that won the Stanley Cup, their cap hit percentage, and then it also includes what their cap hit equivalent would be, which is interesting because it lets you know that players that have a value of over $10 million, even though they played in an era where that wasn't happening, they have won the Stanley Cup every year that happened. However, factually, no team that has a player that makes over $10 million has won the Stanley Cup yet. So the closest that came was last year. Florida had a couple players making $10 million that are also making $10 million this year, but not over.
It's over $10 million. So is that... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so when you look at the final 4 teams here in the playoffs, Dallas doesn't have a player that makes over $10 million, but they're in the Stanley Cup. They're in the semifinals here.
Yep.
The matchup between Florida, as I mentioned, they've got a couple players, but they're not making over 10.
They're not making over.
And Carolina doesn't have anybody that makes over 10. Edmonton is the only team that has a player making over 10, and it's Connor McDavid. So this could very well be another year that doesn't happen. This will likely be the last year that this is true.
So does this mean you don't sign Mitch Marner? Does this mean you're better off? Because if the argument is depth wins, for the price you can get Mitch Marner, you can get 2 good players in free agents. If you're going to spend that kind of money, and who knows who we're talking,
right.
12, 13, 14 million, I don't know. Do you try and get 2 players or maybe even 3 players for that same money?
Well, I'd rather spend the money on Marner, spend money on another player, and then fill up the rest of your roster with prospects that aren't making anything. That's what I'd like to see happen with this team. When you bring in guys like Danielson and Brandon Nygaard and Sandin Pellikka, these big 3 prospects they have, along with Carter Mazur and perhaps Amadeus Lombardi. I mean, that's 5 players right there. Or it's actually 4 players. No, it's 5 players. That's 5 players are going to make what? $2.5 million total?
I think if I'm already anticipating getting a text from my hockey guys that are in the league saying that's a massive ask for your young players to come up and be ready and be able to win with them.
It is, but because the other part of this team is concentrated with a really good core of players that are just getting better and better each year, when you look at Seider and Edvinsson and Marco Kasper and Lucas Raymond as that core group, yeah, I like that. In addition that you've got Dylan Larkin and you've got DeBrincat, and you can bring back Patrick Kane, and I would bring back Patrick Kane, you're starting to realize, wait a minute, we can go somewhere. Because what you're doing is getting rid of the guys on the team over the last year that just weren't really producing, and you're replacing those with guys that you're hoping can produce, at least to that level. So I'm all for it. I want to see that. Do we need to see guys like Joe Valeno they moved on from? Tyler Mott, we don't need to see Tyler Mott, right? And Christian Fisher and Austin Watson, all these guys that were playing on the bottom, the bottom six forwards, you can refresh the bottom six forwards as long as it comes with stuff that you need. You need some grit. Well, Nygaard plays with grit.
Yeah, but if he's not ready.
If he's not ready, he's not ready. Fair enough. This is what I'm looking forward to. And I think that they've got a lot of players that they can bring in. And you bring in the best 3 of the 6 and replace guys that you can that you're going to drop, and you don't need to replace in free agency with having, we need another $3 million player. Go with this guy because it frees up the money that you can go get somebody else. Who's the guy from Florida that we mentioned yesterday?
Sam Reinhart.
Sam Reinhart. Was it Reinhart?
Oh, it was Bennett.
Sam Bennett.
Yep, sorry.
So if you can sign, let's say you bring in Sam Bennett and you bring in Mitch Marner. That's a lot of money to spend on those two guys.
Can they fit?
Yes, I think you can, because combined, I don't know if those two guys get to $20 million, but probably close to it. And I think this team has $24 million in cap space, something like that.
Well, that would certainly change the expectation. The floor would be more than just make the playoffs.
And it's a move that also allows you to still to develop these younger players.
You'd be expecting a lot from the young guys to fill out those bottom 6 spots, but
I'm expecting a lot of the top guys to be the top guys.
So Mitch Marner spoke today, media briefing with the media in Toronto. And I'm going to go with Pierre LeBrun. Let me see here. He's got 858,000 followers.
Okay.
Mitch Marner says things are still too fresh after losing Game 7. Isn't ready yet to comment on the future. Needs to sit down with his wife and discuss all over the next couple of weeks. So that's the latest from Mitch Marner.
So he grew up just outside Toronto, in the town of Markham, Ontario, along with his wife. They knew each other in high school. They grew up high school sweethearts. So
Gator's been stalking Mitch Marner.
No, it's just, well, yeah, in a way. But people have said one of the big negatives, he's never going to want to leave Toronto. Well, the fans booed him when he was touching the puck at the end of the series because they don't think he's the answer. They like the grittier, younger players they have that they're worried that they could lose to a restricted free agent offer sheet. Mm-hmm. So I could see that. I don't think Toronto's they're not going to be able to come out and say, we'll pay you $12 million. I don't think they can do that, because they're going to have to pay other guys on their roster to give them bigger contracts just to hang on to them rather than lose them to offer sheets. So we'll see what happens. Maybe he has an undying love for Toronto, wants to stay there. But what's Detroit, 4 or 5 hours away from Toronto?
Yeah, it's not like he's going cross country.
Right.
I feel like the biggest sell is convincing any of these guys that this is a team you want to be a part of. I hope that they've had enough young players that, are people excited about playing with Lucas Raymond? Are they excited about playing with Dylan Larkin? Dylan Larkin seemed like a really good teammate and productive player at the Four Nations thing. Does that help draw in players? I mean, you start looking at the case we're building. If everybody's money is the same, how do you get a guy to come to Detroit? How do you get a guy to agree that this is the place you want to be? I mean, you have to win a recruiting battle, if you will. Old school recruiting battle. And does Detroit sell, for blue liners, play with Mo Seider?
Yeah, I would think so. You go back to the 2023 All-Star game, and Costa was saying this on the air yesterday in the morning show, that when Mitch Marner was paired with Dylan Larkin, that they accounted for 5 goals together. They played just fine together. That's really cool to see. So there's a little bit of a familiarity, albeit it's an all-star game, but there is some familiarity. Dylan Larkin is more of a scorer than Marner is. Marner's a guy who's going to pass you the puck so you score. He has big-time assist totals over the years, and he's a good goal scorer, but it's more modest. He's going to get 25 to 30 goals. but he's going to pump in 60 assists, and he's going to get 90-plus points. He's a point-a-game guy, even better than that. He'd be perfect for this team.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Talking a little bit about this tweet that no player that makes more than $10 million. More than $10 million has ever won a Stanley Cup. The Red Wings seem like they might be in a market for a player that would fit that description. But does it make sense when you can spend the money on depth? Valid question. Let's go to Shane in Oxford Yard 97 want to take it. What's up, Shane?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Good.
You mentioned a great point about depth. That's another thing I want to talk about. You know, if you look at the Wings, they're always they come out strong. I think that's due to coaching. The guys get them ready. I think they got a lot of heart. You know, they come out real strong, but they always taper off in that second or third period because they just are worn out. They lack toughness, obviously. We talked about that. If you look at Florida, they've led every year pretty much for the last 2 or 3 years in hits. I mean, can you imagine the Wings playing these guys in playoff hockey? I mean, our guys would just get beat down. So, you know, with that, I think a Marner might be great, a Bennett if we can get him too. But we're still missing that tough defenseman. I know that goes against the Yzer plan, if you will. We need more toughness, maybe put Watson in the lineup more shine. But, again, I just think that these guys in Toronto, they have no chemistry. They've been through coaching changes. They've been through GMs. They just don't have that chemistry. They don't have the heart that Detroit has. So I'm just kind of interested to hear what you guys have to say about that.
I think the Red Wings do have some tough defensemen. Mo Seider's as tough as it comes. Simon Edvinsson is learning to play like that. Ben Sherrod has actually been a plus player for the Red Wings on defense.
Absolutely.
And that's half your defensive core right there. They don't all have to be like that. When you bring up guys like Sandin Pellikka, who's a puck-carrying defenseman, an offensive-minded guy, I'm looking forward to that. Johansson, he's got better as the season went on, and actually, even Gustafsson, who he's not tough, he's not one of the tough guys, but Gustafsson got better when they had a chance to work with him with the new coaching staff. He wasn't very good before, but after it seemed like the last couple months of the season, he did play better. But yeah, you always want to have bigger and tougher on the blue line. You always want to see that.
Yep.
I'm not sure if that comes from
corners real hard.
What's that?
I said I watch the guys go in the corner a lot, and you know, like a Petrie, they'll kind of hold back a little bit. I mean, I hope he's gone. Thanks a lot.
Well, he's a free agent. So.
Yeah, well, he's gone. So yeah, just good points. You guys have a great show. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797.
The other thing that I don't think you discount is will Steve Yzerman be wheeling and dealing and trading players?
I mean,
he moved some guys that to get rid of some salary.
We've had so much discussion about trade deadlines the last few years and no big moves. And his commitment to his guys that he drafted runs deep.
Yes.
And it's something that he has said. I mean, he basically said without as many words, if you saw the deals that were on the table and what people wanted, you'd say no too. He loves his guys. He doesn't want to make a bad deal just to make a deal. But at some point, you know, if you can't add the talent in free agency, can you get better through a trade? And as you get better, more free agents want to come play for you. I mean, it's something that I hear you. He could be making a trade because I mean, whenever you look up at their organizational rankings, they always rank very high. Somewhere in the top 3, just about every outlet has the Red Wings. So.
Yeah, and you know, if you want to look for more cap space because you got big plans on signing other players, you can try to move some other guys, and maybe, you know, it's not easy to move a contract that's, let's just for a name, let's throw it out there, like JT Compher when he's making $5 million, but it's easier to move JT Compher and his $5 million contract if you pair it with some draft picks.
Okay, so a couple things here. We're still getting feedback on Alex Anzalone and whether or not they need to give him a new contract. I want to be clear here. Alex Anzalone is not complaining. There's been some hinting on social media. There's been some reporting on this, but it seems like a lot of linebackers are getting paid this offseason. And his production the last few years stacks up pretty well with a lot of these guys. Here's the feedback we're getting. I'm not paying one of the least valuable positions on the field with inside linebacker that's on the wrong side of 30 any sort of significant money, just flat out. So the question is more, I mean, is $6 million significant money? It really isn't. Is $8.5 million significant money? Like if they, at the end of their free agency, they get close to the season and they go, okay, we got $2.5 million. We got an extra $7 million here. We want to save some for the trade deadline. We'll rip up his contract and give him a couple million boost.
Give him an extension, do the funny stuff.
Voidable years.
Yeah, do all that, give him money up front. And I hope they do.
I mean, but he used the term significant money. I don't think anybody's talking about significant money. Fred Warner just got significant money.
Yeah, he's with $21 million a year. And who's the other one? Nick Bolton, who got $15 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny money, but
right. But
yes.
So that's not.
We're not talking about that for Anzalone. Next one, are we seriously talking about paying a guy who's already under contract? I'm not in the business of wasting cap space. He signed the contract. Don't you think you make enough? Tough. I don't care. You don't manage with your emotions.
All right, hotshot. So in your job, if you saw the people getting hired in new or whatever, that they do the same job as you do, and they're getting paid twice as much, you're okay. You're not going to go say, hey, wait a minute.
I agreed to work here at this salary.
Yeah, I'm
he
fine.
He says he agreed to work at that salary. Look, I'm not nearly as tough as he is. But I kind of understand the argument.
I understand the argument, and I used to be on that side of the argument.
And we're trying to win a Super Bowl. The more cap space we have, like I don't even like what I said about, hey, we've got $7 million. Let's give up a couple million for a new contract. Let's give it to Anzalone, take it out of possible bank we'd have during the trade deadline. I don't even like doing that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but if you believe like that text does, then you don't like the Sewell extension. You don't like Kirby Joseph extension.
No,
you don't like the St. Brown extension because those guys were all signed.
Right.
You don't
They
like
were all
Goff
under
extension.
contract.
Yeah.
Yep. You're right. Yep. Well, hey, man, the fact is they don't have to do anything, and I don't expect them to do anything anytime soon with Alex Anzalone. So Rico Beard has sauntered in. Hello, sir.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
You good today?
Good.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Cool. Anything exciting going on a Monday night in your household last night?
No.
No?
Nothing exciting.
No life in the fast lane stories you can tell us?
Jeez, no. I wish. I guess I was a boring person last night.
Oh,
So.
it's a Monday. It's hard to.
Yeah, just went out there and it's like, I did a good job with the lawn over the weekend.
Did you? You liked it?
Yeah.
It's looking good? Top notch?
Yeah, the first wave of new grass is coming in nicely.
I participated in a school fundraiser. High school baseball program does a mulch sale where you will get your mulch. You buy from us and we deliver it.
Oh.
So I had to go get a U-Haul rental truck, load it with 437 bags of mulch, and then drive around delivering it to people.
I wish I would have known.
Well, it's kind of a confined area. I think you're probably outside the delivery area, but
Doug, that's not how I'm hearing it, but I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let that go.
Are you saying we only deliver to white people? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe not for you and your kind, but no. And then I've just been fascinating just following the prison break in New Orleans.
Yes, we were talking about it.
And then it's like, yes, these are bad people, but you're like, okay, are you going to get away with it?
Are they going to get away with it?
I kind of heard you guys talking about, living in the woods. I think that's to be the worst place to go.
The woods?
You're trapped. I mean, the cops are just, and like Jansen is 6'7". Somebody's going to be like, Bigfoot lives in the woods.
Yeah, but they won't.
Everybody said Bigfoot lives in the woods. They don't really investigate it.
He's he would stand out a little bit, but you'd have to, because you can't.
But he's the one that has the skills to survive.
See, Costa to me is the one that I think could just blend in.
Why is that? He's got a blendable. He's got a blendable face.
He's just kind of vanilla. He could just kind of go with the flow wherever it is. He doesn't stand out anyway.
Appearance wise,
yes.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
What?
Way to put that.
No, I mean, hey, yeah, okay. I escape and I'm going to someplace like Utah or your neighborhood, Doug. I think I'm going to stand out.
Wow, my
he's
neighborhood
right
is
over there.
Pretty diverse.
he's right over there.
Yeah. It's weird though.
I know who you're looking for. I know who it is.
Yeah, he's there.
I think every guy has thought about this though. What's my plan if I'm on the run?
Yeah, I've never thought about going to Utah. Should that be in my thought process? Should I think about if I'm going to go on a lam, go to Utah?
Yeah. You just go out to Yellowstone, go out someplace. Like for me, I think I probably, I'd just go work on like one of those fishing boats where everybody's a suspect and they just don't care.
You want to be Bubba Gump?
Yeah, and then you know what? One day when you go to port and it's a place you want to stay, you just don't go back to the boat.
You just get off and kick back.
And now you're Andy Dufresne.
Have a great show.
Thanks.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. It's 2:00, and apparently Doug Karsch doesn't like black people. All right, we're off and running. Wait, so I'd like to retract that statement so Doug doesn't crash his car. But this crosstalk is fascinating to me. So Doug operates a mulch business on the side.
No. His kids were had some fundraiser thing where they would
baseball fundraiser.
Baseball fundraiser. You buy the mulch.
They bring you mulch.
And they would deliver it to you.
Okay, and again, you were Doug's college roommate.
Right.
So you said, oh, wow, that's great. I'll take some mulch.
Right. I was like, well, you know what? I wish I would have known because I did some stuff out in the yard.
And Doug simply responded, we don't deliver to... What happened here? He said he clammed up when you asked him to deliver you mulch.
Only certain neighborhoods, he
said. We only go to certain neighborhoods. And I'm like, well, you know what I just heard, right? And he was like,
Tecumseh Tom.
So, yeah, he was like, well, yeah, that's what you probably heard. So, yeah.
So he denied you mulch.
Well, yeah, because I was out of the
delivery range.
Yes.
But hold on. Your money spends, right? Your donation to the baseball team would be accepted, correct?
I would think.
And you have a 30-year history with Doug Karsch, correct?
No, 37-year history.
Almost 4 decades. And Doug couldn't get you wouldn't go outside the now he's saying delivery zone.
Right.
I think we know what that means. That was actually Doug on the sales call.
Guys, we got one more we could.
And he wouldn't. So this is literally, he will not take your donation. And he will not deliver you mulch.
Outside of the delivery area.
I don't know, man. I know what it sounds like, feels like, seems like.
So, yeah.
I'd like
so
to.
Then we were talking about.
I'd like to apologize that happened to you today.
So
Would you like me to bring you some mulch?
I'm good. No. Then we got to talking about the whole. Well, if you escaped, and I'm like, well, yeah, you got to be careful. These convicts escaped and they did whatever, and
so Doug denied a black man mulch and then wanted to talk about black men escaping jail. This is a tough segment for Doug.
I didn't even think of it that way.
Hey, I'm just saying it out loud.
Well, they talked about it, and I'm like, well, guys, I don't think, because they were like, Jansen would last the longest in the woods. I'm like, Jansen's 6'7". He kind of stands out. I'm like, Cookies is very nondescript. Cookies blends in. There's nothing about Cookies that's just like, oh, he would stand out. I think he would make it the longest out of everybody because he just blends in everywhere. He's just kind of vanilla.
If you listen to the crosstalk, I would love to hear some of the ticket texts on this. Was Rico denied mulch on a racial level?
Oh, well, then I said, well, Doug, I couldn't go to Utah or your neighborhood and hang out because it would be real easy. Cops would be like, yeah, guys, he's right there.
Oh, no.
So
you said that?
Yeah.
No, don't say things like that. That's terrible. Because then I got to slander you. It's more fun slandering Doug. Okay. Listen,
Yes, that's.
So you're still in need of mulch?
Yeah, eventually I'm going to have to get some.
How about this? Yeah. This white man will deliver it to you.
You going to go to the Costco?
Brother, I don't need an excuse to go back there. You may find a couple of steaks on top of your mulch the way I'm rolling at Costco these days. But Dave, okay, look.
What are you, Norm now?
Mike! Listen, that place is amazing. But I'll bring you mulch. I want to know how Doug couldn't tell his son, listen, Rico's a friend of the family. It's supporting your baseball team. Get your narrow ass in your car with the mulch. Here's his address. Sail up. What kind of operation we running here?
I'm assuming it's in the his city district. So.
Can I bring you mulch? This is now like a spite thing to me.
Sure.
I just want to prove to you that we are not bad people.
You can bring me mulch.
Ticket text says.
But you're Italian, so it doesn't count.
We might be cousins.
That's right. Very true. Right. Someone on Ticket Text says, I thought we outlawed redlining.
Oh, boy. Hold on, David, just work with me now. You do marital counseling on the side of being a pastor, the whole thing. It's not marital. Doug and Rico are friends. How could Doug look at him with a straight face and say, sorry, Spank, you're outside the delivery zone? He's not a stranger, nor does Rico live in, like, Sarnia. What do you mean outside the delivery range? Doug, you're driving to work. That's Rico's delivery zone. It's the office.
I didn't think about that.
Just bring it right here.
Right.
Really simple.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. You're not wrong at all.
I think you were wronged.
Well, that's why I was like, you know what this sounds like? Yes, I know what it sounds like.
David?
He wasn't denied the mulch. He was just denied the delivery. I think he was afraid to go there. That is from Rick.
To go where?
Because Doug
Rico
said
doesn't live in Compton. Rico lives in a nice neighborhood. Right. I'm sorry, but no, I mean, honestly, like back home for me, it'd be like Rico lives on South Pearl Street. No, actually.
Right. I'm not at Mac and Bewick. I'm good.
You know who's not afraid to go to bad places?
J-Mo.
Exactly. Have J-Mo deliver the mulch. This is preposterous.
Yeah, he said that he got a truck, and this weekend he picked up like hundreds of bags of mulch.
And he can't deliver his college roommate mulch who lives 5 minutes from the office.
So I was like, wow, I wish I'd have known. He's like, well, you're not in our delivery.
That's exactly how he said it.
Up next, it's Doug's Whites Only Mulch Co. What are we doing here? Let me bring you mulch. I want to make this up to you on behalf of white people. I will deliver you mulch, and all of a sudden there's a pallet of salmon on top, too. Turn me loose at Costco.
Rico and Mike Doug, the guy who says treat everyone with respect, denied Rico mulch service?
Share.
Wow.
What a text. Right there. Treat everybody respectfully, except those people.
Someone else says, you guys are making Doug squirm right now in his car.
I'm surprised he hasn't turned it around. Turn that EV right back.
Let me tell you something. I'm not only going to deliver your mulch, I'm going to buy it. How many bags you need? I want to make this up to you on behalf of Ann Arbor Whites. How do I make this right?
I'll figure it out.
How many bags?
I'll figure it out and let you know.
There'll be a bowl of pasta right on top of it for you. What do you need from my people?
Oh, I need some of that cookies bolognese.
That kid eats out of a can. You don't want that. David, go ahead.
I thought Doug and Rico were next door neighbors. Now I know why they aren't.
No, they were college roommates. And the very kindness that Rico showed a nerdy white kid from Ann Arbor who had just returned from like France studying abroad. Where's that kindness? Or as Doug likes to say, that respect.
Respect.
Where's that at? Outside of the delivery zone? Outrageous.
Wow. Okay.
Like I grew up, if somebody was a friend of our family, it didn't matter what my opinion was as the kid. My dad'd say, go bring this here. Go pick this up.
Yeah.
You didn't get there was no delivery zone for me.
You know, times have changed, I guess. He quit. That's a little out of our delivery zone. Wow. You know what that's like? Yep. Know what that sounds like, too. Okay. David, am I overselling
No,
this?
you're not at all.
I'm not pulling a Rieger right now.
No, you're not.
What's more damning?
No,
Rico being outside the delivery zone or Doug not letting him inside the delivery zone? What's more damning here?
Someone says, does Doug use white mulch? Oh, my God.
Doug prefers a very rare blend of ivory oak.
Oh, man.
We'll let it go. You just tell me how many bags you need and when you need it, and I'll take care of it. Okay. On behalf of white people.
Okay. I appreciate that.
I got you. 248-539-9797. Now that we're done screwing around, we can get to business. We got to have a conversation. And the NFL is set to vote this week on 2 rule changes. This is decidedly Mike versus Rico.
I mean, we are just on opposite sides of it, but the most important vote is yours. We're going to talk about this next. You are getting one of these approved, not both. I'll explain next. If you've been injured in an auto accident, now you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies who just don't care about you, call David Femininio. Those companies, you think they're on your side? You need David. He is on your side. Get David, get paid. It is a promise. He'll get you taken care of. Call David Femininio today, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, we're moving on from Mulchgate. David, unless you have some ticket text, I can get to business now.
I can only imagine the ticket text. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, it's probably best we move on. So the NFL is going to vote to change potentially both of these rules. The way we've set it up is you only get to change one. So the first order of business is the tush push. The NFL is voting on whether to ban the tush push. In essence, you can absolutely line up in a heavy set and sneak your quarterback. What they're trying to get rid of is 3 human beings pushing your quarterback forward as if it's a rugby pile. So the tush push could be on the chopping block. The other thing they're voting on is far more sweeping, which is a rule that the Lions themselves have put out there as in the suggestion box, which is division championships don't matter. The playoffs are seeded on record and reseeding after every round. That would render divisions and division championships useless. Mm-hmm. You could finish second in one division, but still be rewarded over a division winner of another division. So you as football fans, Lions fans first, but football fans second, I want to know if you're in that room and you get to pass one of these, which is it? Now, Rico and I are on completely opposite votes, but that's okay. It's the same as me asking you guys, which do you care about more? For me, I'm done looking at what I deem to be wasted television. Anytime these teams line up for the tush push, there is no drama to the play. It is a complete space out for me. It is 10 minutes to unpile everybody. You know they're going to give them the first down. And ultimately for me, I'm tired of seeing it. I want to watch football.
Okay.
Not Australian rules football. But that's me. Okay. Rico views it differently.
I do.
You like the playoff thing more.
I do, Mike. But going back to the tush push, it doesn't work every time. It is drama. I hearken back to the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, and Buffalo lined up and didn't get it. Now the referees screwed the spot.
Okay,
but there was drama there.
Rico, the last 2 years of the tush push, of it being
now Philly does it.
No, league wide.
Yeah,
86%. Come on, man, 86%. Come on, buddy. You can't get a good pizza 86% of the time. Come on, man.
But see, to me, that's an unnecessary rule change. Like when they move back the extra point, like, did we really need to move back the extra point?
I actually want to get rid of extra points, but I know that that's not part of what we're doing.
No, but I look at this. You can't just reward people for the record. And I know it looked great for the Lions because they were 15-2. And what if they would have lost that game to Minnesota? They didn't want to fall all the way back. But if you're going to do that, then you just got to go ahead and just nix the divisions and just have 2 conferences because some divisions are easier than others. And if you play in an easy division and, you know, you just happen to be the 2 best teams in an easy division, you can rack up a bunch of wins, then you shouldn't get an automatic spot over somebody who had to go through a gauntlet of a division. They only won 11 games. You ended up winning 12 games. But you get their spot because you just won more games over bad teams. I don't like that. I'd rather it just stay the same way that it is. The divisions have to mean something. You got to get a reward for winning it, and I don't care if it's bad. Now, I'd even go, okay, if you win your division with a losing record, we could throw something in there. But if you got a winning record and you win your division, I'm sorry. You deserve the spot that you get. And if you didn't win, hey, you're the top wild card team. Embrace it. As far as the tush push, everybody can do it. It's not like it's just a Philly thing. Anybody can run this play. Philly just runs it at a maximum level.
David, because I want to hear from the people on it. You guys get to choose because these 2 things are getting voted on. And hell, they both might pass. They both might fail. It might be a split decision. That's why I'm just, which one do you want more? You have to pass one of them. Which is it?
I'm banning the tush push.
Oh, boy. Get ready for Rico to yell at
Yeah,
you.
I am banning the tush push if I have to choose. Look, I would rather it stay, but I like what the current playoff system looks like. So I don't want to change that. So now I'm changing the tush push. Get rid of it now.
So basically, because you like the system.
I like the playoff system currently. So yes, if I have one to vote, I'm going to vote the tush push.
Look, for me, it's not really an Eagles thing because more than the Eagles do it.
Correct.
It's bad television. So for me, it's not a football play in that there's no drama and there's nothing to watch. I'm fine with the QB sneak. Tom Brady was the master of the QB sneak. You know what never happened? He didn't have 3 people pushing him. The Eagles could run their QB sneak and still be very successful. I'm not mad at it. But when I see teams doing it multiple times in a row, or anytime you're inside the 3, we're not even trying to run a football play. Like, look, 4th and inches, what am I going to say? Nothing. But it's evolved when you have 3 people pushing a QB. Rico, it's like they pick him up and we're carrying him down the field. Look, I'm fine voting for both. I would ban the tush push and I would change the playoff thing. Because the division thing doesn't mean a lot to me. Namely, because my team never wins it.
But see, I think the division does because some divisions are not all of them are the same. Like if you win, like last year, the NFC, the Lions and the Vikings, it looked like on paper regular season they played in the best division. So it's like, man, maybe Minnesota should have got the 2 seed, and then you found out later, no,
I'd vote for the change. That's the difference.
I don't want the change.
You're fighting me on mine. I'm willing to vote for the playoff change. I'm good with it.
Because I don't see anything wrong with it.
No, I'm saying I don't. Like, if the loser of Lions and Minnesota shouldn't have been the 5 seed. I can say that openly.
No, but I'm saying I don't see anything wrong with the tush push. Where
Yeah, I know you don't. It's a hill you're willing to die 10 lifetimes on. I'm just not.
Because it's not a football play.
It's just not. It's not good TV. That's all. It doesn't really go much deeper than that.
So what is good TV?
It is exactly what you see in a rugby match.
Yeah,
I've watched plenty of them. That's what you
good
see.
TV.
Okay,
Yeah.
tell me you were not entertained, Eagles and Commanders, when my man just kept leaping over the line. That was the funniest 30 seconds.
No, that turned into backyard nonsense.
It was entertaining.
Okay.
Until the referee came out with a rule that we didn't even know about. Hey, guys, if you keep this up, I will turn this car around.
Because functionally, nothing in football should work 85% of the time. Nothing. No real football play works 85% of the time. It's not a real play. But whatever. I mean, I'm also not arguing your playoff thing. I get it. I'm fine changing the playoff thing. I don't know that I like the reseeding as much. I think you kind of draw the bracket and just play it, but fine. You want to update it? Update it. But which one, guys? Because they're voting on these. And football could look fundamentally different and really soon. Not just for the tush push, but potentially your Lions, who some people think are going 800-0, could have a totally different pathway. This could actually help you.
Right.
It could also hurt you.
I was about to say it could hurt if all of a sudden you're sitting there and let's just say you won the North, but you won it at 9-8.
Uh-oh.
Congratulations. You're the 5th or 6th seed. And
It's
you know.
possible.
Yeah.
It is possible. So would love to know. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your calls. We'll get the ticket text as well. We've got the top 25, under 25, according to Pro Football Focus. And we have a change that I'm bringing to college football. If I've blamed Rico for ruining college football, I'm going to take credit for something that may happen and soon. Because I think it goes a long way in fixing a lot that's wrong with the sport.
So bad, me, good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll call it the mulch rule.
Yes. I sound like Doug now. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, and a perfect view of the big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Circa Resort and Casino. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. David, a few ticket texts, get to the calls. NFL is set to vote on these two rules. The Lions have put forth one of them. The Eagles are the centerpiece of the other, which is the banning of the tush push, or really kind of the banning of the division champ mattering. It's going to be seeding on record and reseeding by round. You decide. I'd vote to ban the tush push and go ahead with the new playoff thing. I'm fine with it. But I can only choose one. Get the tush push out of here. I can't take it anymore. Just angers me to watch it.
Yeah, and I guess if I have to choose, I'd rather choose neither, but if I have to choose,
got to choose one.
It would be the division.
Okay. David, what do you got?
The worst part of the tush push is that the refs can't spot the ball correctly because they can't see the ball. Get rid of it, Chris, in a truck.
It's also the effect the tush push has had on the sport where every play is a tush push, where a running back is 9 yards downfield and here come the linemen to power bomb the running back forward 3 yards. That is not football. That is not how it's played. And I see more injuries on that crap than any big, huge hit over the middle.
Right. The tush push, no injuries because there's really
no momentum.
Right. Now, the thing is, it's because of what you just said that I think that it eventually gets voted down, because had they left it just as the original play, it may have had enough juice to get voted. But now when you did that, it's like people are going to be like, well, I don't know, because now you're thinking, okay, what if it takes that to get me to a Super Bowl? Did I just kill my own chances? So I think that's going to go away. And I don't like either. I want both to just know, but if I have to say, has to be divisions, it'll suck, but I don't see.
Why will it suck? Have a better record, get a better seed. End.
No, because not all divisions are made equal. And you should, if you're going to do that, then you got to take away divisions. And if you're going to do that,
take away divisions.
Right.
I don't care.
Take away the divisions, but don't sit there, hey, I won the AFC South, but you know what? Your record wasn't good enough as two other teams.
So take away divisions. What are we even talking about?
And I'm saying, if you said it came with taking away divisions, fine. But you can't have divisions, and we're going to reseed this. Trust me, you'll like this.
David.
A 14-3 team should never play a road playoff game at a 10-7 team stadium. I want that rule passed. Nick in a brown truck, he says.
Okay.
Tush push. Adios it. I passed the playoff seating proposal. Could you maybe limit the amount of times you could tush push? That's from Josh.
Look, good luck.
Fourth downs only?
Listen, it would have to be fourth and one or less.
Fourth down, or you have to be within a foot of the goal line.
See, I'd ban it down there. Oh, make your right. You damn you, run a play. I get so tired of that crap at the goal line. I can't stand it. Run a play, damn it.
I agree.
Go get Tommy Vardell and hand him the ball.
Oh, touchdown, Tommy Vardell. See, I'm always shocked that the Eagles, like the first touchdown, I would just line up and go for two and just put the other team behind the 8 ball for the rest of the game.
David.
Ban the tush push. I can see it now. It's the NFC title game, 4th and 1. Jalen Hurts picks up the first down to ice the game, and the Lions lose. That is from Tom.
Okay, I think we're going to get a lot of people here that says ban the tush push. Now imagine, just if you would, what if the Lions were the masters of the tush push?
Well, then fans would cry like babies.
Oh, you got to keep this. It's grit. It's toughness. It's Detroit tough.
How's it any different than when Ohio State got a bunch of tattoos for pants and Michigan fans' heads exploded, but now they're at the center of the biggest cheating scandal in history, and they're yelling bet to the sky? Dude, that's people. People are idiots.
I yield to the senator from Troy, New York.
There you go. We'll go to Rob, 97.1. Robbie, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes,
hey, Rob.
Yeah, I hate to say this. I'm going to agree with Rico.
Why do you hate to say this?
Oh, come on, man. Just let me get through this. You're killing me already.
All right.
It's you can't take away divisions because they can't control who's in their division or who they're playing. And if they win the division, they get it. And I can see it redoing it in the second round. Okay, but give them a little taste because they won their division. And on the tush push, or whatever you want to call that thing, I mean, Penny Sewell does that all day long. He moves Montgomery with his feet aren't even touching the ground. You know, so I don't see how you pass either one of these things. It's for the amount of times that the one team does the tush push, I think Penny Sewell does it 2 or 3 times a game for us moving the pile.
Rob, you're right. I forgot about that when he actually picked him up and carried him like about 5-6 yards. Yeah.
His feet never touched the ground for most of the day. So now what? He didn't really get running yards because he never actually touched the ground.
Rob, my point is
being carried.
I'd start penalizing that crap. It's gone way too far. Think about when you're watching games on a Sunday, and no one's actually tackling anyone. Now it's turned into piles all over the field. That's not football. I'd start penalizing.
Well, but they started by holding the guy up to try to strip the ball.
Yes.
Now the pile keeps moving. So if the pile comes to a stop, the zebras can be quicker on the whistle.
You know what? You just nailed it. No, Rob, perfection. Mm-hmm. You're right.
He's right.
That if the refs blow the whistle, it renders it useless. Instead, they're allowing it. So, no, Rob, you're right. We don't need to penalize it. The refs need to do their effing job.
Right. But then
blow
it'll be
the
like,
whistle.
But what about the play where all of a sudden Saquon comes
don't
out
care.
the pack and takes it 80 yards?
Don't care. You break 8 tackles, it doesn't count. Don't care. 1 play per 10 years, fine. It's our screw up. Go to Claude, 97.1. Claude, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I would be in favor of the tush push if they put a chip in the ball where the referees could see it or they could replay it.
I mean, does that technology even exist? Can someone help me from the tech sector?
I mean, you probably could. I mean, if they had the glow puck, you could probably put something in the leather of the ball.
To do what? How does the ball know where it's going from where to where? What, are you going to have a GPS in a football?
Well, whatever. You would put a chip maybe on the front and the back, and, just like I used to hate the puck thing, but in this case, maybe the tush push might work because then everybody could know where the ball is.
All right, hear me out on this, guys. Hold on. And Claude, you're not bad for saying it, but I want everyone to take a step back for a minute. Think about the lengths you're going to keep this play legal. And by the way, if you're just joining the show, the NFL's voting on whether to ban the tush push potentially today. And they're also voting on the Lions' proposal, which is records determine seed, not division titles. But think about what we're doing. I got guys calling up going, all right, now listen, you're going to put a laser on a dolphin. All of these things you're doing to preserve this stupid play.
No. Now, here's the thing. Before the last call, I've often said that the NFL should probably have something whereas you should be able to tell if the ball broke the plane, even if it's not it's just the running back like leaping over the pile or doing something like that. And it's always a judgment. The camera angles are always off. It's like, guys, this isn't that hard with the modern technology that we have. You should be able to figure this thing out. Now, how you would do that with the football, I don't know.
Tell us, Star Trek. Tell us.
Well, you could probably put something in the stitching. You could put a chip in there.
There's your retirement plan. Create that for me. Okay. I'm just saying, think about how ridiculous, or hear me out. You get rid of it. You blow the whistle. You don't allow endless plays that result in 9 human beings pushing someone.
No, but I think it would just be helpful anyway, just to know if the ball crossed the plane and broke the plane, and it's not just a judgment call. Like if it's the wide receiver holding the ball and extending it out, did it cross the plane?
Yeah, well, that's another rule I can't stand. There are so many rules in football I can't stand because it's over adjudicated.
Just too many people standing on your lawn.
Yes, in the NFL, I want people to really hear me on this. Part of my reason I don't want the tush push around is it's more play stoppage. It's more nonsense. Every play, there's a flag or an announcement or a sky review. Even when your team scores and you just want to celebrate, you have to wait and make sure that Don Corleone says it's a catch or that it's a touchdown.
Did the ball move?
I want less officiating.
No, I got you.
I mean, why do you think I don't get bent out of shape all the time? The refs are they've gotten rid of the chain gang. They're just like, F it, first down. I mean, we go back to it. Look how far they took it the Chiefs-Bills game. The Bills got like 7 first downs that weren't first downs. Mm-hmm. But it beats reviews. I don't know, man. We'll get more to people.
It's funny because the one rule that I would love for them to take away, just start the ball on the 20 or 5 or 30-yard line. This kickoff thing, I don't understand it. I don't care for it. Let it go. But that's not on the table. But the new kickoff is stupid.
Well, it's dumb. So are onside kicks. Get rid of it. Give a team 4th and 20. You get it, you keep the ball. You don't, the game's over.
Or you can't do it this way. Hey, by the way, buddy, I know we're playing against you. We're going to kick an onside kick. So you get ready, and I'll have my guys, and we'll see what happens. The onside kick was the element of surprise, but you can't even do that.
Right now it's down to what, a 3% success rate? Why have the play? It's the equivalent of the tush push being successful 85% of the time. There shouldn't be anything that is 3% successful or anything that's 85%.
No, I'm with you. Now it got shot down, that whole 4th and 15. I'm a big fan of that. Let's just line up 4th and 15. You get it?
Because you get more football, right? You get a play. 4th and 15, you get a play. You get something. And the other thing I would do, they've got to fix, and I know that's not what our topic is, but the hell with it. We're off the rails.
We're here.
Like, I would change the pass interference to be a spot foul. It should just be like college. It's a 10-yard or 15-yard penalty. The idea of pass interference being a 53-yard, field-flipping, game-changing penalty, no. 15 and a first.
Wow. But even if it's an absolute assault.
You can't. Think about this. Have we ever been angry in college when we see a PI and it's, quote, only 15 yards? No. First down.
Because, but college players are taught if the guy is about to beat you, just tackle him.
So
just
do the same in the pros, but you shouldn't give up 58 yards in penalties on one play. I mean, if I could take Mahomes' head off and it's 15, then what should I have to do for 58? Somebody should have to be dead.
See, the reason why I like it in the pros is because you guys are professionals, and the corner should be able to do their job without mugging the wide receiver.
Even though they've tailored every rule towards the offense to where the corners may as well play with tennis balls taped to their hands like practice.
And that's what happens. A quarterback can throw it up last minute, and the receiver will bait the pass interference call.
It's gone too far.
David, different sport, but how is it different than the guy who I do the pump fake, I get you up in the air, and then
it's the same thing.
I lean
that's
right
so
into
unethical.
you. I lean right into you because why? It's going to be a foul.
Spring, it's arrived, and eventually we'll have flowers and things. Old Nation Brewing Company releases their annual spring release, the Tart Strawberry M43. It is a variation of their flagship New England IPA. Same great taste. Just a subtle touch of strawberry flavor, limited run only, and it will absolutely sell out. Respectfully brewed in Williamston, using only the best ingredients. Taste the difference yourself. Support local, support independent. It's oldnationbrewing.com to find a retailer near you. Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, Mr. Hatchet, what do you have for us in the world of football? Boy, it is interesting. We're in a little bit of a roll here with college, huh? Under 100 days now. I'm noticing
we are
adding more of this.
Yes, I'm getting excited for college football.
Oh, are you?
Somehow, some way, I am.
That must be nice.
So we're gonna do the 25 best players since 2000 in college football. So I'm gonna give you each a guess.
Whose list is this?
This is The Athletic.
Okay. Respectable.
So I'm going to give you a guess each. Rico, give you your guess first.
Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush is number 2 on the list. Michael?
Ed Reed.
Ed Reed is number 6 on the list.
I thought about Ed Reed.
People don't. They only view him as a Raven. They don't realize how good he was in Miami.
He was.
Back when the sport was real.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Matt Leinart?
Matt Leinart is not on this list. Not on this list.
Do it the way he did it yesterday. Start at 25.
Number 25. This could become controversial. He was a great player at Notre Dame. Guard Quentin Nelson. Number 25.
I think that's really
it's a lot of praise for a guard.
That's pretty provocative to me. And again, well, the problem is nobody knew who Quentin Nelson was in college. You only know him as a Colt.
Correct.
And for a guard to make the top 25 players in 25 years of college football, I'm just going to go ahead and say no.
That Matt Leinart who won the Heisman.
Correct.
Okay.
Number 24, Tyrann Mathieu.
Honey Badger.
I love him. Hey, if you wear the famed number 7 jersey at LSU, you can make the list for me. He was a do-it-all, an unbelievable blitzer. He was like Troy Polamalu.
Yeah, his best season in 2011, 76 tackles, 7.5 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, 6 fumbles forced, 2 defensive touchdowns, 2 punt return touchdowns.
Honey Badger. No, I'm good with that. Versatility lands him there, to me.
Number 23, Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
I'm going to say no. He got hurt in the middle. And yes, he had a wonderful, wonderful rookie year with the Raiders. The reality is he kind of tailed off a little bit at Georgia. He was a hell of a nice player. But if I ask you, all right, is he one of the 25 best in 25 years? No.
No, you're okay.
I'm trying to look at the big picture.
No. You're right. That's a little bit of recency bias.
Number 22.
Also, he's balding. Can't be on the list.
Oh, my God.
Wait, you can't be a balding tight end?
Nah, you can't win a championship with him. Therefore, you can't be a top 25 player.
I need a set of these rules.
We knew we set him in the corner somewhere, so we know. Number 22, Sean Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
He assassinated somebody in a Pro Bowl. Sure.
I'm just shocked that he's at 22.
Yeah, he's at 22.
Oh, boy.
You may understand as we go through this. Number 21, Jaden Daniels.
1 year.
That's what's tough.
He had. Okay.
I have a hard time with it because when he left ASU, he had guys basically bleeping in his locker. And then he goes to LSU, and you're like, all right, well, that was a hell of a nice year, but top 25
over
ever?
Sean Taylor? Yeah, I would at least flip those two, but go ahead.
Number 20, Aaron Donald.
No, absolutely not. He was a nice player at Pitt, but don't get it twisted. His greatness was truly unearthed at the NFL level.
Pitt, I mean, yeah, because the Rams kind of got mocked. Like, really? That's who you're taking with that pick?
I think they're conflating NFL success with college success.
Right, because when they took that pick, it was the equivalent when the Lions took Eric Ebron. Like, are you really? You want to do a do-over?
Number 19, Julius Peppers. 15 sacks, his best season in 2000.
And he can hoop, yes.
He was basically a built in a lab. He was the genesis of the modern defensive end. The guy that wasn't 6'2 or 6'3, but was 6'6", was a freakish athlete. It was almost like Julius Peppers brought on the onset of defensive end who's as fast as your running back.
Right. You know what? We need bigger tackles.
This is going to be a problem.
Yes.
Number 18, this player you brought up yesterday in the conversation we had, Mike, that he destroyed the shoulder of Emmitt Smith.
Roy Williams?
That is Roy Williams, safety, Oklahoma.
Yeah, pretty legendary player, and I know, young folks don't remember him as a pro, but collegiately, you had to know where he was at all times.
Yes.
And he was a hitter. It was almost, you know what I would comp him to? He was kind of like Ronnie Lott. I mean, he would just murder you. You had to know where he was. And this is before they instituted rules, to play cat enthusiast football.
Yes.
You came across the middle, you were leaving without a body part.
You felt it.
This was back in the days of Jacked Up.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and he was on there plenty of times. Number 17, Christian McCaffrey out of Stanford.
Yes.
Yeah. I got slandered because I was on an Alabama show once, and I was like, I didn't vote for Derrick Henry. I actually voted for McCaffrey for Heisman, and you could just hear the needle scratch. Like, what? Guys, if he played any place other than Stanford, he would have been a household name.
He had over 2,000 yards rushing and 645 passing yards. So, yeah. Chase Young is number 16 on the list.
Nope. Very good player, but not that good.
At Ohio State, he was in the pros. No, I can live with. I would have had him.
Well, just
lower.
alone, he had 16 and a half sacks, his best season, and Julius Peppers' best season, he had 15 sacks. I would honestly put Julius Peppers above him on this list.
Right, he would be on there, but he would be in the low 20s. But go ahead.
Number 15, Marcus Mariota, Oregon.
Yeah, a lot of stats.
That sounds like a no from both of you guys, and that's okay. I get it.
No, I mean, because he was like the ultimate system quarterback.
The way I look at it is if the top 25 is going to have 10 quarterbacks on it, is Mariota one of the 10?
I don't think so.
I kind of lean no.
You look at his numbers, but then you look at the system, and it's like, was it him or was it the system?
Number 14, Baker Mayfield.
Yes. Winner.
Planted the flag.
Big games, put a team on his back, made the playoff, program changer, signature moments. Yeah, I mean, hell, they had Kansas not shake his hand, and he buried them in their own ashes. Like
Mariota doesn't have a signature moment.
Number 13, Devonta Smith, Alabama. Best season, 117 catches, 1,800 receiving yards, 23 touchdowns.
Again, if I ask you to name the top 10 wide receivers of the last 25 years, does the Slim Reaper come up? I don't know that
he
it
win the
does.
Heisman in the COVID year?
Yeah, 2020, yeah.
I'm going to say no to that.
Number 12, Andrew Luck, Stanford.
Sadly, yes.
Yeah.
He's just super
Sadly.
annoying. No, he's an annoyance. Total annoyance. The weird obsession with the Civil War. I can't stand him. I never liked him.
And the fact that he, once again, like McCaffrey, he played at Stanford. So that's why you really weren't watching Pac-12 TV at the time.
Number 11, Larry Fitzgerald, Pitt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bar none. Honestly, probably the best college receiver I watched in the last 25 years. I mean, he was like a better Plaxico Burress. He was just big, physical, fast. He didn't play to traditional power, but he just killed everybody. You couldn't cover him.
Yeah, I often thought that him and Calvin Johnson just picked the wrong schools.
Well, Calvin, right. He had Reggie Ball, not Lions defensive tackle, 5'9" option quarterback throwing the ball.
Like you just picked the wrong school, man.
That's why I can't say Calvin's the best I saw, because you barely got to see it at Georgia Tech.
Right, it's like Andre Rison at State.
Yeah, let me get you the top 10 here. Number 10, Terrell Suggs, who had 44 sacks in his college career. Whew. Number 9, Travis Hunter, Colorado. Yep, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I'll put him on
over Sean Taylor?
Right, I'll put him on the list for versatility, but I'm with Rico. He can't be number 9.
I agree. Number 8, Tim Tebow.
No, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. No, stop. That goofball speech after losing to Ole Miss, that was enough to bar him from this list.
That thing is...
And nobody will ever try harder than I will. I'm so...
It was written in stone, and he backed it up.
To hell with him. I don't like him. He couldn't throw a football. Banned from the list.
Number 7.
And by not throwing a football, he won 2 titles and a Heisman.
No, he was a backup QB on 1. Don't make things up. He was the running QB when Chris Leak wasn't throwing.
I didn't say he led them. I said he won 2 titles.
Number 7, Vince Young.
Yeah, sure. If you can forget about the naked crying in the nightclub, yeah, sure.
College only.
You got number 6, Mike, at Ed Reed. Number 5 would be Lamar Jackson. college career.
college
career, he lit it up.
Yeah, and it's kind of the closest thing we saw to Michael Vick. I mean, he had a couple of runs that featured spin moves. You go, what is this? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that's fine.
Number 4, Joe Burrow.
1,000%.
Number 3, Ndamukong Suh.
1,000%. I saw him sack a quarterback with no hands.
Yeah, yes, I remember that.
He pushed the guard hard enough into the quarterback and took both of them to the ground. He was my Heisman Trophy vote.
Yeah, I remember that the Big Ten championship game where it was just like, this guy's going to be a
I'm sorry, the what championship game?
Big Ten.
Big 12.
Oh, it was Big.
Nebraska was in the Big 12.
Oh, Big 12.
Yes. Okay.
Matt, remember before you ruined the sport? Go ahead, David.
You got number 2, Rico. Number 1 would be Cam Newton.
Okay. I have my misgivings with that, but that's fine. Look, I question the order more than the inclusion.
I
only think there's a couple of guys on here we went, really?
Yeah, Matt Leinart should be over there over Marcus Mariota, in my opinion.
Yeah, Mariota made the list in a guard.
Yeah, Quentin Nelson at number 25. Yeah, that's something there.
Not even a tackle, but a guard.
Yes.
Okay.
That is your college football blitz.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We've got some people to get to, which we will. I want to update you on what we opened with. And we are going to mix in something this hour. And it is what I think could be the single most impactful and positive change to college football that I've read about in 5 years.
And you know what, folks? He is not pulling a Jeff Rieger.
Nope.
This is legit. When I read the article, I felt like standing up and just giving a slow clap to the laptop.
I know. We'll get to it. But it's positive. And I think it would be a big step if you're like me and you're kind of out on college football.
Because that's my question. I want to know.
And it would also largely get rid of the NCAA.
Stop blaming me.
If this happened, only if State got their act together, then maybe I'd stop. But I want to get to the people. The NFL is voting on 2 rule changes. We don't know if they'll pass, they'll fail, split ticket. One is the tush push. I want it out of the game, so that's where I'm going to side. But that's up for grabs. The other, it's the Lions' proposal. Record, not division winners, get priority. So the situation you had last year when it was you and the Vikings and the loser was going to be the 5 seed, that would be gone. The loser would have simply been the 2 seed. Mm-hmm. It in large part would get rid of divisions. And to Rico's point, you can't balance the schedule when you're still playing divisional schedules, and softer divisions will get priority. Now, it's not a part of the proposal, but I would just get rid of divisions altogether.
Right.
You may as well just play a round robin.
If that was the case, then I would have no problem with it. But if I had to choose,
yeah.
I think you got to keep the tush push around.
Yeah, and this would probably hurt the Lions in a year like this where they're not, despite Costa's fever dream, they're not going 15-2 again. They do play in the hardest division in football, and you will, in fact, be a better team than whoever wins the West or the South, but they might have a better record because their division is Charmin.
Which means you have to go to their place to play.
So that's on the table. We'll get to the people. We start with Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, pal?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. What's up?
Okay, thank you. Just some additional thoughts on the tush push. You mentioned it's 85% successful for the offense.
Yes.
A proposal to maybe even it out a little bit, maybe a little crazy, but the proposal is that the defense calls the snap, therefore giving the defense the opportunity to get the jump on it and maybe level it out at a greater percentage. So that's a thought, and looking for some feedback.
Okay.
And I'm going to jump off here and listen.
All right, Mark.
I appreciate the call,
and,
Mark.
And I want to be polite to you. So let me take a beat here. Hold on.
I don't think that can happen.
No. Mark, there's no world. You just called up, Mark, and said, let the defense call the snap count. Once again, if this is Occam's razor, the simplest explanation, it's not a football play, because when you have to do the exotic things like I'm hearing people call in, you're proving my point. Let the defense snap the ball.
Right.
Okay. No.
And
now, here's Rico.
And that won't work because I've even seen the Eagles do a fake out of the tush push, which was actually
brilliant.
Wide open because 11 people went after the ball, so they thought, and there's the tight end just standing there like, thank you, touchdown.
Let's go to Mel, 97.1. Mel, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing, Mike?
Good, Mel. What's up?
Mike, man, you're absolutely correct, and y'all just said something. You must band it. For 2, it's going to cause injury, and to stop the tush push, you got to sacrifice your D-line. They have to roll over linebackers, eat and egg. That's not going to ever happen.
All right, hold on, Mel. Hold on. I'm going to let you get to 2. One, the injury thing, I think that's just a narrative that a lot of people who don't like it keep saying. I've yet to see anybody get injured off of this play because it's just leverage. It's no head-on collision. It's just who's stronger, which line is stronger. Go ahead.
I did it. It's actually, if you really, it was a football play, but the Eagles did their own cheat code to it. It's called the wedge, which you wedge a D lineman and then you create a V and you push and then you can't stop it. But if they start doing different formations out of it, I did it, and I won 3 championships, and they banned me. They said I couldn't interlock, I couldn't push the running back, so teams started lining the biggest man that they have under center, and he just pushed, and then the running backs and the fullbacks take their shoulders, and they push, and it couldn't be stopped. They banned it. Powell banned it. Pop Warner banned it. You cannot stop that play. You cannot stop it. In order to stop it, you got to dive at people's legs, and it is not going to ever be done, and they banned it. It's from the original double wing, wing T, single wing. Look at the play. It's called the wedge. But they added a specialty.
So you're saying because it was banned in Powell and Pop Warner, right?
I'm saying it's going ban it now because if you don't, they will evolve it, which means you can run it from any position on the field, from different formations, and it's going to cause injury. It's new. Only one, and every team can't do it. You got to have a dominant line. But if they started doing it from different formations and running fakes behind it and make everybody commit to that middle and do pop passes and stuff, it's going to mess the NFL up.
Well, look, and Mel, look, I'm with Rico in this one regard. Is the studies? This was something around the NFL draft that no, the injuries don't happen. I don't know how they don't happen, but Mel, the bottom line, you're right that the Eagles have manipulated this. You just got to get rid of. You shouldn't be able to have 2-3 people pushing an offensive player down the field, and you're seeing the tush push has now spilled into every play. Think about this, and don't close your eyes if you're driving, but if you're just chilling out and listening to the show, think about when you're watching football, how many plays actually end in a tackle versus pile up delay of 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds of downfield tush push.
Interesting you say that, Mike, because I think you get that because players now don't want to tackle because it's a penalty. So it's easier just to hold you up and wait for the referee to blow the whistle.
But they don't.
Because now if I go too high, if I go too low, it's a 15-yard penalty. Did I hit you from the back? Did I hit you from the side? Did I hit your helmet? Did I hit you anywhere in this area? It's almost like the strike zone. If you don't hit in that little area, it's a penalty. So players are now taught just stop the progress and keep them up. And as far as the Powell thing, it's like, okay, some kids are stronger than other kids, so I understand. It's why you can't throw curveball. It's why kids have different rules than adults.
Because they don't know how to protect themselves.
Right.
You have to protect kids.
If you're an adult, you're all over 250. You're all strong. It's equal footing, whereas Powell is not because David, Mike, I don't know about you, but you've all seen the gigantic kid in Powell who basically is Derrick Henry out there.
Well, that's why recruiting is such a weird thing, is you get some of these kids that are just crazy physical gifted and they play in a town with one street light and you're like, but he had 4,000 yards rushing.
Right.
Yeah, he's facing kids that are going to be driving a combine next week.
Right.
It's not the same as a kid who plays at IMG Academy.
Right.
So, yes, I'm with you. I don't know how did you tackle Derrick Henry in high school? Here's
didn't.
how. You didn't. I don't know.
I got a cramp, coach. 35 times?
Yep. There it is again. FanDuel giving you more reasons to love Home Run Tuesdays. Profit boost, a 50% profit boost on Home Run Tuesdays. You pick the player, you get the profit boost, and it's pretty much the only way to be interested in baseball that doesn't involve your Detroit Tigers. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You gear up to go yard all season long. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions to apply, including any token expiration and wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get more of your calls momentarily, but I want to add something to the mix. No Rieger oversell, and there's no smarm or sarcasm. I'm just dealing direct with you. I think if this happens, this is equal parts positive and impactful. And I think it would bring a lot of people back to college football. I want to read you an excerpt. Pete Thamel had a piece about this new CEO of college football position and kind of how it would work. Now, obviously, you've got the House has to settle on things this summer, but the minute that happens, it sounds like this could happen. Quote, most prominent among the changes will be a change in how enforcement works, as the NCAA will no longer be in charge of traditional enforcement, and a CEO would be put in place with powers that never existed before. What have I always compared college football to? Horse racing. No central, effective governing body. Archaic process. I mean, think about it. Yeah, part of it is the fact Michigan was dumb and just didn't take their punishment last year. But reality is the NCAA takes years to adjudicate things that should take 10 minutes. This would fix that. The CEO of college sports' new enforcement organization, called the College Sports Commission, would have final say in doling out punishments and deciding when rules have been violated, a level of singular power that's never existed during the NCAA's era of struggling to enforce its rules. The CEO hire is expected to come quickly after the House settlement is finalized and has been spearheaded by the Power Four commissioners from the SEC, Big Ten, Big 12, and ACC. Their pick to lead the new agency will quickly become one of the most powerful and influential people in all of sports. Mm-hmm. The hiring of the new CEO of the commission is deep in the process. That's per ESPN sources. The association agreement could also include a clause when schools, quote, agree to waive any right to a jury trial with respect to disputes arising or relating to the agreement. And the notion would still need to be accepted by all schools, but it wouldn't prevent lawsuits from entities outside of the schools. The new organization looks to have expedited timelines and a highly compensated CEO to be the face of the decision. The NCAA, which we've talked about this with Michigan, uses what's called the COI, Committee on Infractions. That's what's going to happen June 6th and 7th. You ready for this one, though? And tell me, to me, this is a bullet right to the skull of U of M. Quote, the Big Ten has put a lot of thought and conversation into this, and he has said the mindset has to be changed where coaches and programs can't consider breaking the rules, quote, worth it, close quote. Now, why would the Big Ten spearhead that? Go back to Tony Petitti's letter to U of M. That's a direct one for you. Expedited timelines, singular power, and then Ross Dellinger chimed in with this from a Yahoo report. The consequence for not signing the agreement is steep. A school risks loss of conference membership and participation against other Power 4 league programs. One AD said, quote, you gotta sign it or we don't play you.
So that kind of circumvents what Tennessee is trying to do.
Yes. So the state of Tennessee, this would supersede any state law, a.k.a. workaround, a.k.a. cheating with NIL. Certain states saying schools can do X, Y, and Z. This is the horse racing comparison is apt here for one reason. New York's NYRA, New York State Racing Association, has a different set of rules than the Maryland Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, which has a different set of rules from Florida or the California Racing Commission. When you have a national governing body, it supersedes all local. Rico, if they do this, we're going to get a CEO in a position where the Power Four waive their rights. No more fiefdom. Everybody plays by the rules. If you don't, this guy's got a ban hammer. It gets NIL in check. It gets, all jokes about U of M aside, everyone's in check.
It's the czar we've been waiting for decades.
Yeah, because if a CEO was in place when the Stallions thing broke, Michigan would have been voided.
And it goes back to what I said. You could actually punish it in real time. Hey, guys, you screwed up. You're in trouble, rather than some kid who's in 8th grade right now who will have to suffer for what they did for that title.
Here's my question. Before David goes on a soliloquy, I just want to throw the number out and ask the following question. If this change happened, doesn't this fix 90% of what is wrong with college football? I can't change conference realignment. I can't change the playoff. But if I'm really honest with you and not just joking with Rico and having fun and doing our show, 90% of my angst is unchecked NIL, a ridiculous lack of oversight on rules or anything to do with the sport. This would actually fix 90% of it. 248-539-9797. I would just like to know if you view this positively like I do, or maybe it's a nothing burger in your world. I don't know. What is your take on this?
Mike, I think this is something that has been needed for the longest. I mean, because it's a unifying force. It isn't, well, the Big Ten has their own rules. The ACC has theirs, the SEC. When it comes to everything, there's nothing unifying. Now you have somebody who can walk in there and just say, nope, we're doing this. And, well, we're going to sue you. No, you're not. You're going to take whatever my ruling is, and we're going to move on. You'll pay the fine. You'll take the penalty. And if you think it's kind of Roger Goodell. If you think I stepped out of bounds, then come up with something, and we'll have an appeals committee. Oh, by the way, I'm the guy you're going to bring it in front of again. Yep. So chances are you're not going to sway me. Take this punishment. Let's move on.
Here's an interesting line from Thamel. All the institutions are going to have new membership agreements that we're all agreeing to these rules, said an industry source. So you're getting everyone to sign the same thing. The CEO is going to have the responsibility to make sure everything is enforced and the governance model is sound. Doesn't this fix a lot of the problem here, guys?
It does. You don't get the Miami doing whatever they want in NIL. Texas A&M, Texas Tech. You don't get that anymore. But I think the most important thing to me is not just, Rico, the punishment, not just that it happens immediately, is that it means something. Mm-hmm. And they use the example in the article of the Bounty Gate and how that meant something. You suspended your head coach for an entire year. That's painful.
Yep. They made it hurt, and it was you know what? I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. We lost our coach for the year by doing something. Sure. So, no, it's a deterrent.
And look, case in point, we've always said this. Like, Michigan fans can live two realities. One is they won the Natty, they got the picture, they took a great trip with their father, their son, whatever it may be. Are you willing to trade your reputation for it? Most fans are. The bottom line is, in the new world, it will never be worth it because of something like this. Mm-hmm. For instance, the schools have to accept rulings as final. They are required to engage in the arbitration process. Per sources, when cases end up in arbitration, under the procedures that govern it, subpoena power is an option via the discovery process. That's an authority the NCAA never had. Imagine if Michigan were under subpoena. You already had your head coach deleting texts.
So you would actually have to be there when they showed up. When the CEO showed up to Ann Arbor, all the coaches just can't scatter like roaches.
Point. It fixes so much.
It does.
Think about this. The CEO will make, quote, final factual findings and determinations on violations and impose such fines, penalties, or sanctions as appropriate. It's like streamlined.
I'm already all in for this. The only thing I need is just for it to happen in a timely manner so we're not waiting 3-4 years after the thing that you forget, like, wait.
Even now,
why are we doing that?
Even now, everybody's sick of the U of M thing. Whether you want to see them nailed to the wall or you want to pretend and just say nothing burger. We're all tired of it because it was 2023. We're headed towards the 2025 season.
Yeah. I like how the professional commissioners, hey, you do something stupid to my office. Fly out to New York and you get here and we're handling
and subpoena power. Because the one thing the NCAA doesn't really have effectively, and look, this is the only reason Michigan's in real trouble beyond being scumbags. Somebody flipped on them. Evidence was given to the NCAA. It's not like the NCAA has a CSI department and Maritza Hargitay's walking out of a boardroom. You know what I'm saying with Ice-T, right. And we're turning this into a little dun, dun. Boom, boom. They don't have that. Somebody dimed Michigan out. Like, that's the reason it got here. So, look, the CEO, does that fix 90% of the problem? I want to mix that in along with the NFL rules stuff. We'll get to your calls and ticket text next. 97.1. Okay. Now I'm in a good mood. So I'm going to be nice until it's time to not be nice. I'm being told by David, some of you really need to invest in some Q-tips because you're doing it again. You hear something you don't like and you call it Sparty Radio. Well, first of all, name the last nice thing I've said about Michigan State football. I'll hang up and listen. But two, Rico and I did not say any of what I read in quotations. See, here's how this works, since some of you didn't make it past fourth grade. When I put something in quotations, that means it's someone else's words. I'm simply reading them. Okay? Now, unless I'm Pete Thamel or Ross Dellinger, I didn't say those things. Let me read this again before I turn into Mr. Garvey. Ron. Here we go. Quote, the Big Ten has put a lot of thought and conversation into this. The mindset has to be changed where coaches and programs can't consider breaking the rules, quote, worth it, close quote. Not my words.
Not mine.
Not his words. So if you don't like the content of that, you are making an accusation from the Dellinger piece about an athletic director or an insider being some kind of Sparty Bob. You can go with that, but I can assure you you're wrong. Because nobody likes us. We're dog water. So just do me a kindness. If you want to label this Sparty Radio, then label the previous 8 hours the MGO Blue Club. You pick. Once again, quotations mean not my effing words. I try really hard to keep everything on the level. If you don't like what you hear, you got to do better than blargity blar Sparty. We blow. We're terrible.
Of course, you make it all about Michigan. It's like
because that comment is about Michigan.
Came straight from the Big Ten. It wasn't about Indiana. It wasn't about Purdue. What about Northwestern?
What other program cheated because it was worth it? Why would the Big Ten take a special interest in that?
What other program did the Big Ten come out and tell schools, hey, you don't have to play against this team because they know things about you. They cheated.
That was the only point I made. And then I kind of defended you. Even though, once again, when your IQ is sub 40, you can't comprehend this. Work with me. I said, even if you don't want Michigan nailed to the wall and you just want people to forget, both sides are tired of talking about it. Why? Because the NCAA works at a glacial pace, and it's not appropriate, and it should be adjudicated faster. I even said that. That is all. Yeah. Let's go to the people, shall we?
Let's go.
Okay. Brian in Detroit, 97. Brian, hello.
Good afternoon, man.
Afternoon,
Hey,
sir. What's going on, buddy?
I can tell you the last nice thing you said about MSU.
Okay.
And it is that we should blow up the stadium and start over, which I totally agree.
Thank you, Brian.
No problem. I would totally ban the tush push. And then there was a caller who called about some technology. Now, I don't know how it works, but I know there are some golf balls with it where you can track the golf ball and distance and all that stuff. I don't know how it works, but I feel like it could be adapted to football to where you can track the position on the field. That could be something to look into. I don't know personally, so I don't want to put my
no, Brian,
here's
Brian, the one thing, the comparative, and Corbin who's screening for us, look, VAR, European soccer, it's a fixed position. And again, the Europeans hate this because they feel like they never get it right. But it's on the goal line, and when the ball crosses that threshold, the technology picks it up. You could do it for the goal line. You're never going to be able to do it for first downs because it's not a static line.
Right.
But
great show, guys. I'm going to keep listening.
Brian, appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. And he is right. That's the Sparty Radio gives you the I hate my program. Relegate it to the MAC. Oh, okay. Come on, do better, guys. Good gravy. Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Brando, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, I want to chime in on both of the rule proposals.
Yeah.
As far as what you're looking at with the seeding, I think you need to look at the conference winning percentage in total. So if you got a team that's out there beating up on weak teams in your division, that's pretty much 4 easy wins right there. And if you got another team that's, squeaking by in a very tough division, that needs to play a part as well. So I think it really comes down to, balancing the strength of schedule and winning percentage. But you don't want a team that wins a weak division and they're not that good themselves when you got, a second place team that's won all their other division games.
But
So
Brandon, I would say this, the thing about you could basically overkill that, or just know that it's cyclical. A division that's good this year may be bad the next year. It's not like there's just one division all the time that is just the absolute best. There have been times where the NFC North, horrible. Last year, good.
Right.
So it's
a
gonna
fluid
happen.
situation.
Yeah.
How about last year, though, fellas? The best division in football didn't win a playoff game.
Yeah.
I mean, Brandon, whether it was the Vikings or Lions, you both got aced out. And you were two of the top teams in the league.
Packers.
I worry about altering that rule for the reason you brought up, which is, look, it's cyclical. It changes. What looks good on paper in August is different. Look at last year. You thought the Cowboys would be a tough game. Lions-Niners showdown. They were both garbage.
Yeah.
So that's where I hesitate from that rule. 248-539-9797. I do have a number of people to get to. A number of people want to weigh in on the CEO thing. Look, I'm from a college standpoint nationally, we got to get NIL under control. Having a CEO and a central governing body make everybody do it the same way is a good start. I don't understand, Rico. This is one thing I can't personally square the circle on. If we're going to a revenue model, then why do collectives still exist? The revenue is the revenue. You pay your share of the revenue. That is your NIL pool. Why would we ever allow the continuation of outside revenue that defeats the purpose of, wait for it, the revenue model?
Yeah, basically, let's just call it what it is. Either it's going to be a hard cap or a soft cap.
And I've just, I was bummed out. I had a caller on the line who wanted to invoke Little Brother. I actually wanted to hear that. That's kind of like 15 years ago.
Are we still doing that?
Sure. Okay. But I had a.
You know what? Call back, whoever
Adam,
you
call
are.
back. I'm not going to yell at you.
We're going to push you to the top.
But I'd love to know what's little bro about it. You cheated.
You know what? Maybe he had to get his Starbucks order in. Call back.
That's fine. I was stunned. I'm going, oh, we have a little bro.
It's not us. This is the Big Ten.
That's all. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people next here on Little Bro Radio. 25 Buick Encore GX, $199 a month. Moran Buick GMC's got you covered. The 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $211 a month. Everyone gets employee pricing on that Sierra, even Little Bros. It's all there for you. 24-month leases, $999 down. MoranExpress.com. They got what you need. Yukon Denali's are in as well. And get your certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Okay, we'll get right to the phones in a second. Got people calling in about the Pete Thamel and Ross Dellinger on the new potential NCAA, well, not NCAA anymore. It'd be the college football CEO. High-level C-suite executive who will have sole governing power. There could be subpoena power, faster penalties, get everyone in line on NIL. Every school signs the waiver. You give up your rights to any nonsense appeals. The law is the law. Sounds awesome. Could be happening soon. And they're already, quote, deep into the process. Once again, those aren't my words. Of hiring the new CEO. Yeah. And of course, one of the interesting things in there was that the Big Ten is spearheading part of this because they don't want certain programs to be able to say cheating was worth it. Now, whoever would they be talking about? It ain't mine. If MSU's cheating, we blow at it. So I don't know what to tell you.
It must be Maryland.
Got it. I hate Loxley. David, ticket text coming in, please.
While this does fix a problem, or a lot of the problems, it doesn't address the biggest issue, in my opinion, which is the transfer portal and the new JUCO eligibility.
I agree. I said 90%. If the NIL could get in order, where everyone's got to do it the same, and we could get rid of some of the, well, not some, the constant tampering, it would probably quell the issue with player movement.
But see, and I also think that with the CEO would have to come in and say, hey, guys, you know what? You get one time to transfer. Or this is all we're going to accept. JUCOs don't count. So the CEO would be allowed to come in and say, all right, this is the new rule. This is what I'm saying. It's not the NCAA who then has to have a subcommittee to then pass the information on to the committee, to give it to the rules committee, to do this, to do that. No, it's, hey, I don't like this. We're going to come up with we're going to make this change next year. So starting next year, you're allowed a transfer. You transfer again, you have to sit out either half the season or the full season. So, son, you better make sure you're happy of where you're transferring to.
David.
I would gladly take this CEO. Then we wouldn't have to worry about giving a kid a hamburger or doing something every other team was doing.
Yeah, and if you want the NCAA gone, which I think we all do, this is the alternative. It can't be lawless. It can't be the old Southwestern Conference. This has to be, okay, if we don't want the NCAA and we know they're terrible, and again, they're taking way too long on the Michigan thing. Part of that's your fault. You should have taken your punishment last year when you were going to be duty, but you didn't. The point is, here's the alternative. Singular Thanos. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm great. You guys just hit on what I was going to talk about, which was the transfer portal. So the CEO is going to have call on that?
I'm assuming that he will. That's going to be something that he's going to take care of. I don't know if it's on the agenda right now, Tim, but I have to think that it's a problem that all the coaches are saying, hey, I don't like this, but it's a necessary evil. I have to participate in this, but I don't really want to participate. So you need a bad guy to come in and say, guys, no more, transfer once, that's it. That's what I'm speculating, Tim.
And I think add on there, if you do transfer, you can't transfer to where your coach just left to go to a different school. You can't follow your coach.
Well, look, guys, I think part of the transfers, and I'll let you assign a percentage to it, but Tim, when schools have this murky, almost dark web pile of money that's outside of what the revenue share is going to be, if you clip that and everyone's got the same amount of money, you've now limited the total expenditures of the transfer portal. Lowering pricing will lower transfers based on there is no greener grass.
Right. It means, you got a scholarship, you're on a team. If you leave, well, guess what? You may just be out in the cold and you become the portal homeless.
So then you're looking at cracking down on the people that are continuing their money outside of the revenue.
I mean, that to me would fix a lot of it. Yeah, Tim. But again, we can't speak to all of it. I just know when they're talking about this and saying the CEO and the waiver agreement would supersede any state law as it pertains to NIL, you know they're serious about getting it in line. Some of these states are saying, well, the school can pay direct before the ruling. Right. Other schools are saying, oh, it's tax exempt or it's not. It has to be on a level.
Right. You can't, oh, well, I can go to Tennessee because in Tennessee I can make more money than I can here. It has to be across the board, and they have to realize that, you know what, this is a private organization. It's not, we can pick and choose our own rules. And I think that that's where the CEO will help, because it will eliminate a lot of the foolishness that a lot of people, just the common sense stuff that people just didn't want to say. And it took 5 years to come up with a rule that was common sense 5 years ago, but now it's antiquated.
Here's the other thing is like you're seeing it now. I mean, schools are doing these NIL deals and they're going, hey, donor A, if you give us X, we can get player Y. They go get player Y, promise player Y X, and then it comes time for donor A to sign that check. Do you know how often that donor doesn't sign that check or only signs a check half as much?
Right.
It's nonsense.
You get with the who dis.
You have the revenue.
Yeah.
The revenue is the money. It's static. It's based off of your share of your conference.
Right.
That's it.
You get rid of the collective, that's the extra. If you just have the hard cap, everybody just has $20 million to work with. Figure it out. If you want to give 18 of it to your quarterback, then you only got $2 million to spread out through everybody else.
State would dominate the GLIAC. We would be raiding the GLIAC. God, we suck. Butch, 97.1.
Can't win any games in May, Mike.
Butch, what's going on, pal?
What's happening, guys? Here's a big question I got. If they give this guy the stroke that he's needed, will they force Notre Dame to get into a conference and quit having a cream puff schedule that'll put them in the playoffs every single year?
Butch, I'm going to make sure it's the first order of damn business. I'm with you. Sign the waiver. Get your ass in a conference.
Isn't that the truth, though?
It is.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, bud.
Mike Rico, when I say I'm Butch from Memphis, I'm actually flying under false colors. I'm a Detroiter, man. My parents moved me out to Memphis when I was 16 years old. I'm an old East Side shopper deliverer. I deliver the news and I deliver to the Free Press, man. I got my bona fides.
You are. Butch, you're welcome anytime, especially if you're going to slander Notre Dame. You're welcome anytime.
Hey, baby.
That's right.
Hey,
I've had
baby.
enough of them. They should have joined the Big Ten in 99. Highfalutin goofballs. I'm serious. Just go to, where Notre Dame should go? Go to the ACC. You play all their bum-ass teams anyways.
Very interesting.
What?
No, I mean, what are you going to do with Notre Dame?
The CEO lines up with a Thanos glove, and he either snaps his finger and vaporizes Jack Swarbrick, or join a conference. Or powder. Conference, powder.
Because it's not like, oh, we just keep all the money. We make so much money. It's like, yeah, Big Ten teams,
powder.
Indiana makes more money than you now, Notre Dame.
Spider-Man, dust.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stark.
Marcus Freeman.
Oh, no.
Dust.
Oh, no.
That goofball leprechaun. Ashes. Say another word. Touchdown Jesus. Gone.
I was just about to say, what about touchdown Jesus?
Vapor. Rudy. Vapor. Conference. Now. 97.1. All right, David, let's check in on the world of football. I actually have a treat. You two are just so good to me on a daily basis. I wanted, since Rico had his mulch incident with Doug, I want to show him, on behalf of white people, we can provide joy too, unlike Doug screwing you out of mulch.
All right.
David, music. And this is going to be Lions-centric because this is Pro Football Focuses. Top 25 players, 25 or under. And the Lions are prominent. So I'll take you through the list, and I think there's a couple talking points. A guy who made it, and I didn't like the contract they gave him, and a guy who didn't make it, and he doesn't have a contract.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Okay.
Let's start out at 25. I will tell you it's a Lion. Would you like to venture a guess?
25 Lion.
Last guy on the list.
Laporta.
No, but you're close. Laporta's 23. David?
Gibbs.
No, not close.
Branch?
Kirby Joseph.
Oh, no.
And I just want to read this for the people in the back, the bathwater drinkers. Joseph would have been much higher on the top 25 had his All-Pro 24 campaign, which earned him a new huge contract, extended to the previous season. He was the top-graded safety overall and in coverage this past season, but ranked 50th or lower in PFF coverage grade in each year before 2024 of his career.
Interesting.
Just wanted to throw that out there. Number 24, Cooper DeJean. You have that type of rookie year, you make the list. Do it all.
I can see that.
Kid's been a baller since college.
Pick 6 in the Super Bowl.
Real nice job by MSU punting to that kid and having him beat us on a punt return 2 years ago. Not that I'm bitter. Number 23, Sam Laporta.
Focus.
Any issue there?
Oh, you weren't far off. Yeah, that's good.
Sam Laporta. And again, historic rookie year. Didn't live up to it last year. If he did, he'd be higher on the list. Any issue, though, Laporta being on the list?
No, I don't. I think his numbers went down because I think J-Mo entered the equation and it took throws away from him. I mean, there's only so many passes he can get with that offense.
Number 22, Tyler Smith, who's becoming just a real problem at guard for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
A-Shane, the explosive back from Miami. Again, huge rookie year, 7.5 yards a carry.
Kind of fell off last year.
And he had the Laporta as a back. He had a down year last year. Number 20, kid who I think is a superstar. Why? Because he went to LSU. Brian Thomas Jr., Jags, wideout.
Gosh, he should be higher on that list.
I agree with you. I think he's got the earmarkings of a top 5 wide receiver.
Yes.
Yeah, especially on that team. You knew the ball was going to go to him. He had no other help, and he held his own.
And here's why I think this is screwy. The next player on the list at number 19 overall has no business being ahead of Brian Thomas. And I like this player. I want you to think Jim Rat. I want you to think Kenny Cott.
Oh, the tight end from Georgia.
Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Lad McConkey.
Oh.
I cannot have him ahead of Brian Thomas Jr.
Really?
I can't
you
have
had
him.
me
Yeah.
at Brock Bowers. I was like, okay, I can see that.
18 is Christian Benford, who had a really nice year for the Buffalo Bills. Corner, very good player. 17, a player near and dear to Rico's heart, could be a Detroit Lion. He screwed up the draft process, to be fair to the team. It's a man you wanted here.
Oh.
He's at a position of need.
Oh, I'm going to say not Jordan Davis, but Jalen Carter.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter debuted in
wrong.
23, earned top 10 marks at his position, and it led to big expectations for year 2.
Did it also say Detroit didn't need him?
Okay. Top 5 PFF pass rush grade and pressures, and top 10 in win rate. He's a dominant defensive tackle. At 16,
oh boy.
What?
No, I got crushed for saying that. So
I know
that one's for you.
You don't feel bitter at all about that.
That was for you, Cookies.
At 16, this is a player the Lions absolutely coveted, but he got taken right before their pick 2 years ago.
Oh, this
Gonzalez.
is the cornerback.
Think Big Ten. Think a pit bull corner, physical, nasty.
Oh, the guy from Illinois?
Yes, Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah.
At 15, Who cares? Malik Neighbors. He'll be gone out of New York in 2 years.
Can't you just be happy?
Nope. 14, Brock Bowers. Despite balding, this is PFF's words. Despite male pattern baldness, Bowers entered the NFL considered one of the best times. When he took off his helmet, it was the saddest thing in the world. You go, oh, Brock, no.
And everybody can't have the hair like you have.
He's got to fly to Turkey and get those little magical plugs all the guys get now.
DJ
Come on.
got. Okay.
Bottom line, he was a record-setting rookie tight end. He's superb. 13, Darryl Stingley Jr. At 12, C.J. Stroud. I thought, was this not a little low compared to where you thought he would be?
I thought it would have been higher, but I think because last year he didn't have a great year, lost all his wide receiver stats weren't there. He got punished a little bit. I would have had him at least in the top 10.
Number 11 is one of the sneakiest players on the list, Drake London.
Oh, yeah.
Inconsistent quarterback play, but man, as far as a receiver goes, top 5 in a lot of PFF metrics, big-bodied, physical. I think Penix being the full-time starter, you're going to see an explosive year.
That's going to help him
a lot.
a
If you would have put him on, like, let's just say Buffalo, I think that he would have been like a top 3 or 4 player.
Number 10, it's a Lion. Any guesses?
Gibbs. I'm going to go Gibbs again.
It is Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay.
And look, Bijan is 9, Gibbs is 10. And there's no slander. The PFF grades, razor thin. They're basically the same guy.
And I think probably because Bijan doesn't have to share the rock.
8 is a Lion. Any guesses?
Sewell?
No. Doesn't have a contract.
Branch?
Brian Branch.
Okay.
Yes. Excellent job. Number 8, versatility is his calling card. Number 7, my guy, Will Anderson for the Texans.
Oh, yeah.
Number 6, shout out U Albany Great Danes football, Jared Verse. Number 6 on debut. 5, Chiefs, because why not? Trent McDuffie. 4, Jaden Daniels. I would caution this one. You got Stroud at 12. Daniels at 4.
He was Stroud 2 years ago.
I'd be very careful with that. Number 3, safety.
You know, hold on. But I think Daniels may have gotten it, Mike, because Stroud had a ton of toys. He had a receiver.
I just wouldn't put him at 4, though.
That
I would
was
back
my
him
point.
up.
Be careful overrating because you're probably going to have to double back next year and have him outside of the top 10. Okay. 3, Kyle Hamilton, safety, Ravens.
Yeah,
Any issue?
No. I hate him.
Okay.
He's so good.
Number 2.
That's got to be Sewell.
No, because he's number 1.
Oh.
Number 2 is a Ram.
Puka Nacua.
There you go.
Yeah.
Excellent job. And number 1 is Penei Sewell. He led the list last year. After a dominant season, his run blocking is his best asset, a 95.2 run blocking grade, the second best mark among all offensive linemen. Tackles, guards, centers, all.
And he also picks
since
up
2021.
He picks up running backs and carries them 7 yards.
He's played more snaps, 4,773, than any other player on this list.
And the funny thing is, we're all still waiting for the day he flips over to left tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, in essence, he's doing this out of position.
But you know who didn't make the list, and it sparks a bit of a conversation?
I see what you did.
Detroit's favorite son.
Mr. Coney Island
Coney's
himself.
Island own, yeah.
Mr. Jamison Williams did not make the list. Here's my question. If you think J-Mo should be on the list, who should he replace? Do you want me to give you the back end of that list?
Yeah.
Well, David, do we have a minute of time?
Now,
Sure.
You Mike F. and Valeni. Take your time. Take him to church.
Okay, then. All right. Confidence is riding high. All right, at number 25, should J-Mo be above Kirby?
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to take Kirby Joseph off the list?
I would.
Then why'd you just hand him $82 million?
I didn't.
Cooper DeJean?
No.
No.
Sam Laporta?
No.
No.
Tyler Smith?
No.
A. Shane?
No.
Brian Thomas?
Nope.
Okay, we're done.
Okay.
So there's the question. And again, from a receiver perspective, J-Mo or Brian Thomas? I'm taking Brian Thomas. Now, J-Mo or Lad McConkey, completely different players. One's a slot machine. The other guy's a Deshaun Jackson deep threat. The point is, he's not on that list. 5 Lions made it. So there is your top. We can continue the conversation if you want. There is your top 25 under 25 PFF. Lions well represented, including number 1 overall, but no J-Mo. 97-1. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time. They got it at the lowest prices. And whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the decking you need when you need it. Now it's time to plan it, build it, and they get it at the best prices. So call Northville Lumber today and stop by the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, good to have you guys with us. So we just got done with the Pro Football Focus top 25 under 25. 5 Lions there, which is awesome. The question is, are you aggrieved because there's not a 6th? Jameson Williams didn't make the list. Now, let's just be very careful with one thing. If you don't make the list of being the top 25 under 25, it doesn't mean you're not a really good football player. But it does bring something to the forefront. Penei Sewell got his money. Kirby Joseph got his money. Now, I never argued with one of them. You pay Sewell whatever he wants.
Yep.
I would make Sewell the highest paid tackle in football in perpetuity. Anytime someone gets a raise,
The
so
Nick
does he.
Saban contract.
Yep, 1 penny more. Because Penei Sewell, I don't think I'll be wrong on this. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he is one of those. You drafted him. He's going to be a Lion for life unless he gets a catastrophic injury. He's yours.
Look at that. You already killed Norm from Cheers earlier. Now you just killed Penei Sewell. Unbelievable. You made a Norm from Cheers joke 2 hours ago. The guy's dead now.
Well, that was you, Thanos. Snap.
How dare you, Rico?
He was doing the Thanos snap, not me.
I didn't do it to Norm from Cheers.
Hey, it's arbitrary.
The point is, you paid Kirby, and I'll always question that. I don't like paying guys who have one elite season. But what about the others? When you look at the 5 guys that are on this list and the one who's not, so you have Sewell, you have Kirby. Now, you've paid them both.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves Jameer, Laporta, Branch, and I'll add Jamo. Of the 4 guys you haven't signed yet, if you only get to keep one, who is it?
That's Branch. That's Branch.
No hesitation from Rico.
I would have took Branch over Kirby. Branch is more versatile. Branch just brings it. I mean, yeah, he could play corner. He could play, the nickel corner. He could play regular corner. He could play safety.
Okay, but again, more money in your secondary?
No, I'm saying I would have paid him over Kirby.
No, that's not the question.
No, because the running back, Mike, as we know, it's a limited position unless you're Derrick Henry and somehow you just get stronger.
You're not paying Gibbs.
So, no, if I'm not going to do that, then it would be Laporta because I think Laporta is going to be an elite tight end. He's going to be
not paying Jamo.
No.
So is it unfair then to now connect dots? The multiple third-round picks you traded to take Tesla and the fact Brad Holmes says he's his favorite receiver in the draft, is this it? I mean, is the writing on the wall for Jamo that, look, you could trigger the 5th-year option, but it's just a question. Have they already replaced Jamo and we're just not paying attention? And look, I think Jamo's going to have a really good year. But I'm not running to pay everyone all the time.
Interesting.
I just
no. Because I remember they kind of I harken back to when they extended Goff and we didn't understand why. It's because that was going to be their guy the whole time. We all thought, oh, you know what? The second his contract is up, he's off the books. You're going to move on.
Think about this.
And they quietly did that and no one paid attention.
Amon-Ra will always lead this team in targets. True or false?
True.
Sam Laporta will probably come in second in targets. True or false?
True.
Okay. The running back position will play a role in target share erosion. True or false?
True.
Okay. So at best, Jamo could be 3rd or 4th in targets. Well, am I going to pay him on a 5th-year option at $20 million or a deal that could pay him $30 a year? Or am I going to pay a rookie 3rd-round pick who apparently is the hottest thing since socks on a rooster?
You need somebody fast who can make explosive plays. So, yeah, if you have to cut budget somewhere, that's it. I just got to keep drafting somebody every 3 years who's fast, can do an end around.
So then Jamo's not a part of the core of this team?
No, I don't think so.
But when you look at it this way, and I'll throw the number out. Guys, you tell me what do you do with Jamo? When I read the top 25 list, I know most of you would say you're paying Gibbs. Most of you are going to say you're paying Laporta. Most of you are going to say you're paying. In your world, you'd pay everyone. Well, that's not how this works. So here's what we'll do. Keep 2, get rid of 2. Branch, Gibbs, Laporta, Jamo. You can keep 2. You got to let 2 go. Who is it?
It's Branch and Laporta for me. I know you're going to invest a lot in the secondary, but until you go out and really do something with your pass rush, the secondary is going to get worked every game. So they're going to earn their money. Laporta, I think, is that next tier of the next tight end. He's going to be the guy that replaces the Kittle and the Kelce's. It's going to be him. So you want to keep him on your team. You don't want to see him move on to another team. You drafted him. You found him. You cultivate him. You pay him. Running back and receiver, you can find another one.
David, you know how I feel about wide receivers. So I'm not a big fan of paying a wide receiver unless you are Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go a little different here because I was leaning in your direction, Rico, but I would keep Gibbs and Branch. What Gibbs does in this offense is elite. It's electric. And I would keep that in this offense.
What if I said we don't know if the offense stays the same?
Now, that's I knew somebody was going to say that to me. That's fair. That's fair. And we have time to make a decision on Gibbs, but that's fair to see what he does this season in the offense under John Morton. But Branch, that's a no-brainer. You keep him. He does everything. You're right, Rico. Slot. He could play the outside corner if they needed him to. David, safety in the box for the run.
I think in a pinch, you could put him as an outside linebacker.
I agree.
If somebody went down and you were desperate, he could play the position and it wouldn't be a drop-off. Like, he's that utility tool that you definitely need on your defense. Jameer, I like Jameer, but yeah, the running back shelf life is not long. And the Lions have shown me with that offensive line, you could put people back there and they will do well.
248-539-9797. J-Mo didn't make the list. Do you have a problem with that? And look, this is an open conversation. I'm not there's no right or wrong answers in these. But when you start to look at all the players you have under 25, you physically will not be able to keep them all. Did PFF kind of open your eyes to something that, look, we like J-Mo, but he ain't more important than these guys. And you just drafted what could be his replacement.
No, that makes a lot more sense with the Tesla. Like, okay, if that's
Elite Raz,
if that's your now it makes sense because I'm like,
I know
it seemed like a reach. Like, did you really love him that much to be the 5th, 6th option on a team? You still got Patrick. You still got so many different options. Like, I don't even see him cracking the lineup. Like, who do you sit down in order to play him? That's an interesting plot twist, Mike. That maybe they're looking ahead and they're playing a little bit of chess.
248-539-9797. David, ticket text coming in early. What's the initial response to that?
From Tom and Warren, Gibbs and Branch. From another text, he says, we don't pay running back, so I'm paying Laporta and Branch. Another one, I'm paying J-Mo and Branch.
So how about this? Branch seems to be the consensus.
Yes.
So who's the other between Gibbs, Laporta, J-Mo? And you better be real careful because here's your other problem. They're all offense. And your quarterback needs a hell of a lot of help. That's not a shot, but he's got to be insulated. He is not Josh Allen.
Someone does answer, said, I might consider keeping Gibbs over Laporta, but I'm curious what the AAV would be. Now he's doing GM.
What, for Gibbs?
Yeah, for Gibbs.
I think by the time you pay Jahmyr Gibbs, you're north of $20 million a year for a running back.
Really?
Cap's going up. Barkley and CMC are making 17. And inflation and other backs are going to sign.
I forgot about Barkley and CM because I'm thinking like.
Derrick Henry just got 15 per, and he's old as dirt. If I'm repping Gibbs, it's 4 at 80. With about 50 of it guaranteed, or I take my services to the market. I'm not paying it, but everybody here will pay it.
Yeah, no thank you on that. Dead honest, I'm not paying a running back, a wide receiver 2, or a second safety near the top of their market. I'm not paying J-Mo, Branch, or Gibbs. I will pay Laporta. So he's only picking one. Wow. Branch and J-Mo, you can get a Laporta in the draft. J-Mo has a special set of skills that you can't coach. It's a no-brainer for me. I keep Gibbs and Branch. That is from Rick C. What happened to the salary cap isn't real, but I still would keep just J-Mo.
No, the salary cap isn't real, guys, but at a point, I mean, it's a rubber band.
You got to pick your poison. Okay, some people you're going to have to let go. Some people you could pay a ridiculous amount of money to.
Do you view Jameson Williams as a part of the core of this football team? Yes or no? And I don't care if it's ticket text only. I don't care if we get 100 phone calls. That's the question. Because when you look at this, think about all the guys that aren't top 25 under 25. Well, they're certainly a part of the core. I mean, Jared Goff already got his money.
Amon-Ra got his money. Aleem McNeil got his money. Aiden Hutchinson ain't on the damn list, but he's a part of your core. Look, the core isn't endless. Is it dawning on you that maybe J-Mo is simply a toy? Because I view J-Mo and Gibbs as the same thing. I'm going to use all the toothpaste in the tube, and respectfully, I'm going to throw them right back in the water. I'm gonna whatever you do with a fish when you like
Catch
people
and
catch
release.
the little lake perch. Here, go.
Yeah, catch and release.
Swim free, little friend.
Yeah.
I'm just not signing either guy.
I'm with you.
I pay Laporta because you can have a 12, 13-year Hall of Fame career at tight end. And I'm with Rico in this regard. Defensive playmakers, heat-seeking missiles, like defensive coordinators, you need dudes. You're going to have some filler on that defense, but you need 5 or 6 dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Branch is a dude. Offensively, in my mind, they've already drafted J-Mo's replacement. And David?
We don't pay running backs.
Damn
Yeah,
Skippy.
I mean, I knew Branch was going to be something from that first game against Kansas City. I was like, yeah, this guy, steal of the draft. And I still will say he was the steal of that draft.
248-539-9797. We'll get your calls coming up next. If you like free pizza, we'll keep this very, very simple. Hungry Howie's has a great offer for you. You go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You spend $10. You get free pizza. Free medium 2-topping pizza. That's it. There's no copious legal copy or, Rico yelling about booming and stuff. You just sign up for the emails, spend $10, free 2-topping medium pizza. Done. In-house made dough, real cheese. Limited time offer, though, and it's only online. So go to hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com and take advantage before it's too late. All right, to the people. Let's go to Neil out in Troy, 97.1. Neil, what's going on? How are you today?
Okay, how you guys doing?
Good, Neil.
Neil.
I want to keep J-Mo at all costs. And
Okay.
you guys love the defensive guy so much, I'll take him along too. And I don't think there's any other way to go. This guy is going to be a Hall of Famer. Doesn't everyone see that by now? He's got the speed of lightning.
Hey, listen. I think he's a nice player, Neil. I think he's important to what you do. But I can't go with the Hall of Fame stuff when he just posted his first 1,000-yard season.
I mean, I
It
think
may be
Hall
a
of
little
Fame,
early,
Neil. I think Hall of Fame receivers. I'm thinking like Randy Moss. Like I don't see him in that category right now.
How many Hall of Fame receivers were not the top receiver on their own team? That's the problem.
Well,
You're never going to get premium billing with Amon-Ra here.
Well, you know what? I respect your guys' opinions, and I will call you back in a few years, and we'll see where we're at.
Well, I hope you're right, Neil,
Yeah.
because if he's a Hall of Famer, it means the team probably won a Super Bowl. So that works.
Multiple Super Bowls.
But no, look, you got the guy this year. There's you got the club option. I mean, but after that, I don't know. And it was interesting and telling. And again, Pro Football Focus, it's not worth a hill of beans to Brad Holmes. I'm just making a point. You know who didn't make the list? J-Mo.
The draft. That little element you threw in there with the draft. That's got me thinking.
And they gave up picks to do it.
They gave up
Multiple.
next year's picks to get this guy.
Incubator year this year, ready to step forward next year. I don't know. Look, man, who knows? We'll just let Brad cook. Jesse, 97.1. What's up, Jess? How you doing?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing today?
Hey.
Quick question. We all agree Jared Goff is our quarterback for the foreseeable future, correct?
I'd say at least the next 2 seasons. Yes.
So I would keep Branch, and I think you got to let J-Mo go, not because I don't think he's great, but I just don't think we have a quarterback that can unleash the skill set that this guy has. It's got to be Gibbs and Laporta, and we don't keep pay running backs. So I just don't think – I mean, that play against Washington when Goff threw the pick to J-Mo was open. Goff doesn't have the arm to unleash everything J-Mo can do, in my opinion.
All right,
I don't know what you guys would think.
Well, hold
I'll
on.
hang up and listen,
Here,
though.
all right, but here's the thing. I mean, Jess, I'll just try to keep it even with you, okay? If you're going to blame Goff on a handful of these, curated plays that you don't like, you have to give Goff credit for all the explosives, all of the big plays, and a 1,000-yard season that J-Mo produced. It can't be one or the other. It's both. Now, look, the Jared Goff question, the whole idea about Goff's contract and where it goes and how it works, look, there's an out after the 2027 season, I believe. So you got him for the next couple of years. But that's it. I mean, most certainly he's your QB this year, duh. And I would argue most certainly in 26. But then beyond that, no, there's not. You got to see where the team is at.
Yeah.
He's probably the next 3 seasons. But that's it. So for that time frame, look, here's the other problem in this. When people want to just say, look, next year, sign Gibbs, do what you got to do, you're paying David Montgomery almost $10 million a year.
Another head scratcher.
Do you know where he ranks in running back pay? I think he's number 8.
Seriously?
Yep. So you have to look at how you're allocating stuff. Look, part of the J-Mo problem is I'm already paying Amon-Ra. And if I'm paying Laporta, I know he's not a receiver, but he is.
He really is.
Can you really have the better part of $80 million in 3 receivers? No. Not when you're paying your quarterback $53. Now, if you had a rookie scale deal, whee! Joe Bucks.
Free money.
You do whatever you want.
Tesla.
Right. Let's go to Lamont, 97.1. Lamont, what's going on, pal?
Fellas, what's good today?
How are you, sir?
What's up, Lamont?
Good. I think we got to go. I think we have to go Branch and Gibbs, and I'll tell you why. I think Holmes has done a really nice job of paying the guys that set the tone, if you will. I mean, the only guy I think that we have left is Branch, and we got to pay Hutch. We're paying Sewell on offense. Hutch has got to get paid. Branch and Joseph, I mean, those guys are two murderers in the back. And I think you got to go with the guys that set the tone.
I would agree with you. I think, look, I heard Costa say this morning, and I actually agree with Jim on this. We have a point of reference. J-Mo is the cherry on top of the sundae. But in no way, shape, or form is he the foundation of that dessert. He's lovely to have, but you can live without it. You got to find somebody else who can do J-Mo things and do it cheaper.
Yeah, we can, exactly. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
And then you got to pay Gibbs for two reasons. One, just because he can go really fast, and two, because he scares the absolute hell out of any defense.
Indeed. I will agree on that. But remember, the running back conversation, it's making you have choices to make because, look, the offensive line, I don't know how much longer Decker's here. I don't know how much longer Ragnow's here. Glasgow's going to be gone. Now, you have a couple options. You have Sewell. You know you have Mahogany. Beyond that, you got to hope Ratledge works out, whatever it may be. If you are going to say the offensive line's the identity of the team, then why am I going to pay $20 million for a running back?
Right there. Because
draft one.
Yeah, because I know we like to think that Gibbs and J-Mo are the special people, but guys, there's other guys who could do the same job and get it done and run just as fast and do all types of special things. I'm just
they are special players.
No, they are special players, but they're not unicorns. We're like, well, nobody else can run that type of route. Yeah, there's other people who can run that route.
And look, J-Mo's speed allows him, like Amon-Ra's one of the best route runners in the league. He's like precision. You remember the old clips of Dan Deerdorf, and he would put the paint roller can behind him and retrace his steps, where his back foot would have to hit the paint tray, and that's how he would kind of just become a machine at tackle. That's Amon-Ra with route running. J-Mo's different. His speed allows him to be looser.
Right.
So it just
right, but I'm saying you drafted speed. There's always going to be a speed guy.
I agree.
It's just not your guy right now.
Oh, the Chiefs didn't pay Tyreek Hill. They drafted Xavier Worthy. Yeah. I don't know. I just get to that point where it can't be both. Yeah. And I think the team is telling you they're probably going to get in bed with Gibbs because they did the Tesla thing. And I don't know. I just thought it was a good day to bring this up with Pro Football Focus kind of doing the ranking. And again, what the hell do they know? Okay, fair enough. Victor's Home Solutions, very simple. Choosing the right roofer is a pain in the ass. Let Victor's help you out with that a little bit. Customer concierge team, check. They got it. They'll answer all your questions, keep you in the loop every step of the way. They got installers who install a perfect roof. Check. Why? Because they're held to that standard. You can get new windows for your home as well. But here's the big one. It means Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee with any roof they install. So with Victor's, you call, you get the 21-point inspection at 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 to go to victors.com. You call right now, you get $500 off that new roof or home full of windows. It's Victor's Home Solutions. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of a
do-to-do, as you say.
A do-to-do, a potluck, a potpourri, and not the kind that Mikhail LaShore ate. We're going to do a bit of a grab bag here. I will give you two things that are in the mix, and then Rico's going to add something that if you're hearing it, you might think Rico's effing with you, like it's the Onion, but it's not. So here's two things that are in the mix if you want to participate. A, we talked earlier, the NFL is voting this week on two rules changes. One would be banning the tush push. You're not going to be able to have a rugby pile or push players forward. The other is, it's actually something the Lions proposed, which is your record, not status as a division winner, dictates seeding. So last year, Vikings-Lions, the loser wouldn't have ended up on the road in L.A. as the 5 seed. Which of those two, if I said you have to pass one, which would it be? Rico and I have argued all day. He's team playoffs, I'm team tush push. But the other one, Pro Football Focus, and we'll get back into it later in the hour, but it was the idea of there were 5 Lions on the top 25 under 25. J-Mo wasn't one of them. So was that a mistake? Part 2, do you view J-Mo as a part of your core? But the big issue is, okay, Penei Sewell was number 1, you paid him. Kirby Joseph is 25, you paid him. But Gibbs, Laporta, Branch, and J-Mo, of those 4, keep 2, toss 2. Now, as I throw you the number, Rico's going to give you the he's not screwing with you news update story of the day. 248-539-9797.
Okay, here's the funny thing, Mike, because what you have done, I'm going to combine the two topics because the NFL owners have voted on something. While we're still waiting on the new scheduling, the new tush push and what to do with the records at the end of the year.
Yeah.
NFL owners, this is just breaking, have voted to allow NFL players to participate in the 2028 Olympic flag football. Team USA will be made up of 10 players. And how do we unify these two topics, Mike? Because a lot of experts have picked 2 players from the Lions to be on Team USA. So I guess fresh off of the 4 Nations tour that you saw in hockey, you will have NFL players out there representing the United States. The 2 players, it's Penei Sewell and Jahmyr Gibbs.
No. I'll tell you right now, I'll hit the roof. Robert Edwards, Pro Bowl, beach flag football game, tore his knee in 17 places, ended his career. Why on earth would I put a first ballot gold jacket Hall of Famer out there and an all-pro caliber running back to go play in some stupid, meaningless charity exhibition known as the Olympics?
For pride.
Go to hell.
It's the reason why it's the reason why you watch Army-Navy, Mike.
Nope, that's
USA.
a real football game with real records and a trophy on the line.
The NFL stated in its resolution that one or more league-wide insurance policies would provide the appropriate injury protection.
And what would that be?
I guess if you get the Robert Edwards knee blown out, maybe, I don't know. If
they can replace your knee right then and there. Because what do you mean? Protection.
No. I'm assuming protection if you lose a player for like maybe you get an extra draft pick. I don't know.
That doesn't replace my player.
Right.
Hey.
If you're the Vikings fan and you lose Justin Jefferson, a replacement first-round pick isn't the same.
Justin Jefferson could turn out to be Captain America and lead the USA to
Let me help
gold.
You. No one cares. Okay, so you can just stop. No, the NFL is greedy. They don't care about these players. Their players can die.
Now,
they'll replace them.
The question is, how many NFL players will play in the Olympics? The answer is unclear. The NFL allows for 1 player from each team to represent a country. So a team could, in theory, have 3 players playing for 3 different countries.
Sheila Ford Hamp needs to get in front of this and ban the players. You're banned.
So you don't want to see Lions playing on the
Not if you want
Olympic
me to
team.
sign your checks. Ridiculous. I hate NBA players in the Olympics. I hate NHL players in the Olympics. You have an employer. It's not your country.
But I mean, look at all the love that the 4 Nations got. NHL players.
Hey, poverty league. This is the NFL. It is ridiculous.
248-539-9797.
Wouldn't allow it.
Would you like to see a Detroit Lion on the Olympic
Send
team?
a team of Cleveland Browns. Nobody cares whether they live or die.
You only get 10 players. And, yeah, Sewell is the offensive lineman. Then Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy that a lot of people are picking. That say the experts say, hey, if I could pick somebody, it would be Gibbs.
I've already made my case. I'm not going to repeat myself.
I don't have a problem with it. I have no problem with it. If you want to represent your country, Gibbs.
All right, do me a favor.
Jefferson.
Have DK Metcalf go do it. Blow out his ACL, MCL, and PCL in the Olympics, and let me know how you feel about the Steelers' future now.
Are we winning anything anyway?
David, that is immaterial to the conversation.
I have no problem if you want to represent your country.
And I know it's flag football, Mike, and I know you look at Robert Edwards, it was horrific what happened to him, but it happens in every sport where you have the superstars going to play on the Olympic team.
And I disagree with it.
And it's like an honor for them to be on the team.
You know what? You know what is an honor? To have a guaranteed contract that pays you 10, 20, 30 million a year. And if you like that honor, okay, you're not going. It's why in your contract you can't go skydiving. You can't ride an ATV. You can't do certain things.
Well, they're saying, guys, you can be patriotic.
No.
Or you can go represent your country if you originate from another country.
No. Go to that country and play football. See if they pay you. I hate crap like this.
It's flag football, man. This ain't tackle.
Okay, good. I hope somebody blows their knee out, and then I want to hear your ridiculous defense of it.
How is this any different than the shenanigans that go on at the new Pro Bowl events where they're playing dodgeball?
Guess what? I'd ban all my players from that too.
But no, hey, Lions have 7 players at the Pro Bowl event.
Nobody cares. Name the Lions who were in the Pro Bowl last year.
Sewell.
And do. Here.
Gibbs, yeah.
Here's the fan base. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. You have one job. Line up for as many of the 18 weeks as it takes wearing the Honolulu blue and silver. I don't give an F about the Olympics. This is the type of crap. The greed is so over the top. The NFL, if they could start a prostitution product, they would.
And with the number 1 pick.
Yeah, honestly.
Cinnamon!
When is Goodell opening a brothel at this point? I mean, that's the only thing the NFL's not into.
Maybe that's why they're going to Germany.
Stop it. David.
The only thing I want Lions players winning is the Super Bowl, not the Olympic flag football game. That is from Dave. Take players from the UFL instead.
There you go.
We're the only country that plays the sport. These losers are still more than good enough to win gold. Someone says, I love flag football in the Olympics. I think Minnesota, Chicago, and Green Bay should send all of their players.
There you go. Exactly. You guys go and have fun. And then have some goofball from Luxembourg blow out your Achilles. Do that. Stupid. They have clauses in their contract. They don't even get to live their lives the way they want to. But you think I'm going to be okay sending... Penei Sewell's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Wait,
God forbid he goes over there and he misses time with the Lions.
Teams will surely have a say in whether they will allow any player to participate.
I'm going to help you. Sheila, I got you. No.
Flag football has a shorter field with different systems of downs, different strategy on offense and defense,
good.
and unique penalties that don't exist any of what we see on Sunday.
That's nice. I'm just going to read something now, and we'll get to your phone calls.
So how do you feel about this, Mike?
Summer's heating. I'm passionate about it. I think it's ridiculous. Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? Soon enough, you're going to get another superstorm that's going to happen. Your power's going to go out. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. You can upgrade your system now, save up to $1,000. New AC, you got it, save up to $1,000. New generator, save up to $1,000. You picking up the program here? Call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. Straight to the people. Jordan is in Westland 97.1. Jordan, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? I
How
want
are
to
you?
get right into it.
Yes.
I know you guys have been asking everyone who we want to sign going forward. I know you kind of poo-pooed a little bit the Kirby signing and everything like that. I get that. How would you move forward if you were Brad Holmes, right? Because you kind of make the point of, like, let Brad cook. If you were in his position, what would you do then?
I would have gone all in. I wouldn't be bleepy footing around thinking about 2027 or 28. I would have gone all in. I sure as hell wouldn't have had an offseason where I didn't go out and highly upgrade my pass rush. And I sure as hell wouldn't worry about, like, the Kirby thing. Case in point, Jordan, they could have signed him to the transition tag. Let him hunt his own deal at the end of the season. You get first right of refusal. I just don't need to do it. He needs to duplicate what he did last year to be paid as the best safety in football. So for me, like,
that point's fair.
So
I was going to say that point's fair with Kirby. Do you
Okay.
think that this iteration of the defense going forward is going to be what he's going to be more prone to doing? I mean, when he came in, the franchise was a dumpster.
I know that. The
So,
problem
I get that
is
his performance has been poor, but
no, but every year before last year, he was outside the top 50 in coverage grade for safeties. So again, Jordan, I think he's a good player, but there's a difference between, hey, I think the guy's good, and now he's the highest paid safety in football. And to your point, Jordan, look, I am open. I don't have all the answers, man, because we don't have all the information all the time. But I've been upfront about this with how I want this done. I feel like the Lions have already blown two of their best opportunities they'll ever have to win a Super Bowl. One of them is directly their fault. The other one is kind of not. But now I view it as, okay, I've got a year or two left. Jordan, you tell me, how did they truly get better defensively this year? Like, what did they do to get better? If I swap Carlton Davis out for DJ Reed, fine. If you want to sell me Arnold gets better, fine. But Aleem's not going to play the first 8 weeks of the year minimum. They continued to do this stuff where they just bring back Davenport again. Or hey, we got Pete Lopez from the Cardinals. They ran out and paid Derek Barnes. Hell, Jordan, I'm petrified they're going to extend Anzalone. I mean, explain this to me, Jordan. Why would you run out in October and extend David Montgomery and pay him $10 million a year?
I think he's more of a cultural fit, right? I get it. His performances on the field isn't as good as Gibbs. Fair enough. All credit there. But I think you do have to have a guy in the locker room who's got a little bit of grit to him. He's got a little bit of, like, you got to have some Dan Campbell guys in there. And I don't fault him for that. That's fine. You want a veteran guy as well. All that's well and good. Don't love the signing, for being honest. Same with Barnes. But it is what it is. Can't complain now.
No, but you asked me,
just feel like
I owed you the answer, Jordan. So I was just giving you a couple of things where I'm going, look, I think like, case in point, right? Rico got all over him, Jordan, because they drafted Tesla. I don't, just because if Brad loves a guy, I'm going to trust in that. But when you think about the third round draft picks and all of this, none of them are about right now. I mean, they drafted a backup QB who will never play a meaningful snap for this team. They drafted and traded up for a defensive tackle who's going to get cut. They drafted a guy who doesn't even have a profile picture. And now they've drafted and traded multiple draft picks for a wide receiver who probably doesn't play a whole lot this year. So when you ask me that question, I owe you the answer to go, look, here are the things I don't necessarily love. I really wish they would have gone all in and gone out and gotten the best pass rusher they could get their hands on.
That's fair. Do you think, obviously the cap's always going up and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I know Goff's contracted time didn't look great, and now a couple years later, it's kind of aged a little bit better. Are we going to have the same perspective on Kirby's going forward?
Possibly. Yeah. I mean, Jordan, if you're talking to us and let's say you call back, week of Thanksgiving and he's having an all-pro caliber season, sure. But Jordan, I'm also a little bit of a weirdo. I don't like paying safeties. I mean, there's certain positions that I value them, but to a point. Like, I want to have anybody on my team making north of $20 million. They better be a big person. It's just
fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Can I leave you with one question then before I get out of here?
Sure.
Given how your team is and how splendid they're doing, what would you want to see that the Lions are doing? What would you want to see the Giants mirror?
Well, it would begin with, could we put an actual offensive line on the field? Look, the Lions deserve, honestly, Jordan, I don't remember the last time the Giants averaged 4 yards a carry. So that would be the beginning, middle, and end. We haven't had an offensive line since Kareem McKenzie was our right tackle. It's been a kerfuffle. What Brad Holmes has done in the scouting department, up front, O-line, it's been phenomenal. Truly.
And adding another one in this year's draft.
Yes, and I halfway believe Tate Ratledge, the only thing better than his haircut will probably be his play because he's a Lion. I think you've drafted one guy who sucked. What was it? Bob Stenberg or whatever his name was. Other than that, everybody you draft can play.
And if Manu ends up being that guy, we all look stupid, but you know what?
No
He's
one
under a
looks
rookie
stupid because, look, again, I compare the Manu thing to Max Clark. Whatever they end up being down the line is immaterial to right now.
Correct.
I need you now. You know what they needed last year? They needed a pass rusher or a defensive player who, if you use the third-round pick on them, they're helping maybe save your season. Yeah. Or I drafted a guy who doesn't know how to play football.
And if that's the case, well, no. I think the bigger mistake was Hendon Hooker because you went out and got another quarterback who was a high school teacher.
Uh-oh.
The week before the game.
Okay, that's all. Jordan asked a direct question. I owed him direct answers.
Yeah, you did.
And I'm fine with it. Like I said, I like a lot of what Brad Holmes does. There's just something in that. Like, I love 75%.
It's like the third round, they just go off and high-five each other and hit the ESPN auto pick.
Well, it's also the idea that all the pressure's on Aiden, and I don't think it needs to be. That's my disconnect there. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
It is always a pleasure, Michael, Rico, David. It's always good to speak to you, my friends.
Hello, sir. What's going on?
Not much. You're giving me a choice of 4, if I'm reading this right, between J-Mo Gibbs, Branch, and Laporta.
That's correct.
So if I have to choose 2, right in the here and now, and I don't disagree with a thing that you guys have said, I would have loved, and I do have a question on the defensive end pick that they took late after I give you my choices.
Sure.
In the here and now, right now, I want Branch and I want Laporta for these reasons. Branch is a disruptor, an absolute force, and Laporta is a safety valve that can run, catch, and block. And if we've all seen it before, the tight end position has become so important, probably in recent memory, since Gronk. And Gronk was Brady's safety valve. And I believe Laporta is Goff's safety valve. Now, Gibbs, as good as he is, Mike, what do you always say?
We do not pay running backs.
Exactly. And J-Mo is fast. He's all the above, et cetera, et cetera. But you know what? They come around every couple of years in the college draft. It can be done. So, guys, that's what it is.
And guess what, Paulie? I mean, they kind of did it in the third round. This kid they drafted out of Arkansas, I'm not knocking the pick because guess what? He didn't have quarterback play. I'm very familiar with Taylon Green. He's a bum. He sucked at Boise, and somehow he got an SEC landing spot. They had no quarterback play. I think they drafted that type of guy, and whether it's J-Mo's direct replacement or not, that's what they decided to do. The kid they drafted in the 6th round, El Hassanin, look, he is a built-in-the-lab Dan Campbell player. I don't argue any of it. I watched way too much Boise State football. Shout out, cash the ticket. We have to watch garbage. The kid is all motor, all hustle, only Egyptian Division I player in history. The guy barely knew how to play football. But he's a 6th round pick. So this is where I start to get, not upset, I just get annoyed. That we try to turn every pick they make into the greatest pick ever. I can say, hey, I'm rooting for the guy. He could make the team. But the idea that he's going to walk in and be a 7.5 sack player,
no, Mike,
I can't do that.
It kind of goes with the whole you can't pay everybody. Everybody can't make the team. There's going to be some guys getting cut. And it's going to be some of the fan favorites that they just loved in training camp.
I'd also ask the question, why, if I'm a Super Bowl or bust team, am I relying on a 6th round draft pick for my pass rush?
Boy. We got time for Bill or no?
No, we have time for you to yell about booming and stuff.
Okay. All right.
No, legitimately. Like, it's go time.
Okay.
97.1. So you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills and you're dealing with insurance companies that just simply don't care about you. You need David Femininio, injury attorney. Get David, get paid. It's not just a phrase, it's a promise. He'll get to work for you, fight for you, and get you the results you deserve. Call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David, a few ticket texts. Rieger and Wojo next. Tiger Baseball tomorrow afternoon. We'll join you after the game. Are we good weather-wise in St. Louis tonight?
As far as I know, but
Okay.
there's pop-up storms,
All right.
We'll see.
Well, it rained last night.
It did. I didn't think they were going to come back and play the game, and they somehow did.
By the way, I have the most unsurprising medical update ever.
Okay.
noted geriatric pitcher Alex Cobb is in line for, quote, a series of injections. Now, mind you, this was a guy the Tigers signed for no reason, really early, for a hell of a lot of money, 15 on base. And the guy was quoted as saying, yeah, I was pretty much just going to retire. Obviously didn't start the season, and now when you hear series of injections, and it's May 20th.
Yeah, so you're going to let the Tigers just foot your medical bill
for all that Scott Harris has done right, and I mean, man, have they nailed the bullpen, and he's done a lot right, no doubt, reshaping the minors. It is totally legitimate to say he also lit $35 million on fire, signing 2 pitchers with a combined age of 73 in Kenta Maeda and Alex Cobb. Holy hell.
It's his Trinity Benson moment. I got you.
Trinity cost 2 7th-round picks.
Yeah, you're true. But you can't bring him back.
This guy's lighting 10% of the payroll on fire every year because he's got a thing for old pitchers.
$15 million.
It's like when Kenny goes cougar hunting, except the Tigers signed 40-year-old pitchers.
Wow. Yeah. The fact that, I was ready to retire, but they called. And I'm like,
but wait, I've got 15 million reasons you shouldn't retire, Alex.
All right, I'll take your money. And
here comes a series of injections. All right.
Yeah, but he's smiling all the way to the bank after every injection.
David?
Speaking of retirement, Wojo just walked in. Gibbs and Branch is who I would keep Swiss Army knives. Not even a discussion. Someone is asking you, Rico, have you gotten your mulch yet?
No, I have not gotten my mulch yet.
On the flag football, someone says, "Amen, Mike. Send the college kids."
Here's Doug taking the sales call.
I thought you and Karsh were boys.
That's what I thought.
Apparently not. Rico, I heard this tailing like. I was so offended
shocking.
for you. I went to the Home Depot. I got some mulch in my Tesla. Do you want it?
Sure.
Yeah,
you know
I'll
what?
just give it to you.
Apparently they're boys.
I don't know if I want to go in your neighborhood.
Boys, right? Hi, we're boys, but we're not boys.
Oh, hey, people are watching. No, stand over.
Maybe Rico is like Doug's. One of my college roommates was black. Friends.
Oh.
We lived harmoniously for several years.
I can talk about this because I had a black roommate, so I'm well versed.
Right.
I'm well versed on this George.
I'll
Floyd
have
thing.
you know,
guys. I want to talk about the culture with a K.
He taught me all about those video games and the rap videos.
I learned
with respect.
I have good taste in hip hop because I lived with Rico.
Rico introduced me to the hippity hop. All right, I'm sorry. We had fun with that, but I will personally bring you mulch.
He bought me FUBU clothes.
Oh, wow.
What color mulch do you want? The red, the brown, the black?
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
I figure now I got to take the black.
You don't need black mulch if you don't want black mulch.
The red
I think
mulch
now for the
doesn't
culture,
look good.
I have to take the black.
For the culture.
Is that how it works? You go over to Lowe's. Where's your black mulch? I got to get it for the culture.
I think if Doug's really your friend, he sends his kid out here to deliver the mulch.
Yeah.
You're a family friend. You're
I agree.
donating. Your money spends. What's the problem? Now instead, I'm going to deliver your mulch, and there's going to be like a rack of ribs on top as a gift.
Yeah.
Because this Costco thing is going to be a problem for me. I just can't stay. Hey, Rico, here's a bag of shrimp.
Welcome to the club, but I haven't gone to Costco in a little while, but I used to go all the time. It's intimidating, fascinating, invigorating.
It's an elite retail experience.
Yeah.
Do you do the BJ's instead?
Excuse me?
Whoa. All right.
BJ's. It's Costco, but it's smaller. I'm a member of the BJ's.
Can I, please?
I was just there today.
That's BG's.
Yeah, I got some ground beef there.
What's coming up next? Please, God.
I have no idea. We're talking about mulch.
No, you're not.
No.
Because I don't want to see Doug's head explode.
I have a non-sports
Don't
thing
you
that we're
think it
going to
already
bring.
has exploded? I mean, let's be honest.
That's very funny. And
Doug's not coming in tomorrow.
Oddly enough, Rieger wants to talk about Harvey Baez.
Do you think Doug's leaving a segment early tomorrow?
Oh, he's not coming in tomorrow.
Tiger game.
Oh.
It's perfect for him.
He doesn't have to
right.
see you after the awkward situation.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Every day
I'll
is
bring the
National
pitchfork
Folk
too
Safety
to help
Day.
you spread the
What are
mulch.
you guys doing?
He's got a Javi Baez question, and we're going to talk about black hosts And
well, that'll be a short segment.
Rico. Oh my!
Ain't a lot of us around here.
Wow.
And black producers too.
No mulch for you.
Yet again, same statement as Rico.
Right. And that'd be a 30 seconds. And you know what? We'll even throw in Chapman. There you go.
How about this? We'll talk about black NBA players. Is that better for you?
Okay.
Oh,
all right. Let's do a show, Ojo.
97.
Always takes it too far.